That's right, this is the United States of Phil. I am the supreme being. I make the rules, and what I say goes. This is now a place for you to stand on your soapbox and complain about censorship and freedom of speech. Because the bottom line is you don't have freedom of speech. This is my land.
Something stop this!
What? Control is desire. Devour. Take. Do what gives you pleasure. And fuck everyone else. Devour. Control is desire. Take. Control. Take. Devour. Just care about money. That I just can't help it. I'm so just enveloped in greed and money. I need money. I need money. Take. Do what gives you pleasure and fuck everyone else.
Why am I toxic? Why am I toxic? Why am I toxic? Why am I toxic? What?
Control is desire. Devour. Take. Do what gives you pleasure. And fuck everyone else.
What?
Devour. Control is desire. Take. Control. Take. Devour.
What?
Control is desire. Devour. Take. Do what gives you pleasure. And fuck everyone else. Devour. Control is desire. Take. Control. Take. Devour. Give me your mailing address. I want to mail you a spoon. I'm tired of people saying that because I am who I am, I can't eat shit out of my fucking ass. Eat it. Kiss my fucking ass and lick my ball. Eat it. Fucking eat it. Oh, he's doing a meme. Oh, this is cringe. Eat it. Eat it. I am fucking based. Fucking eat it. Shut the fuck up. Take your fucking ass and eat it. Eat it.
Hello?
Kiwi Farms. I want to mail you a spoon on a daily fucking basis. Phil's a racist, Phil's a sexist, Phil's this, Phil's that. I am who I am. I am fucking based. Eat it. Kiss my fucking ass and lick my ball. Eat it. Fucking eat it. Oh, he's doing a meme. Oh, this is cringe. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. I am fucking based. Eat it. Fucking eat it. Shut the fuck up. I am who I am. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. Fucking eat it. Oh, he's doing a meme. Oh, this is cringe. Eat it. Eat it.
And a couple of my coworkers started calling me Sway. I said, why are you calling me that? Because when you stand, you can't stand still. You're always like kind of moving back and forth a little bit. You never just like stand still and relax. Like you're right. Every night, every day. Sway. Right. Correct. Sway. Back and forth. Sway. Back and forth, back and forth, bad pain in my back, herniation of the disc, a stool for my shower. I'm just a boomer, I'm dazed, I'm confused. Huh? I don't want to be Mr. Views.
The shower stool.
Every night, every day.
Sway.
Right?
Right?
Chill day.
Correct.
Sway. Back and forth, sway. Back and forth, trolls on the strap. In my back, sway. Back and forth, sway. Back and forth,
Okay, how about we get started?
Every night.
Hold on.
Every day. Sway. Right.
Hold on.
Chill day. Sway. Back and forth, sway. Back and forth.
Okay, sorry, hold on. Hold on. Welcome to the
I
stream.
became infamous on the internet in 2016.
Thank you,
for
Meerkat Bob.
accidentally
Who?
off on camera.
For the
Now, luckily nothing was shown.
excellent music.
Being exposed to the internet, it was just me doing my own things. I went viral for it. I just want the bust.
Speaking of excellent.
Oh man, bust.
Okay, anyways. Welcome to the stream, guys. Hello, it's me.
Wow, it's big.
Today we got a very special stream, kind of, maybe,
Oh my God, look how
depending on
big he is.
your definition of special.
Oh my God.
But yeah, hey, let's just get into it. I'll stop wasting your time. DSP outlasted another one.
I just want the bust. Oh man.
Oh, do member alerts work? Kinda. Thank you, John,
The monster.
for becoming a member, dude. Hello, it's me. Bust.
I just want the.
Okay. So I don't know how long this stream's gonna be. Maybe like 2 hours. But we've got queued up stuff. I also wanted to show you the level 1. Let's zoom in a bit here. It's hard to see. You can see that. Yeah, okay. These views are abysmal. Because I was just curious, right? I was looking through his channel and I noticed that, thank you, Smoke One Mo Gaming, 5 months, that the recent level 1s, like the past 17 or something, the views are trash, dude. They're trash. Nobody's watching this. Sub 1K views for most of these. Okay, well here he got 3 in a row. He got 3 in a row with 1K views. But yeah, they're pretty bad. And so I was looking like in the past. I was scrolling way the fuck down. And they've always been bad. So maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I just never noticed. But they feel especially bad now. I don't look 1K, 1K, 1K. He's got like above 1K on most of these. Also 1K, as if that's some sort of like achievement. But yeah, these new ones I noticed were pretty bad. Anyways, moving on. We're going to be watching the last 2. So I guess get ready for that. And then a daily wrap, and then we daily wrap the stream. So this is from July 20th. Best SF day ever. Plus, the story of Yasuke is a lie. The Level 1 Podcast. Ep 386. Cool.
Good morning, everyone. On today's show, I have to talk about
Oh yeah, did I hear he solved the puzzle in Riven? Dude, the whole internet should hear about that.
my best Street Fighter day ever. Because yesterday was a heck of a day, but it was
Hello,
completely
chat. Hello.
unplanned the way that it went down. So I'll get you all caught up. In addition, we got a bunch of game news to talk about and some cool updates. And today, we return to Elden Ring to try to fix my build and finish up the DLC. All this and more on today's episode of the Level 1 Podcast. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome to the show. Today is Saturday, the 20th of July.
I love watching these
2024.
not live.
First off, I just want to make this abundantly clear. We're taking a break from Street Fighter for a few days. All right. Yesterday, I ended up playing Street Fighter way more than I had originally planned, like twice as much. And because of that, I am officially
Okay, I don't even know, like,
burnt out.
what is he talking about? Because he played for an extra 2 hours that he wouldn't have played normally. 2 hours is twice as long as he wanted to. And this is after he's saying that he wants to play more Street Fighter.
On Street Fighter, I have
Like,
no
what?
desire to
I don't
play
know.
it for many days until I kind of like recoup, and then I get that what do they call it? That craving back for fighting
craving.
games. I actually need a break from fighters for now after yesterday. Okay, but yesterday was great, and we're gonna talk about that.
Yeah, he's
Elden
ducking
Ring today,
Jade.
we really got to kind of regroup because what happened last time when we were playing the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC and taking on this final boss is that I tried 2 different builds. The first build worked but took way too long.
Okay, I've heard about this build shit for so long, I'm skipping it.
Things to try today. The other cool thing about today is it looks like we're going to finish Riven, which is nice. It's been a great game, and to see how it all ends and wrap it up will be special and fun. And then we can have other nights for other, gameplay coming up, especially the return of Fallout 4, which is going to happen in a few days. So, yeah, I'm excited for today. I think today's going to be a great streaming day. Okay. All right. Here's what we'll do. Let's talk about yesterday and how it went, because yesterday went so different from what I had expected it was going to be. So I want to talk about that, and then what we'll do is we'll cover the schedule for the rest of the week, and then we have some game
the
news actually to
investor
cover
meeting.
today. Some pretty
He needs to tell
interesting
you. He needs to tell you how well you guys supported him.
news in regards to Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Uh-oh.
Because once you hear
Nail
this
bite.
controversy that has been uncovered, your mind's going to be blown. I wasn't even aware of it, and then I started reading one post, another article. I was like, wait, what? And it was all true, and I was like, no way. Basically, you know how everyone was up in a tizzy about Assassin's Creed Shadows and
Up in a
how historically
tizzy.
accurate
Like
it was
Panda Lee.
to say that there was a black samurai in Japan, and they chose that samurai to be one of the protagonists of the game. So essentially what they found is that the entire story was fake.
Big ups, Ghost
The
Hunter.
entire historical story
Thank
was
you.
kind of made up. And I'm going to cover that today. I couldn't believe it when I was looking at it. I was like,
Yeah, he told people, by the way, about Assassin's Creed that nobody should care and you should stop caring. That's something that he said when it first came out.
what? Yeah. Anyway,
He said nobody should care about it and you should stop talking about it. We'll see how his opinion will change
that'll be a good one to cover. Anyway,
because Google Trends.
let's begin. So yesterday, guys,
Okay.
Friday. Here's what yesterday was supposed to be. Okay? For my first stream, I was supposed to basically do a new game called Kunitsu-Gami, Path of the Goddess, which was a Game Pass game. It's made by Capcom.
He
It
wage
runs on the
quit
RE
this.
engine.
He bored
But
quit
no one
it.
really knew what the gameplay was until very recently.
No one
when
knew.
they started to actually show.
Like, dude, you could have just looked it up. Let me look it up real quick. What is this game called? Kunitsu-Gami? Kunitsu-Gami. There it is. Kunitsu-Gami. Wow, look at the store page. Single player action strategy game. I can look at the screenshots and the video and see what kind of game it is. How did nobody
gameplay
know?
revealed. However, for like a year and a half as they were advertising this game, they basically just showed really artistic angles and
Right.
previews that didn't really showcase what the game was.
What?
Now, admittedly, I hadn't researched the game.
Oh, admittedly, I haven't researched it, but nobody knew what it was. But I didn't bother doing any research to find out what it was. So that means nobody did that. Nobody did that.
Because I knew it was a Game Pass game. I knew we
Okay.
might want to try
This is his
something
job,
different
by
during
the way.
middle of the summer. And I said, you know what? We'll just play it when
Fuck it, it's Game
it comes
Pass.
out.
I don't
see
have
what
to
it is,
look
and if I
shit
like it,
up.
great, and if I don't, we don't have to play it again. Same thing with you guys. If you don't like it, we don't have to continue it. There's no risk involved because I have Game Pass, right? I'm not paying for this game outright.
There's no risk? What? Like
And
it's
it
a
is little
stock
odd, I'll
market.
admit, why is a brand new Capcom game on Game Pass day one? Can you think of any other Capcom games that have done that? Street Fighter doesn't do it. Resident
Exo
Evil doesn't do
Primal?
it. Devil May Cry doesn't do it. Monster Hunter doesn't do it. Like all the big notable Capcom franchises are not on Game Pass. Why would this?
Yeah, this is like a new IP or some bullshit, right? Maybe they're just trying to get it out there. Maybe this deal was made years in advance. I don't fucking know.
It's a little weird, don't you think?
I don't know, dude. Maybe they owed
So anyway,
Microsoft a game. I have
Yesterday
no
we
idea.
tried this game, and
Who
essentially
knows?
what it is, first of all,
You're just assuming it's bad. As if like Game Pass games are bad? Why are you subscribed to the service?
well, graphics are out.
He's just assuming, well, Capcom's releasing it on Game Pass. Therefore, it must be like, something's wrong with it. Why? Why is that what you assume?
Standing, but it's on the RE engine, so you're not surprised.
Just Game Pass games are bad, I guess?
Right?
I don't
It
know.
runs beautifully. The frame rate is nice and smooth, 60 frames. And the music is very nice and relaxing. It's very, cultural to Japanese, like feudal style music and stuff that you would hear around that time. Pretty
It's
nice
very
stuff.
cultural.
However, the game is literally a tower defense game. You are a generic samurai guy and all you do is you run
Hey,
around
Snoop.
button mashing because the combos are pretty meaningless. They don't really do anything. And you kill a bunch of, well, first of all, you cleanse a town, and all you do is run around holding B. So you cleanse the townspeople, you cleanse parts of the town to gain magic, then you use that magic to turn the townspeople into jobs, like the woodcutter, who's a melee fighter,
Whoa.
or the archer, who
Can that
obviously
happen
is a
to
sniper
you?
class. And then you position them in the town.
Why
and then
doesn't
all you
someone
do is you
cleanse your
initiate a wave
town?
of enemies, and the enemies start coming in, and you kill them, and prevent them from touching this woman who's like supposed to
Maybe
be
that's why he doesn't have a job. Nobody's came around to cleanse his town. And Seattle is like Gotham City with people robbing you everywhere.
some kind of a sorcerer or
They need to cleanse his town,
a
dude.
priestess.
Then he'll get a job.
You protect her from the demons. You do this in waves. Eventually, you have enough energy built up where she can clear the stage, and then it's over. You go to the next stage. Now, the variation is that number one, there's bosses that are big monsters you fight, and those are a little bit tougher. Sometimes you have to like revive or heal yourself or heal your units that you position around.
Jenna's coming.
There's also special attacks that you can unlock. Like there was one that was a flame attack that built up a stun meter on the boss. But essentially, it is super duper
Super duper. Okay.
repetitive, super duper basic.
Don't
And
do
what
what
I
I
mean by
do,
that is
please.
there's nothing really to
Makes
it.
me look
If you've
stupid.
played a tower defense game, you've basically played Kunitsu-Gami again. You know what I'm saying? Like you've
How does
already
that-
played this game. It
I mean,
just looks
did
different.
you?
It's pretty.
If I play Bloons Tower Defense, did I play Kitsune-Gami?
And I do like how nice it looks for sure. I am
I doubt it.
liking the looks of the game.
Just
but
because it's
outside
a
of
tower
that,
defense?
this
Like,
game-
bro, you've played I can just say, oh, you've played Street Fighter 2. That means you've played all of them.
No exaggeration. Could
You
have
don't need to play anything
been
else.
on your phone.
Why do you have to
You could
shit
have
on
played
it like
7
this?
years ago, and it would
Wait, what?
exaggeration could have been on your phone.
On your
You could
phone.
have played it 7 years ago.
I mean, it is, right? It's a cloud streaming
No.
thing?
and it would have been identical. Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we played it for about an hour, and I had beaten 3 stages. I beat the first level, which is the tutorial, the first boss level, and the second level, and everyone was bored, including me. I was like, wow. that
Everyone was
nothing like
bored.
what-
I like how he brings that up. That's something specific that I'm going to mention. Everyone was bored. It's like when he wage quits a game or doesn't do something or cancels doing something and he says, people were telling me to not do it. People were saying this. Like his Project 7 scam. People were telling me to focus on video games. The fuck? You can't even take responsibility for your own fucking emotions and your own thoughts. Just say you didn't like the game. You told us that it's risk-free. There's no, what was the word he used? There's no risk for me or something? So why are you just like blaming the audience also? Just say I didn't want to play it anymore. Why are you even talking about this? Why is this a topic that you have to discuss in this fucking weird artistic detail?
what I would have expected out of Capcom. Like Capcom,
This should not be this long. This should just be a discussion. Yeah, I didn't really like the game. It's not for me. You know, I didn't like this X, Y, and Z, and then move on.
usually has
Why do you have to shit on Capcom? You shit on Game Pass. You shit on your audience.
experiences that are just less than a
I don't fucking know.
one-dimensional style game, and this is 100%
One-dimensional style
one-dimensional.
games.
And I was like, oh,
What? Let me hear that again.
experiences that are just less than a one-dimensional style game, and this is 100% one-dimensional. And I was like, oh.
Okay. You've heard of 2D games? 3D?
So the good news is,
Now there's 1D.
because it was on Game Pass, there was no commitment to
One
keep
Direction.
playing it or anything. And I was like, oh, okay, let's go ahead and
Yeah, good point, Punish.
let's do
Lasagna.
something different. So after my first hour experience of boredom, we all agreed I should switch. But the problem was, there was no my hair will not stay up today. Notice that? There was no clear-cut answer for what I should play. If I played Fallout 4, people would be disappointed because they didn't know I was going to bring it back yet. So they would have missed that premiere stream and a bunch of Nuka-Cola worlds.
Yeah, this shit too. I don't understand. If I played Fallout, nobody would know. I don't know. He's under this assumption that people show up for games.
If I brought back Elden Ring, well,
I show up for Fallout, but not for Street Fighter, and there's a totally new audience for all of these
the
games.
Elden Ring crowd's coming
I
by
don't
today
know.
to see me take up
Elden Ring
the
crowd.
final boss. So it's like, what would I have done
Oh, dude.
that wasn't going to upset people? Well, the only thing I could think of
He needs the specific whale who emailed him behind the scenes to show up.
would be multiplayer.
So he
Street
needs to
Fighter,
tell them.
right?
Yes.
So literally on the fly,
Literally.
unplanned, for 2 hours, I played ranked Street Fighter with M. Bison
God, he's
at
so
the master
annoying.
level. If you remember when we had played the other day, I think I had ended at like 1,540 points or something like that. All right, so here's the deal. I had my best ranked stream ever in master. I've never done this well at this level before. It's unprecedented of me doing this well at the master level.
Yeah, good point. Tractor Goose, too. He just played the first, 2 levels? Because the first one was a tutorial, he said. So he played 2 levels and determined the game sucked and it's one-dimensional.
So
Like, dude, you were at the beginning.
I played 32 matches.
I don't know. I haven't
won
played it. Maybe it's bad. I
22
have no
out of
idea.
my 32 matches, a 69% win rate. I skyrocketed my master rank points from 1540 up to 1612. I have beaten the 1200 barrier.
Wow, a whole 60
and
points,
then
dude.
some. So the hope now is that as I move forward, I will be hopeful.
Wait, so has he played Street Fighter, or is he still ducking playing? Because now he's at 1600 points, and he has said when he escapes 1500, the hell of 1500, now there are no scrubs. All the players are gonna be good and know how to play, so all the matchups will be nice.
Hopefully get matched with better people. It won't always be the same flowcharting Cammy, Ken, Akuma players and a zillion Bisons. Instead, I will hopefully get variety. I really hope so, because that's how I'm going to learn. Again, my problem is, since I played Bison, I fought so many Cammy, Ken,
Big ups,
Akuma,
King B. Cruel.
Bisons.
King B. Cruel. King B. Bitch. Remember that?
I don't have experience
funny.
against half the cast, right? I think I fought
The
one
rant that caused
Blanco,
you.
maybe like one
to
or
be
two
here.
Dalseems, right? There's so many characters I've barely fought. Like Jury, I really don't know what to do against Jury because I only fought 2.
Oh yeah, didn't Akami, speaking of Street Fighter, Akami won Evo, right? So I'm not watching him live today, but get ready for him to complain that Cammy is overpowered.
And one of them
That'll be
wasn't
fun.
good, and the one I played last
Enjoy
night,
that. I'm not going to be
was
here.
really good, and I'm just like, you know, I wish I knew, but it's like, how do I learn when I'm never fighting this character because no one uses them anymore at the
Magic
level
Johnson. For now?
I'm at. So, anyway, that was by far the best I've ever done. If you watch those videos back, you're gonna see basically
Punk
I held my
won.
combos.
Congrats
I wasn't
to
really
Punk.
dropping. I was doing more optimal things and setups. I was actually locking people down with head stomps and devil reverse. I'm just gonna say this: out of all the people I see using Bison, I seem to be using head stomp and devil reverse way more than anyone else. I'm trying to innovate my gameplay to make it different from the other Bisons that are.
Wait, what? So I'm spamming these moves more than other people. That makes me an innovator?
All the top of Bisons. I don't want to just do the same exact pattern and rush down and things that they do.
What? You just said that you
So
spam the 2 moves
actually,
more
I'm
than
trying to
other
learn and
people.
be a little different, and it worked yesterday.
How does
Like,
that make
people
any sense?
We're getting shut down. They didn't know what to do, and I was having some
They're
great close matches against Marisa, who's been my bane since I picked Bison. This is the first time I even beat a Marisa with Bison. Yeah, it was going well. So yeah, I was very pleased with how that went, and shocked because again, previously I've had bad experiences, but I think what it is I'm finally getting the hang of the flowcharts and stuff. I'm figuring out how to beat them and interrupt their save hit strings or get around them, you know? So it went really well. I was very pleased with how that went. Now, the thing is, I had another session of Street Fighter already scheduled for Friday Night Fights where I was going to do a casual lobby with Brian, but he also had some of his friends who play Street Fighter who all train together, and he wanted to have a lobby with them
Yeah, that
too.
was really awkward.
And I was totally for that. I was like, why wouldn't I do that? I want more variety. Right? That way we all get practice against a variety of characters, right? So the whole first hour of this lobby, I basically picked characters who I haven't used in a while. I used Honda, Lily, and Dalseem. And quite frankly, I was doing really well. I was kicking butt. Particularly with Dalseem, I went like 8-1. It was crazy. I only lost the one. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to get out of here and switch characters now because I've been winning so much with him, which was weird. I was actually doing like crazy good combos and keep away. I was like, wow. You know, I don't know if it's because I've been playing with Bison or maybe just, I don't know, it's more refreshing because I haven't used Dalseem in a while.
Yeah,
But I
who are
was
you
doing
calling
really
a
good.
pattern
Wow, that's
player?
amazing. But basically what happened was I was saving my mains of Blanca and Bison for the end of the stream, like the final hour. I got really tired. Like it hit me hard.
Really?
All of a sudden I got so, what's the word?
Tired?
No, it's not drained. There's a word for it. When you just, all of a sudden it hits you and you just feel like you're totally, have no
Just say
energy,
tired,
right?
bro.
So
Shut
that hit me,
up.
I was like, oh. And so I started playing
Oh.
with notably, yes, fatigue. Thank you. That's the word, fatigue. I felt
Oh,
totally
he was
It, like,
fatigued.
boom, hit me like a
He
truck.
was like in the
So I
fourth
tried to play
quarter.
with Blanca, and the funny part is, like, I'm trying to, like,
You already
I'm
had
trying to react to what I'm
32,
seeing on
8,
screen,
9.
But every time I had a chance for a combo, I dropped it. I couldn't even
There
remember
was
what
6
to do.
minutes
Like,
left.
my
Bro
brain
was out of
Brain
gas.
fart after brain fart. It couldn't access the data. Accessing hard drive. What's the combo? What's the combo? I don't remember. I can't do it. I'm too tired.
It's like Jimmy Butler in the bubble.
So yeah, I just got tuckered out. And so both playing with Blanca and with Bison, I played very poorly. Like I was dropping every combo, I was doing every wrong move. I wasn't even didn't break a throw, nothing, you know. So it kind of sucks because like the first 2 hours of gameplay I did earlier in the day was some of the best I've ever done. High end Bison stuff, beating everyone, getting a higher rank.
He
Then the
was
first hour
tuckered
of the
out.
casual lobby went really well, kicking butt with characters I haven't used in a while. And then all of a sudden, boom, I hit the wall. And it's just that last hour was just so
He hit the
deflated,
wall.
right? But that's
Yeah, I could
that's
tell,
on
man.
me. I mean, it wasn't planned that it was going to be like that, and so I already talked.
I don't know, like, it's so embarrassing. This dude is just, I get secondhand embarrassment. Imagine playing with your friends, quote unquote. But you played with your friends, and then the next day, it's like you're talking to strangers, like your job, your coworkers, and you're just saying, "Yeah, man, you know, I was kicking my friend's ass, you know." Like, then I started to lose, but it's like, I was already tired. Like, I was tired, you know, so that's why I started to lose. The fuck you doing? That's so awkward, dude.
Brian about it. I was like, dude, next time.
You can't just have lost. You can't just have, like, played with your friends, had a fun time. You won, you lost, you had fun. It's like, no, you need to even give an excuse for why you lost to, like, people you were talking to.
If we do the lobby, I will
It's
definitely
kind of
not play
embarrassing.
earlier in the day. It has to be just I save it for the night because I was so beat. I know I wasn't really giving anyone any comp in that last hour. They were kind of throwaway matches.
Is Brian officially a dead? No, I'm pretty sure he's done with DSP stuff. I think he said it was his last one,
Now,
which I don't know.
something
why.
else happened that was really weird. So the
You did it
last
in the
time that I
first
did a
place?
lobby with Brian, if you remember,
whatever,
we used
it's
Discord
content.
to talk, and it worked well. This time, it was like night and day. It was terrible. The audio was awful. I listened back to the videos, and I'm like, I can't hear Brian. I can't hear the other guys. I can't even hear the game. Like, what happened here? And by the way, I haven't changed my volume settings in OBS. They're all the same. So apparently, when they updated the Discord app last month, and they made it so that Discord is now integrated into PS5, and you can actually start voice chats and stuff there, they screwed up all the volume. Because now whenever Discord
They
turns
screwed
on,
up.
the volume goes way down. So I apologize for that. I didn't know that was happening. The audio in my neck phones was working fine. But then you guys couldn't really hear it. And I mean, that sucks. I'm really sorry about that. I didn't know that was going on until I listened back to the videos later. And now I understand. So if we do this again, or when we do this again, I should say, because we definitely will, you know, I need to fix that. That's a major problem. The whole point of doing these lobbies is that you can hear the other people talking.
Like, why didn't he test that before, though? Like, this is something that you would do before the stream to see if it works. You're telling me you just launched it up and then you're blaming. Why am I surprised? What? I don't. Why? I don't.
About the game.
Of course he did nothing wrong. What am I thinking? Of course he did this.
And I don't think you guys can hear it in the videos. And that sucks. And I'm sorry. Again, I'm sorry for that. That really stinks.
And Tony, I have not.
But anyway, I hope that you guys will enjoy the matches. If you didn't see them yet, it's basically like a full day of Street Fighter 6 yesterday. But you can understand why I'm beat. And in fact, I'm not lying. My hand hurts. Like, my hand and my wrist actually hurts.
What?
After having played so much Street Fighter yesterday.
Oh
So
my
I
god.
haven't-
Again, it was 2 hours. 2 hours. Dude. Oh my god. I got it. Hold on. I was watching a Snort Burnell thing. DSP was complaining that, oh, I don't like playing in lobbies with people because, you know, I'm sitting here and I barely get to play. I don't even get to play that much. It's been like 25 minutes and I've only played once. That's what he was telling us. I swear to God, that's exactly what he was complaining about. But now he's complaining that he played too much. He played too much in a stream that he was complaining that he's not playing enough. And then on top of that, in reality, he only played an extra 2 hours because he wage quit the first game, whatever, Kunitsu-Gami or whatever.
Me to give it a rest today and not play Street Fighter for 3 days.
Okay.
Street Fighter 6 will return as the late stream on Tuesday. Okay? It's not going to be before that. I need this big break from it after having a whole day of it. I'm literally completely beaten. All right?
Literally completely beaten. I don't think, does he know what literally means? He does that a lot. I'm literally coughing and choking up my lung right now. What the fuck, dude?
Fair enough.
Literally.
Okay.
Go fuck yourself.
Now,
literally. See how that works.
There's one other thing I wanted to say about it, and I've forgotten.
Okay.
There's one other thing I wanted to say. I've completely forgotten about it. Well, I'm having a brain fart right now. It is what it is. If I remember, I'll let you guys know. But, all right. So that was Street Fighter yesterday, okay? Now it's time for a big break from it. Let's now... Oh, that's right. I wanted to say that yesterday, thank you to everyone who did actually show up to the Street Fighter streams, whether it was the impromptu one on the earlier stream or the scheduled one on the later stream.
He was like struggling to remember to
For
beg.
supporting. We actually,
Like, this is what he was struggling to remember
Did hit-
to say thank you guys for giving me money when I asked for
Tier
it.
1 Tips Gold both streams. I actually got a bunch of gifted memberships that were legit memberships, not bootleg
That's
ones.
pretty funny.
And the support was great. So I was very pleased with that because, as you know, when I play Street Fighter, I don't get to talk with you guys that much.
I had
But
to
you guys
do
actually,
it to them snipe.
Dude, big ups. Jay, what's up for the 5 man?
I wouldn't be surprised if he starts wearing those copper fit fingerless gloves to soothe his hand pains. What a joke of skin suit reptile man.
Dude, he should wear, the fingerless gloves, like a biker. Like he's a cyclist or like a motorcycle guy. That would be awesome. Imagine him wearing his little gloves to play Street Fighter.
really
That'd be
supported the streams
great.
yesterday, and I appreciate that, especially because, remember, Thursday, for some odd reason, was like...
That would be a goal. That would be a goal that he would use. Guys, it'd be great if we could hit the $75 tips goal. You know, my hands are really starting to hurt. You know? So, like, you know, I would love if I could wear the glove goal.
my slowest stream day in like a year, and I don't know what happened. So I was happy to see like it rally back. I'm like, oh, okay, it was just a bad day then. That's makes me feel better instead of being disheartened,
Makes
right? So
me
thank you for that.
feel what? Oh my! The way he talks about this. Thank you for giving me money.
Okay, so
Okay.
let's talk about today. Elden Ring endgame, final boss again. Let's see if we can repair this bleed build. I will need your help. There's something about some like lion's claw ability. We're gonna get it done. So it doesn't really feel. I think what it really is I played too much Fromsoft style stuff recently. You know, there was Lies of P. It was my original run in the Magic run last year of Elden Ring. Then there was
I'm
finishing the
skipping
Magic
his
run in Elden Ring. Then there was
discussing Elden Ring. I don't really
another
care.
Crab's Treasure, and then there was Shadow of the Erd Tree, and it's like that's way too much of the same style to the point where
Dude, I could have sworn back when he was doing these things, he says that nobody would ever get tired of this. Something like that. Like, oh, everybody shows up to watch me play Fromsoft games,
I get to the end,
Souls
I'm like,
likes.
meh. I'm not really hyped or caring that much, you know. Like I know I'll do it. It's just
I
I
don't
don't
know.
really care that
Like,
much.
dude, it's your stream.
It's not that big of a deal to me.
Who chose to play all these games? You did. I don't know.
You
It's
know
my
what's even
fault.
sad?
I
Like,
don't know.
next month we got Black Myth Wukong, and if this plays just like a FromSoft game, I might be kind of burnt out on it. You know. Then again, at least that will have a completely different style to it, much like
Different style.
with another Crab's Treasure. It was refreshing because you were in an undersea environment. Everything was the world design was like ingenious. So maybe if Black Myth Wukong
The
is like
world
that,
design was ingenious.
it actually would
What?
be a little bit more interesting. I don't know. But I just feel like I'm burnt off on the whole FromSoft thing. Like I probably at this point want to take an official break
sounds
from
so
real
weird
FromSoft
to
games for a
say.
while. It's just
He
too
is a
much to say,
valedictorian.
You know what I mean?
I guess.
So we'll see how it goes today. If it goes well and I beat it, great. If I don't really care. We'll just play it again. You know what I mean? Like it's not that big a deal to me. So
It's not a big deal.
now later tonight on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, Riven Remake will conclude. And I mean,
Okay, schedule gets a big skip from me. Let's see him complain about Stardew Valley.
hiatus. And then Monday night, more Stardew Valley. And I'll be honest, fingers crossed.
I'll be honest.
I'm hoping that Stardew Valley actually gets some recovery. Because what I mean by that is we've always had Stardew Valley be a stream that not only had a ton of engagement, but also support. And then when I played Stardew Valley the other night, it was actually one of the slowest streams I've ever done. And I was like, what happened? Like, no support. And people were like, well, it could be that it's played out.
It's played
We're over
out.
20 hours in now. The initial people who supported it did up first, but they're not going to keep supporting it every time. You know, there's all these various different reasons. Maybe it was just a bad night. So let's see how it goes. Street
Wait,
Fighter.
wait. I want to hear that again. Let me hear this
People were
again.
like, well, it could be that it's played out. Who support? And people were
Oops,
like,
sorry, my
well, it could be that it's played out. You're over 20 hours in now. The initial people who supported it did up first, but they're not going to keep supporting it every time. You know, there's all these various different reasons. Maybe
He's saying other people said that. He's saying that his audience is saying that. Could you imagine saying that in his audience? You would get banned. Phil, you know, the whales aren't showing up. They supported at the start and now they're not supporting.
it was just a bad night. So
What?
let's see how it goes.
Dude, you would get fucking insta-banned.
Street Fighter recovered.
But he's saying other people are
I
saying
mean, literally,
this.
we had a
Whatever.
bad day of Street Fighter Thursday and then an
Doesn't
entire day
matter.
of great
I
Street
don't
Fighter
care. I
support
hope every
Friday.
day is a bad
So let's
day.
see what
Go
happens
fuck
on Monday
yourself.
night for Stardew Valley. If it ends up being real slow again, then probably I'm going to reduce the amount I play the game. It'll probably end up being like once a week moving forward then.
Oh no.
Okay? Now, Tuesday is completely up in the air because on
Don't care. Let's get out of here. Summer party
there's
marathon.
many different options, but remember, next week, folks, is 1 week from today, actually, is DSP's Digital Summer Party. That's right. Only 1 week from today, we're going to be doing a full marathon
Didn't he call this like a barbecue
theme of
hangout
summer
or something?
fun, including food and booze. including games,
Food and
perhaps a
booze.
summertime themed tier maker, and other things. So it should be a great event. Already what we've been talking about is probably doing some varied play in Street Fighter 6. Maybe a little Stardew Valley chill if people
Look
still
at
want
that.
it.
He's gonna play Street Fighter and Stardew Valley if you want. What separates this from a normal stream? Like, actually, genuinely, what makes this different? You're just putting a label on it. You're just putting a label on it, and you're expecting more money because I put a label on it.
Like I said, it is starting to die out.
What?
I don't know. Like I said, tier maker. We can do a tier maker about food. We can do a
Oh,
tier maker
tier
about summer
maker.
activities.
There it
We can do all
is.
kinds of stuff. We gotta maybe look that up over the
Derek,
week and figure that out and
Make me a
narrow
tier
that down,
maker,
hammer it in.
please.
And there's that Nintendo World Championships game that just came out, and people are actually like, yeah, it's really fun. The challenge runs and the classic games are really cool. And I was thinking that we could actually bring that in and maybe have it as a stream or part of that stream to give it a test and see if you guys like it. Maybe we actually want to bring it back as something we do from time to time. So that's some of my ideas. If you guys have any ideas, also please share. But it should be a fun time. You guys have wanted a marathon now for a couple of months. So we're finally
Marathon.
doing one on Saturday of next week, 1 week from today. It should be a good time. Marathon setting. And yeah, I'll have some booze and stuff that day too. It'll be a little bit more loose. Okay.
I remember, dude, like in 21, 19? I have no idea. He was like, I'm not going to drink on stream anymore, man. He had like a Wings moment. It was really weird and specifically depressing. I don't know. He was complaining about money because he was drinking and he blamed the booze. And then he said he was never going to drink on stream anymore. And now it's a selling point. Also, the former alcoholic is trying to get people to pay him to drink booze. But you also gotta pay him so he does it.
Cool. So that's next week, and then around
So
that,
it's
we're
a
gonna have
double
Street Fighter, We're gonna have
benefit.
Fallout. We're gonna have Stardew. We may have something new if I beat Elden Ring. So it'll be good stuff. Okay. All right. Oh, by the way, the one other thing, and this is the big X factor. So Evo weekend is right now. Evo is going on. This big fighting game championship in Las Vegas, and no exaggeration, Capcom is there, and they have the Marvel vs. Capcom collection on display. They're running tournaments on it. They actually
Okay.
just had an X-Men versus Street Fighter tournament. They already said they're going to have a Marvel 1 and 2 tournament. And it's like, it's done. The game is done. It got rated by the ESRB. This
game's
game
done.
100% is completed. It could be sold right now, but they're not selling it yet.
How do you
So
know that?
everyone is speculating that
Okay.
probably tomorrow,
Everyone.
during Evo Finals Day, they're going to make the big announcement. MVC Collection is now available for sale, and you can buy it.
Spoilers. They didn't do it.
Yes, I am changing the schedule for the week. I'm going to be playing that collection this week, and I'm going to go through all of the games, like the history of the Versus series, and I'm going to play each one and show you guys
Yeah, I did,
how to
me
play
too.
them and the differences between
We
them.
just talked about that.
I'm also going to be playing online
He's gonna
play
complain.
in pretty
A Cammy won Evo. You guys see, I'm right.
much all of them.
She's
You know,
overpowered.
and I'm going to try to get it on PC, which would mean the optimal settings and levels for the game.
Wait,
right?
he's
I
gonna
should be
get
able
it
to
on
keep the graphics,
PC?
have no input delay, play with my new Victrix joystick. It's going to be wild and super fun. If it comes out,
Okay.
it would make no sense for them not to release.
Just remember this, and like whenever that game comes out, 4 months from now, whatever. I don't know when it comes out. Just remember this. It's gonna be so cool, so fun, so chill. Just remember this shit. When he says the game sucks, it's a terrible port.
They have
It's broken. They didn't fix
it in
anything.
Evo. It's complete. Everyone's playing it and playing tournaments on it. So what would they be waiting for exactly? It wouldn't even make sense because the hype levels are super high right now. Everyone is excited for this game on social media, is ready to buy it. Thousands upon thousands of people want this game. So why would they hold off on selling it? So they're very well, this schedule this week could change around based on if that
He's like a 6-year-old trying to get the other kids in the playground to hang out with
Marvel
him.
collection comes out. If it does, I'm all over it and we can play it and enjoy awesome
love that
classic
post.
fighters for the first time in a very long time. Okay? Cool. So there
Come
you
on,
have it.
guys, come
That's
over.
what's
We're gonna have ice cream. We're gonna have, I have the new Call of Duty.
going on right now with my schedule and everything. Now
I
it's
bought a new
time
controller.
for your favorite
Well, my
segment and
mom
my
did.
favorite segment. And
Oh,
sometimes
shut up!
some
Shut
of
up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I don't care.
rats, hamsters, mice,
What?
chinchillas.
I don't even
right?
care to know what he's
I
talking
don't know
about.
why, because they don't understand English. I don't.
Shut up! You're not funny. Ha ha ha! Ah,
The
ha, ha.
first big news story is that Bethesda Game Studios have fully unionized the entirety of Bethesda. Everything Bethesda does, all of their games, all of their employees are now unionized. Okay? Now, this is a good thing,
Let's see him pretend to care.
but it may also be a bad thing, and allow me to explain.
Nice.
It's a good thing because, as you know, over the last decade, we have had time and time again horror stories from game development studios about overwork, underpay, mandatory crunch, a bad toxic work culture, right? All these things can be solved by unionizing. If the union is well-intentioned and well-run, a union can very well stick up for workers' rights and make sure that a lot of these things don't happen. Or, if they do happen, that people are properly compensated, right? That was always the problem.
Helicopter
Required crunch, you have
story.
to work 80-hour work weeks. What the fuck? Are you out of your mind? I don't care about your deadline that you promised a shareholder that this game was coming out at a certain date. I'm not going to kill myself to make your stupid video game, right?
Right.
But that's what it's been like in the gaming industry as of late, the last 10 years, horror story after horror story. And it's every studio. It's not even just like, oh, this one is the culprit. It's like, no, Rockstar, EA, Ubisoft, you know, Activision Blizzard, Bethesda, they're all doing it. They're all assholes, right? And so,
Assholes.
in regards to
He's so like juvenile.
unionization of Bethesda,
They're
I would say
all
this is a very good
assholes.
thing, and I would hope that other major studios follow suit. The workers need rights, they need to be respected, and they need to be paid for their work, and all that stuff is good. But there is kind of a wrinkle to this situation. If you remember, when Starfield came out, it wasn't that good, right? Let's all be honest here. Let's not sugarcoat it. It wasn't that good. Now, I've heard that it's improved, it's been patched, it runs better now, but the game just felt a lot samey to other video games that Bethesda has put out.
Samey.
The new features they added, like shipbuilding, you know, base building on planets, crafting, is literally worthless content that no one needs to ever do. So it just wasn't a very different, inspiring game, correct? And so when people were actually interviewed about this, some former people who worked on Starfield but left the company actually were honest. They were like, there's too much
What? How do you know that though?
bureaucracy. There's too much. It's too corporate at Bethesda. What does that mean? Bethesda grew
Oh
to such
my
a point.
God.
Like, think about all the things
What
under
do I
Bethesda
mean by
umbrella
that?
right now, right? You got all the Elder Scrolls, all the Fallouts. Now you got Starfield. You've got the Doom games. You've got so many franchises under the guise of Bethesda, under the umbrella, that basically they grew too big for their own good. And the way that the studio works is that there's levels and levels of bureaucracy that you have to go through to get anything done. So this one former game dev actually gave an example about Starfield. He was like, the reason that the ending of Starfield essentially sucks and feels like it's rushed and doesn't make sense, it's the whole multiverse
okay.
ending that the game has.
I like how he just says a former employees being honest are saying this. How do you know
because
that?
it really was rushed and they didn't have an ending for the game.
I don't know.
They ran out of time and didn't know what the ending should be. So they panicked and rushed to just get an ending out. Why?
I don't even know what he's talking about. And the problem with this fucking news segment that's terrible and makes it awful is that it's all like fourth-hand information from a guy who can't even fucking remember to brush his teeth, dude. Like, I hate this. I fucking hate
Why do they have
this.
to do that?
I don't even know
Because
what
the
he's
game took
talking about. You can't believe anything he's saying. Is this a true story? Is this a direct quote? I don't know. Is he putting words in this person's mouth? I have no idea.
long to develop because of bureaucracy. For example,
Bureaucracy.
Oh, I just realized we need to have a unique
Buzzword,
chair
buzzword.
for this scene. So they would send that request off to another dev part of the group. They couldn't make the chair themselves. They didn't have the resources to do that. They had to send off the request to the department, but it had to go through two
Yes,
levels
dude. It's honest because it's the opinion he believes and agrees with.
and go over there to that department, and that department had to have time to review it, check out the scope of work, get back with a quote on how long it would take to actually design and turn back this chair. So we need a chair, and no lie, it takes 2 months to get a fucking chair. So if it takes 2 months to get one game asset, how long do you think it's going to take to make a game? 7, 8 years, right? And that's the problem. But
Yeah, it was in development for a long time.
So bureaucratic, so going through these 100 levels of approval to get anything done, nothing ever gets done, and so the games are coming out and they suck.
But the game was done though.
They take too long to make, and then you can't get anything
Okay,
done.
I don't
They
know.
literally
You can't get anything done, but the game took long, but it didn't get done, even though it was done and released.
wrote the
I
ending
don't
of the
know.
game on a whim because they couldn't think of what to do because they ran out of time. That's why the ending is terrible. Okay? So, if Bethesda is already too big for its own good and already too bureaucratic, how is unionizing going to help that problem? If anything, what unionizing does, it adds more layers of approval, more layers of bureaucracy, more layers of delay to a company that already is not good at putting out games in any kind of a satisfactory manner.
I wasn't listening. What did he say?
Unionizing does, it adds more layers of approval, more layers of bureaucracy, more layers of delay to a company that already is not good at putting out games in any kind of a satisfactory manner.
What?
So if you thought, oh man, it's taking too long for Elder Scrolls 6 to come out, you may have to wait even longer for it because now they've unionized, right? That's what I mean. Like, everything's a double-edged sword in life. A lot of the times you got to see both sides. I'm happy that they unionize. I want them
Why?
to
No,
be
you're
treated
not.
fairly.
You don't
I want them to get their
care.
fair shake. I don't want them to
This
be
is
mistreated.
annoying. I hate when he
I
does
had
this
to do
too.
it to them snipes.
Big up Skangar for the 5, dude.
I have no idea what Phil is talking about right now. The lopsidedness of his hair is far too distracting.
That's a great point.
For work, you know, everyone deserves
Getting
that
lost in the
workplace.
vortex.
The problem is
The
your company
slanted face.
already isn't efficient. So
Thank
now
you,
you've
Dave.
added in another level of things that will make you even less efficient. That's a problem, you know. Bethesda will only be successful for a limited time until they start putting out better games again. Starfield was not the success they wanted. They put an insane amount of time and effort into it, and it did not do nearly as well as they had hoped. Okay? They're hoping with this DLC that's coming out that this is going to bring more people to it, much like how Phantom Liberty brought more people to Cyberpunk 2077. I'm not so sure that's going to happen. I think actually what will happen is you'll get more people jumping back into the game who already own the Deluxe Pass. I don't foresee new people jumping into Starfield because there's a DLC out like they did with Cyberpunk. Okay? So,
I mean, the game's gonna be discounted. Some people are gonna buy it. Whatever.
I don't know.
I don't care.
I don't know what's going to happen. And I'm very worried about the future of Bethesda games, notably Elder Scrolls and Fallout.
Well, why are you worried? This was a news story about people unionizing, and now he's talking about like the new games that are
Now the
coming out,
situation
and he's worried.
They're in is ludicrous.
I thought you loved the fact that they unionized.
Fallout TV show comes out. They have no products whatsoever to offer people to tie in with it besides 7 to 8 year old games at the youngest.
What? What? Fallout 76 had like a big update. They have like a whatever. Doesn't count,
Don't
I guess.
want crunch, but don't dare delay my game, dude.
Yeah, also, if you do delay it, what the fuck are you thinking? Marvel versus Capcom? The game's ready to release now, you fucking idiots. What are you, a stupid company? Release it now, you bitches.
Right? What the
Big up,
fuck were
Scarito,
they
thank you.
thinking there? That's the most boneheaded business move. But out
Like, look at this lie. Look at this straight up lie.
to tie in with it besides 7 to 8 year old games at the youngest.
7 to 8 year old games, that's all they had to add with Fallout. Even though they updated 76, which is like a 4-year-old game. Or 5, whatever.
Right? What the fuck
I
were
don't
they
know.
thinking there? That's the most boneheaded business move. Put out a TV show that popularizes your franchise in the mainstream. Your IP is popular now.
But dude, again, we're doing this again because, dude, Fallout 4 was like a top-selling game the month the show came out. All of the Fallouts, not just one of them, all of them were like the most played games on Steam. Back to back to back. I don't know.
But you have nothing to offer.
They got people interested in the franchise again. People are going to be excited for the next one. They're excited for the new show. I guess it sucks that they don't have a new game to release, but like, I don't know. This shit takes a
for
long
anyone
time.
because you're so bureaucratic and bloated, you can't do any work.
Okay. Right. Sounds like you did.
What a bunch of fucking idiots in charge over there. Todd
Fucking
Howard,
idiots.
Yeah, he's dropped the ball. He's a moron. I can't
All right.
believe he thought this was
Now game devs are back to being idiots and morons and they suck and they're
a
stupid.
good idea.
But he loves
Yeah,
them.
It's really stupid thinking.
Todd Howard, specifically.
So yeah, I can't imagine what's going to happen with Fallout now. You know, and again, we keep saying, why don't they just outsource Fallout? Why don't they give it to another studio to work on? If they really don't have the resources or the means to do anything because they're so fucked up with the way they run, give the projects off to someone else who's willing to do it. No, it's our
Okay.
baby. We're not going to do that. Like,
All right. Would you give DSP Gaming to someone else to run? Probably not.
okay,
I don't know.
you say so.
Whatever.
Anyway,
Whatever.
so that's what's going on with Bethesda right now. Now it's time for the other story, which I already teased. So as you know, when Assassin's Creed Shadows was announced a couple months ago, they said there's 2 protagonists. A female ninja, which already people have issue with because they're like, there really weren't that many female ninjas, and one of them being the protagonist is kind of ridiculous.
Imagine caring this much about fucking Assassin's Creed.
But whatever. But the other one is a black samurai by the name of Yusuke.
I had
And-
to do it to them snipers.
Thank you, Black Mage, for the 5, dude. Nice to see you.
Imagine if his roof collapsed on him as he said this.
That would be great. If only, dude. Fingers crossed. There's still hope in Minecraft.
All of a sudden, when this was announced, people started yelling, "Oh, but you can't say that this is like them trying to force, I forgot the word, diversity. This is not them trying to force diversity down your throat by having a black samurai as the main character of the game because he's real. He's historically accurate. Didn't you know?
Is he?
There actually was a black samurai in Japan called Yusuke, and he served under this actual shogun guy for a while and was almost like his right-hand man, bodyguard style
Twitter
guy for a
trending
bit,
the podcast.
until the guy died, and then he basically went on and did his own thing, and I guess he kind of faded out of history after that. Now, immediately, when this was announced, everyone has to argue about it. Some people are like, no, that's bullshit. It's not historically
I
accurate.
hate
You
when he
made it
does
up.
this.
Others are like, no, it's completely historically accurate. It's not made up. And then there's people who are like arguing
I hate how this is the story. He's saying what other people said. Why is this the story?
levels of in between, saying, actually, even though
Like, this is something he should probably learn to clean up. This news segment. What the fuck is this news segment supposed to be? Because he always likes to give his thoughts and opinions, quote unquote, because he doesn't really have any. But still, sometimes it's about what other people say, and then sometimes he says you shouldn't care about certain things, and sometimes he just gives you fake information. Like, this whole thing needs to be cleaned up. This is a disgrace to news
Yusuke
networks.
was taken up as like one of the sword hands or whatever of this Shogun
This
guy.
is the downfall.
He really
yes.
wasn't a samurai. He kind of had the power of a samurai, but he wasn't regarded
What the
as a
fuck is
samurai
the
at
power
time.
of the
In fact,
samurai?
a lot of people said really what he was
What the fuck does that mean? Do you have the power of the samurai?
kind of a
What the
hate
fuck
to say
does that
it,
mean?
kind of like a talking
Grand Obson, thank you, dude, for the 7 months. It's great.
piece. Like, oh look, that Shogun has a black guy who works for him. Wow. A talking piece. Like, oh look, that Shogun has a black guy who works for him. Wow. That's crazy. In Japan, to have someone who's foreign to be part of your like inner circle. Oh wow, how prestigious and stuff like that. So essentially, he was being used to make the Shogun look good, right? Well, because other Shoguns couldn't have that, and he had it. You know what I'm saying? So in reality, it's kind of messed up. It's not actually what people think. It's not, oh, he was really applauded and lauded as a samurai. He was more as like being used as a tool to get over this Shogun. Do you see? Like he's showing off, right?
I have no idea what he's saying.
Anyway, ever since this happened, this announcement and this argument back and forth,
He was a
people have started to
DEI
do
hire.
research. Well, guess what? Guess what's been discovered? Are you ready for this? The entire story is fake. The entire thing is made up by a guy named Thomas Lockley. Thomas Lockley, okay, was basically a part of the program at Nihon University in Japan. He's white. Okay?
He's
ready?
white.
Get ready? I mean, I can't believe this story, but it's true.
I
He's a
can't
white
believe he's
guy
white.
Who got himself into a Japanese university, and he basically
Wait, how did he get a university?
made up.
I thought they didn't accept white people. That's why you didn't go to college or whatever. Whatever you said. Whatever stupid thing DSP said.
This story.
Something.
Basically,
I don't know what he
said
said.
Yasuke was a nobody. He was used by the elites in Japan to
I forget
support
the
the
story.
idea of Afrocentrism. He really was just kind of almost a slave. He wasn't a samurai. He wasn't given samurai duties. He was pushed forward and dressed up, but that was it. Historically, that's what it was. But this guy, Thomas Lockley, he went to Japan. Just listen to this. Here's what he did. Are you ready for this? This is crazy. This guy created a fictional embellished story. Okay? Just listen to this.
Okay.
He made it up, saying that he was a samurai completely. He never was. He was trying to sell books. He was trying to sell this story, and he actually fooled this Japanese university into doing it. Then people went to places like Wikipedia and started editing the articles and stuff. So they did all this deep research, and they come to find out this Thomas Lockley guy, all right, he was the one editing Wikipedia to fit his own narrative of what he was trying to push so that he could write books, do interviews, make articles, and talk about this phantom story that he fucking made up.
The Phantom story.
Okay? It's pretty insane.
Damn,
Now-
dude. Reminder, DSP said no one should care about this when it was first brought up. He was complaining that people shouldn't care,
How did this
and you should stop thinking about it.
come to light? How did people find out? Because after this Assassin's Creed Shadows went mainstream and the big debate went into social media, the Japanese government looked into it, and they found out the truth about the story. They called this guy out, Thomas Lockley, and guess what they did? They fired
Who's
him from the
they?
university.
Oh,
They completely
they.
disbarred him, like, from doing any work at the university ever again.
Damn, dude.
They just got rid of him. They shit canned him, saying they realized the whole story was fake. It's pretty fucked up. So, guys,
fucked
the
up?
things you're quoting are from what this guy wrote. People are idiots. They're actually in my chat quoting Wikipedia, which is what this guy made up. They found out this guy, Thomas Lockley, was the guy who wrote the Wikipedia articles. He's the one who was editing them to say the information you're putting into my chat right now. You're quoting the fake information. He made it up.
You brought
Yes,
it up.
the actual
You,
truth. This is from the
yes, you.
Japanese government. They outright came out and said, listen, the truth is, yes, this guy was used as kind of like a symbol, but he wasn't really a samurai. It actually kind of is messed up. It's a messed up history. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't anything. Yes,
It's
the Japanese
messed
people
up.
in power at that time used Yasuke as a way to get over. but he was never what they're trying to say he was in this game, or what this Thomas Lockley claimed he was in the stories he wrote, in the books he wrote. He made it all up so that he could make money. It was a scam, actually. Okay? So.
Made it up so he could make money?
That's just crazy. Yeah, so here's some of the comments on social media about it. So in the end,
Why do I
person's
give a
invention
fuck?
is monetizing a token black person. Yeah, the guy's a scumbag, basically. This Thomas Lockley guy is a complete scumbag. Here you go.
Broken
Huge
clock.
possibility he fabricated Yasuke for his book and sales career. He has since deleted all of his social media accounts. Nihon University deleted everything about him ever, so there's no history he ever worked at the university. Wow.
He's like your editors. How you're using
So it's funny
them.
because you got idiots in the chat. Again, they're just regurgitating stuff. Thank you.
Regurgitating. Thank you, yes.
Anyone that is buying AC doesn't care about this.
We'll see. We'll see how well that game does. I don't know. It's just another... It's going to be Assassin's Creed Origins for the 4th time. That's all it's going to be. So, whatever. With a few improvements.
And it's like, do you think that
Thank
the
you,
actual
yes.
university that he worked at would have deleted his entire history
It'll
of
be
him working
fine.
there
I'm sure it'll do fine.
if he was
'Cause, yeah,
telling
I don't think people really give a
the
fuck.
truth? Right? But anyway, the truth is it doesn't matter, right? Here's the funny part.
It doesn't
None of
matter.
it matters.
Why doesn't
at
it
all.
matter?
It's just a video game, and we could just say, well, it's embellished
No, it's history.
for the sake of the
What?
game. That's
I thought you were talking about the real life like history of it. How does it not matter?
all correct. The problem is Ubisoft tries to say stuff like, oh, based on a
You were mentioning like the real life stuff, and now you're talking
true
about
story, and this is because this
Ubisoft.
was real and that was real.
Okay.
And it's not. If they would just lean into more bullshit, I think it'd be fine. But they always try to have this like, oh yeah, it's based on
Okay, yes.
a nugget of truth from history. No, it isn't. Actually, at all. It's not. It's made up. It's a made up story for this guy to sell books, to feel like, oh, because they were so liberal in Japan and they empowered a black man to be a samurai, and none of it happened. He made the whole fucking thing up and got disbarred and fired from a university, erased. He deleted his social media accounts because the guy is a joke, and it was all exposed when Ubisoft chose that to be the subject matter of their video game. So there's the story.
Well, I guess they were basing it
Okay.
off of someone else's lie. I guess he's trying to say they propagated the lie.
All right,
Is
last
that the right word? I don't know.
story of the day. SNK has announced they are now going to make a new Art of Fighting game, and they are also going to make a Samurai Showdown action RPG hybrid game.
Samurai.
They announced this, I guess, at EVO, and everyone was like, what? Like, here's the thing. SNK is a good company, and I like their games that they made over the years, but King of Fighters I don't really like anymore. I don't really like the way that it fights. So now they got this new Fatal Fury game coming out next year, and people are hyped for that and wondering if it'll be any good. But now they're already announcing 2 more games. It's like, wait a minute. You didn't release Fatal Fury yet. Yes, there's interest in Fatal Fury. 2 of your characters are going to be guest characters in Street Fighter 6. The new Fatal Fury game's coming out, but the game didn't come out yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it comes out and it's a hit, then be like, okay, now we're working on the next 2 games. But instead, it's like they jumped that step, and they're saying, we're just going to keep coming out with a bunch more games. It's like, but wait a minute. Are you
my
sure?
God.
Because you don't know how Fatal Fury is going to sell. Are you sure you want to jump into making more of this stuff, right? So I don't know. Like, I'm on the fence about this. Like, people keep asking me, are you going to play the Fatal Fury game? I don't know. I might. I might not.
skip,
I'm undecided at this
Yeah,
point. Perhaps
I don't care.
She'll move to emphasize the damage or whatever. But it wasn't really a very competitive series.
I don't care about your
Social
Fatal Frame
media,
opinion. Please,
Like,
what?
hey,
What is
okay.
this? What is he doing?
So that is the news for today.
Okay, he's done with
And-
the news.
I clicked the wrong thing. Sorry. And
No hotkeys?
like, no lie, every day I keep going to social media and I keep checking.
social
see-
media. I hate, just a nitpick of mine. I hate that he says social media. Because he just means one app. One website.
Hey, did they announce the MVC collection is
I'm
coming out
checking
yet?
social media.
Right? Did
Fuck off.
they announce the date for that yet? Because they have it at EVO. It's literally right there at EVO. I don't know why. It just wouldn't be released.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He loves
Right?
unions. Maybe they're unionized, dude. Like you said.
But there's
it's
nothing.
gonna
I'm checking,
cause
nothing.
delays.
Still nothing. Like I said, I think it's going to be tomorrow. I really feel like it'll probably be like tomorrow's the finals day where they're broadcasting all their finals. And I bet what they're going to do, I bet what they're going to end up doing is they're going to announce it during that. I feel.
Okay, can we move
But
on?
anyway, yeah, nothing yet, right?
Let's see. Final Fantasy
Let's go.
VII
All right.
review.
On the YouTube side of stuff, thank you to
Shoutouts.
Luthes, who did a super chat and says Final Fantasy VII Rebirth now, please. No, I've already announced I'm not playing it.
No.
It had its time to shine when it was new. People didn't like it then.
People
no
didn't
one has
like
done enough
it.
to convince me that bringing it back now is going to work.
You like this? You like this little fucking weird segment? This weird beg fucking weirdness?
No one has done enough to convince me that bringing it back now is going to work. Plus,
You know how you convince him? You email him saying you're going to give him $100 every time he plays it. That's how you convince him that it's worth playing. What a weird person.
apparently I have no exaggeration, 60 plus hours left to beat it. I'm about 20 hours in, and people are saying it's about an 80-hour game. I don't have 60 gameplay hours to get through it in the next month. Remember,
What?
1 month's time is Black Myth Wukong.
What does
right
that
after
even
that is Star Wars
mean?
Outlaws and
Why are you going to play Star Wars Outlaws?
that other game too, right?
Fuck
They're all
that
like
game.
at once. Hold
Who
on.
cares?
I'll open it up here.
Oh my god.
Oh, the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 beta is coming out on the 30th. That's right. Then within that next week, there's Quidditch Champions, Stalker 2, and the new Astrobot game. And the week after that is Warhammer 40k, Space Marines 2. So once we get to basically August 20th, we are busy nonstop with new releases. So I don't have enough time to even bring back Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and beat it. I hate to say it. It's just a victim of coming out at the time it did. I don't think anyone cared about it because there were too many other RPGs out at the time.
Okay.
It's a shame.
Oh my
I thought the
God.
game looked good and was playing well. I'll admit the open world was getting boring, but I liked the story and its elements, but no one else did. I
So
felt like I
just
was
skip the
playing
open
the game
world
for
stuff.
myself. As I was playing it, literally people were telling me, we're bored to tears. Stop playing this. It's terrible.
There you go. Again, I mentioned this earlier. He's going to blame everybody else. Dude, people could have been saying that, sure. But people were also saying, a guy just now said to play it. Right? So what the fuck does it matter what people were saying? Because people are also saying to play it. So why do you choose to listen to one and not the other? It's almost like you actually just don't give a fuck about anything. And you just want to make money off of it. You're here for the paycheck. You don't actually care. But he keeps using it as a shield. Oh, people are telling me to stop playing it. People are telling you to play it. You
Do
fucking
something else.
fake asshole.
So I did.
So I did.
I can't make my audience like a game.
Okay.
You know, I just can't.
Whatever.
And again, if the game wasn't 60,
Also, what the fuck? Dude. Oh my god. Just the other day, I did a stream, what, like 3 days ago, 2 days ago? And he was saying Maximilian is popular because people show up because they like being around him and hanging out with him. And it's not about the game. But now he's blaming the game and saying that he can't make people like the game. I thought people were here to watch the streamer, not the game. They can go anywhere to watch the game. I can look up a gameplay, no commentary, full playthrough, long play of Final Fantasy VII. I could just do that, dude. I'm supposed to be here for you, right?
60 hours, maybe I would bring it back in some capacity and play it, but 60 hours?
Whatever.
If I play it a few hours a week, we won't beat it until the middle of next year. So I guess we're done. You know, it's a shame, but I mean, it's kind of the same thing that actually happened to the game to everyone else. It undersold massively. It didn't get close to Final Fantasy VII
Massively.
Remake. It didn't get close to the numbers they even thought it would do at all. They were shocked that it sold so low.
Shocked.
So it seems like the world all kind of agreed on it. They didn't really care.
Okay.
And I can't make the world care about Final Fantasy VII again
Nobody
in
cared.
2024.
Nobody cared.
You know, I can't do it, you know? Okay. So, Lutes, I'm sorry. Thank you for the super chat, but I'm sorry. That's just what happened, right? Okay. Continuing on.
Whatever, dude. I don't care.
First tip of the day is a $2 tip from Kyle. This person says,
Uh-oh.
I love your Street Fighter content, but have I been banned from chat? I don't know. Kyle, I don't know who you are.
Okay.
First time speaking with you, right, Kyle? If you think you're banned from chat, you can email me.
I like
Your
this.
content, but have I been banned from chat? I don't know. Kyle, I don't know who you are. First time speaking with you, right, Kyle?
First I'm speaking with you, right, Kyle?
If you think you're banned from chat, you can email me. I need a link to your URL of your YouTube channel or your at whatever your name is on YouTube. If you can send me that, I can look into it.
What
But
the
yeah,
fuck
like I have
is
no
up,
clue.
Kyle?
I don't know who you are. I would love to unban you. I don't know why you would have been banned randomly.
Do I think Phil resumed his daily power walks / runs with better weather?
Then again, yesterday when I played Street Fighter quite a lot, there was
Is
a
that a
lot of
trick
trolling and stuff.
question?
So maybe there was a mistake made by a mod. It could be. So
No, I don't think he
sorry
has.
about that. Shoot me an email and I'll have to look into it for you. Okay.
Nice. Big ups, Kyle.
excuse-
Let's go, Bethesda.
I received a $5 tip from an anonymous tipper. I was impressed by your take on the Bethesda unionization and what's going on
What?
with Assassin's Creed. You have a unique perspective. You don't mince words. Thanks, Phil. All right, you're welcome.
What?
I try to approach it.
Shut the fuck up, dude. This sucks. Whoever did this, fuck you.
By your take
You fucking
on the
larper.
Bethesda unionization
I hate you.
and what's going on with Assassin's Creed. You have a unique perspective. You don't mince words. Thanks, Phil.
This is such like a fucking larp ass fucking money donation.
All right, you're welcome.
That
I try
is
to approach it
so
from
fake. It's like a
a
parody.
perspective where I'm not taking sides.
Phil, I love you and your streams. You are so cool and unique
Like,
and
for
fun
example, I totally do
and
support
chill.
the unionization of people in game companies, but I wonder how it's going to affect Bethesda, who already is
Yes,
inefficient. Like, I
dude.
got to see it from both sides. You know what I'm saying? You know, the same thing with
He loves
the
it.
Assassin's Creed deal.
Yes, I agree. I'm awesome. You see, this is how I am awesome. This is what I do to remain awesome.
I don't. The whole fact that people want to make it,
Oh,
it's super liberal. The liberals lied about it, shit like that. I don't really care about that. What I care about is now the whole story's been exposed for being fake, and people still want to defend it. Like, what? People in my chat
Huh?
defending it. No, the entire story's been blown apart. Historically inaccurate. It didn't happen. This guy made it up. He was disbarred from a Japanese university because of it, and they deleted his entire history of the
Disbarred,
university,
by the way.
and the guy is hiding by
He's a
deleting
lawyer.
social media accounts. It's all fabricated, and people are like, "Oh no, it really happened." Here's the no, it didn't happen. Thank you.
yes, thank
Phil,
you.
you are tough and handsome. How do you do it?
Well, you know, what I do is I eat my breakfast burrito, you know, and then I order some DoorDash.
It doesn't matter how many online articles you're referencing. The
Thank
guy
you,
literally
yes.
made it all up himself. He edited his own Wikipedia articles and shit to push his
Okay.
own narrative. Like, what
We're
don't you
getting a
understand?
repeated segment.
I just don't understand people who want to believe the biggest nonsense. Even if it makes you feel good or feel bad or whatever it may make you feel, sometimes you just got to look at the facts for what they are, right? Yeah, it's a feel-good moment to hear that Bethesda's unionized, but it also could mean a bad move for the industry when they already can't make games. I see both sides of that. A lot of people won't, you know?
Whatever.
Okay.
Basically, I'm a fence sitter is why I'm so
All right,
awesome.
so good
What
stuff.
is
That's what we had to
I
shout out
don't
so
know.
far. If you guys contribute in any way,
Oh no,
I'll do a shout out
$7.
here live. Remember my goals?
No.
If I hit $50 tips today, I would be happy. It'd be great if I could do that by the end of the Elden Ring stream. Thanks to those who support in any way. Today, obviously, if we hit the tips goal, we'll have the return of the Dumas helmet. And it's basically we're running down to the final times I'll wear it, right?
Look,
And
he's
basically Elden
jangling the
Ring
key. He's jangling the key in front of you.
or the Dark Souls stream tonight
Here it
or
is.
tomorrow night.
Here it is,
over
pay
on
pigs.
DSP Throwback. So yeah, if you want to see this, please support the stream today. Let's hit that tier 2 tips goal. Dumas shall return to try to take down the final boss. Okay, what's up, Game Boy? How are you today? Okay, so if you would like to chat with me for the last 15-20 minutes of the show, please tag me in the chat. Okay?
Great. Okay, this is where I skip ahead.
Wow, Iron Man the Power
Let's see.
says,
Oh, Final Fantasy.
I've almost
okay.
done Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I'm on chapter 13. I have one more chapter to go. I've spent 84 hours on it.
Okay, I don't care. WWE.
Don't Be Koala did a super chat. Okay, then. Thanks, Don't Be Koala. Nice name.
For now?
Yes, the former WWE wrestler Mansoor started tweeting at me yesterday. Come to find out, he's actually a fan of mine, like a long-term fan. He was referencing
Oh my god.
the crouch jump from my Black Mesa run over a decade ago.
Dude, Mansoor.
Then he was referencing the band Raw. Do you guys remember when I first started on YouTube? I used that song Raw, Do You Call My Name in my reviews for the Hateful Truth reviews. And he referenced that. I was like, dude, that's like super old school stuff. That's awesome. So he's actually a fan from like over a decade ago.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is actually genuinely crazy. I'm looking for the tweet. I'm looking for the exchange. Hold on. Here it is. Mansoor said, "Shout out to the losers that spend thousands of dollars on WWE Supercard. You're feeding our kids." And then he mentions DSP and then tags him. Appreciate the tag, but the game I'm actually accused of doing this with is WWE Champions, not Supercard. Easy to confuse, though. And then there's the infamous crouch jump photo. Jump, then crouch. And then thanks for introducing me to Raw King. He's a fan. He dunked on you, bro. Straight up dunked on you. Made fun of you. How is he a fan?
It's pretty cool. But then
I don't
again,
know.
there's probably tons of people.
Like, with that logic, that makes me a fan, doesn't it? Aren't I a fan because I am bringing up shit to make fun of you about? I'm dunking on you.
Who are
I don't
fans
know.
of mine from back in the day and you would know, because who talks about Dark Side Phil in public eye today unless it's negative, right?
Yeah,
so it was actually
Trayvon.
really cool to have a little conversation back and forth with him yesterday.
Dude, it was wild. I discovered that dude. The first time was the Punished Jesus. You guys ever hear of Punished Jesus? That he will not divide us? This fucking thing? When I found out that wrestler was this guy, I was like, what?
Darkness and silence through the night.
That's crazy. It's like a crazy crossover. Universes collide.
I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What I feel in my heart, but you're so supreme.
Anyways, this is the guy that dunked on you, man. Get out of here. You weirdo. Ultra narcissism. Dude, XJS, thank you for the 2 months.
A glimpse of the silent majority. Yeah, how many times do we now see people come in here
What?
and say stuff like,
And then he turns it into this.
hey, you know, I'm a fan of yours from a million
Mansoor, quote unquote, Mansoor is the silent minority? No, silent majority.
years ago, but I don't really talk that much, but I just want to say hi and here's some support.
Shut
We
the
see it
fuck
often,
up.
actually, I would say. You know, people who've been around for so long. I mean, dude, I have a YouTube channel based on my legacy because I've been around for 16 years. It's restoring the old playthroughs. You know what I mean? Like, I've been around so long, I can have a legacy YouTube channel.
This is insanity. What is this called? What do you even call this? Guy who makes fun of me. Yeah, man, he's like a real fan. He's like been a fan forever. He's the silent majority. Fuck off, dude. This like narcissism, ego, weird, warped reality. Okay. Why?
Do I still have the coffee table from my old condo videos?
Don't care.
The Dan Man.
Tell me about your creatine use.
The dollar asking, did I ever take creatine before? No, back when I was weightlifting in the early 2000s, creatine wasn't like mainstream.
Oh, I saw this being discussed.
It's only for like
Hey, Snort Exchange,
powerlifters,
what's
but I
up, dude?
definitely had one of those like whey protein things
Who did he outlive?
that I would drink.
To be fair, I said outlasts.
You know-
I didn't say outlive.
Around the time that I was working
But,
out to regain
Mr. Biden
protein
did.
mass or whatever it was.
He never took creatine, except there's clips
Excuse
of him
me.
saying that he did. I don't know.
Something in my throat. My
What do you
allergies,
believe?
man.
Like, this dude's whole life is a lie. It's insane.
Fart.
Something as simple as creatine use for when he was a bodybuilder. He can't even keep track of that. Something as small as that, he can't even be honest about.
Did a super chat. He says it's sad how people don't care about Final Fantasy anymore. I mean, do you want to know the truth? It's solely on the shoulders of Square Enix is the reason why.
Wow, you're telling me the company that makes the game is responsible for like the game's success? Whoa.
And here's why. I feel you can just
I don't care, dude. You know what?
Disagree.
Actually, I kind of care.
Final Fantasy has always had a good thing going, right? But what's happened is the last few iterations of Final Fantasy, it's like Square Enix did everything in their power to veer as far away from the formula that people like as humanly possible. You had an MMO, which at first failed at launch, but then was retooled and was very successful. But can you truly say Final Fantasy XIV is in the spirit of Final Fantasy classics? No. It's
What?
different. It's fine that it's different.
But he's missing out on the first MMO they did
But-
that a lot of people play.
It's definitely different, correct?
Okay, I don't know. Final Fantasy 11
Yeah,
doesn't
Final
exist,
Fantasy
I guess.
15. An unfinished, rushed mess that, again, had some tie-ins to Final Fantasy, but definitely feels like its own standalone universe. It doesn't feel
What?
like it's tying in to classic Final Fantasy
What
at
is that even?
the end of the day, and it's
I
a very
don't-
unsatisfying game because it doesn't feel finished.
I don't know.
Then you have Final Fantasy 16, where they literally did
Literally.
everything possible to make it not feel like Final Fantasy. It's not even, it has no turn-based combat at all. They tried to make it
Okay.
adult-oriented like Game of Thrones, only a decade too late for it to make sense. Game of Thrones isn't nearly as popular as it was a decade ago.
Apparently, mature adult fantasy is out of style.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they tried so hard to be edgy and different.
Okay.
They veered from the formula of what people want. And then they
What should it have been actually?
expect that people are going to go back to the nostalgia well for Final Fantasy VII Remake,
It should have
Rebirth,
been
etc.
18-year-olds.
I think they will
like
every once
Panda
in a
Lee.
while, but do you really think they're going to keep going back to it over and over and over? I think with 7, the nostalgia was huge. And by the way, when Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, there wasn't a bombardment of other Final Fantasy content. We just had Final Fantasy 16, which was a very polarizing game and did not sell up to expectations of what Square Enix wanted. And then they released Rebirth right after.
Like there's got to be he's not he's conveniently ignoring multiple factors as to why these games didn't sell as well. They both released on PS5 at the time when the PS5 wasn't like as common. Dude, when 16 came out, you couldn't buy a PS5 in the store. I couldn't go on Amazon and buy a PS5. And I think Rebirth was around even before that started happening too. I don't even remember when that came out. But like, dude, you're comparing it to Final Fantasy VII, the first one. It was a big deal. It's been a game that was in development forever. They announced it. It was like a PS3 thing that came out finally. It was a big thing. And there was a shit ton of PS4s. It was at the end of the PS4's life. It came out the same year the PS5 came out. There's a lot of factors.
There's literally no hype.
I don't know. It's not just because people hate it.
And there's a million other competitors,
I don't
right?
know.
You got Like a Dragon. You got Persona.
Like, obviously, it's not as big as it used to be, but still, you can't just conveniently ignore stuff just because it doesn't fit what you're trying to say.
3 Reload. You've got this. You've got that. I mean, hell, you just had Baldur's Gate 3 before. So you have all this competition
Thank you, Lord Kane and Snort Exchange, for the 8 months, both of you. Big ups,
in
dude.
the RPG realm, and you expect that just because it says Final Fantasy 7,
Oh, 7 came out
everyone's
this
gonna drop
year,
everything
whoops.
and run to play it. No. There's already oversaturation in the market. So you've degraded the name Final Fantasy by trying to veer away from what the franchise was good for so long that the name no longer has weight. So now when you release Rebirth, people don't really care that much anymore.
It's also like I don't know what he wants though, because if they go back to a turn-based style, I don't think they can get back into the mainstream that way. I just don't think it's as compelling as it used to be. They're trying to get a wider audience of people that are just playing games. If they go back to turn-based, I don't think it's going to do as well. I don't think as many people would be interested in it.
Yeah, it's their fault.
Because it's not like a small indie game that's going to do really well. It's a big-ass game that costs a lot of money.
Thank you.
Whatever. Thank you, Sodsky.
DSP played FF16 like DMC. Just spam stinger.
Yeah. That's like every game. It's just like a Street Fighter. He mashes headbutt and somersault kick or whatever. That makes him innovate. He thinks he's innovating. Big up, Zotsky. Thank you.
I don't really feel.
But yeah, also the game didn't flop, but he's talking about it like it did. But it's well regarded.
Like,
it has good reviews.
It's the fans that don't
It's going to come out on PC.
like Final Fantasy. I think Square
Maybe it'll find its audience on PC. I don't know. I think PC gamers will like
Enix
it.
ran it into the ground with their bad decisions. That's what I think happened.
I don't know, dude.
Excuse me. This frog in my throat is bothering me today.
The frag in
Okay.
my throat.
Thanks, Fart, for the super chat. Gee, nice saying. Okay.
What the fuck?
What else we got to talk
dude?
about
You're
today?
so annoying.
Interesting. Stop asking me that stupid question. I'm not answering it. Satan says, have a hell of a day. Well,
Yeah, I don't even know what his point about 14 was.
thank you.
Thank you, Lord Kane.
I guess if I have sex, it's too edgy and wrong. Smiley face.
Yeah, he's married. I'm married. What do you think? I have sex? No.
Thank you, Satan. I'll try to have
I have
hell
a
of
race
day
car bed.
today.
I sleep in my race car bed. Burnell?
For now.
Final Fantasy 17? Don't you mean 16? 17? They made it 17? I wasn't even aware of that.
Oh my god.
I must have missed it.
Okay. You're so funny. Let's go Cyberpunk.
No, as I've already said, I would not revisit Cyberpunk 2077. It has nothing to do with the fact that the game was broken at launch. I could even care less about that. It was that I didn't like the game universe. I found it quite boring and annoying after just a few hours of gameplay. And on top of that, I felt that all the gameplay elements had essentially been done in other games better, like either Deus Ex or Borderlands.
What?
There was
Bro,
nothing in the
shut
game
the
that gripped
fuck
me
up.
and made me enjoy it. There was maybe 2 quest lines in the entire game that I thought were very unique and interesting. But with 85% of the time I'm playing the game, I'm bored. It just means it's a game I'm not going to like. So no, I'm not going to go back to a game that I already know I don't like and set myself up for more boredom and frustration.
I don't understand that. I feel that other games did certain things better, therefore I'm not going to play Cyberpunk. And I don't even like Cyberpunk. But to say that, dude, you play other games that also copy elements from other games. Like, you do that all the time. What is that shouldn't really have... That's not like a sound argument for you to be saying why you're not playing Cyberpunk. You're playing Elden Ring. You're playing Elden Ring. Is that not just Dark Souls 7? Whatever the fuck? I don't know. It's pretty similar. It's copying elements from the other thing. You know what I'm trying to say here? That seems like a pretty weird excuse when you played fucking other games that are also derivatives of others. You played another Crab's Treasure. That's a better example. Does Dark Souls not do it better? I don't know. Whatever. I don't care. Why am I defending something I don't even care about?
How's the weather? Still very warm.
How's the weather? I don't give a fuck. Go fuck yourself. Okay, we're done. Next one.
Oh.
All right, can we end it?
People aren't-
Oh my god, fuck you. Look at this.
Oh my goodness. Looks like you guys aren't too talkative today. Are we done?
Don't care. We're done. Fuck you. Next one. So this is from yesterday. This is who he outlasted. Burnell? He goes on a massive rant at the beginning. So let's see what he has to say. I have no idea what he says.
What's going on, everybody? Well, we're going to have a heck of a show today. And I'll be honest, today, I was going to be like, it's a lighter podcast. Today, we're going to talk about how yesterday I beat the Elden Ring DLC. That'll be exciting to discuss. And how we also beat Riven Remake. And, getting hyped for the possibility of Marvel vs. Capcom Collection releasing and all kinds of stuff. And then, as I was about to start the show, the American president basically quit. Maybe it's not as dramatic as that, but it really is. It's unprecedented. So obviously, once again, just like last week, with what happened with Trump, now something happening on the other side of the aisle, I've got to talk about it. I can't just ignore it. People are going to be...
Why? Why, though? Why? What's the channel name? What is the name of the channel? Why is this the title? Biden drops from the race. Also, I beat Elden Ring DLC. Like, why the fuck do you don't have to talk about it? Fuck you mean I have to talk about it, obviously. What do you mean? No, you don't.
Asking me about it literally all day nonstop. So,
okay.
Wow.
Because they're asking, bro, dude, people ask you about Champions all the time. Do you feel the need to talk about Champions? Oh, obviously I have to talk about Champions because, people are asking me about it. Fuck you. What?
I guess it's time for one heck of a level 1 podcast.
Shut up. I don't care. Go fuck yourself, you bitch.
Good morning, everyone. Today is Sunday, the 21st of July, 2024.
Hey, Yosuke.
A day that will definitely be historic. Okay?
Historic.
First of all, just to get through housekeeping stuff and everything.
Meg?
Number one, we actually have a break in the weather. It was supposed to start...
Fuck
off!
You
if I'm doing disgusting
fucking...
things.
Oh my god. I hate him. Like, I'm gonna go back. Fuck it. Let's humor him.
We actually have a everything.
Like, this asshole. This is unprecedented. This is historic. This is crazy.
Okay.
First of all,
just to get through housekeeping weather, it was supposed... We actually have a break in the weather. It was supposed to start being cooler here.
What a... Oh my god.
Tomorrow, after an unprecedented 2 straight weeks of insane heat here in Washington State.
Like I care. Like I actually give a fuck.
Records again. Feels like they say this every year now, but we broke heat records again and everything. So
I don't
actually
care,
quite
dude.
Cloudy outside.
Oh my god. Okay, I can't handle it.
Being this dark in the fall and the winter.
Oh, it's dark in this winter.
In addition, I woke up.
Look at this baby. Look at this fucking crybaby, bitch ass, fucking whiny baby.
And basically, my throat was sore because I think I'd fallen asleep with my mouth open in a certain way. You know how when sometimes you fall asleep, you breathe through your mouth instead of your nose. And sadly, with my allergies compounding that, my throat is all screwed up. My nose is screwed up. So I apologize in advance. It just so happens this has to happen on a day when I'm literally going to be talking all day because it's React Day. So, great, right? So, ahead of time, I just want to let everyone know if I sound weird, if I'm clearing my throat, if I'm snorting, if I'm...
Like, bro, dude, for real, shut the fuck up, dude.
Shut the fuck up!
You are like this every day. This is you every day.
Because it's React Day.
Look at this asshole.
So,
look at this.
Look at this. Right? So, ahead of time, I just want to let everyone know if I sound weird, if I'm clearing my throat, if I'm snorting, if I'm doing disgusting things, it's because everything is all screwed up today.
Like, really? 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 Ridiculous. This is fucking crazy.
Okay.
Okay,
now,
baby. Okay, little baby.
Like, literally, I was going to have a podcast that was going to be way more laid back and chill.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
I think we should talk about the topic at hand right now.
Like, why? I thought this was supposed to be escapism. How many fucking times has this fake piece of shit told us that, oh, my streams are where you come to hang out and chill. My streams are where you come to escape from your own problems. He took the stupid fucking review tech thing from that one video like 8 years ago where Review Tech was telling him this. DSP is using it today as like, man, you come here to chill and hang out. And then he does this. Oh, I was gonna chill and hang out, but you know, I can't do that because... Because I don't know. Because I say so. I don't know. Because it's unprecedented.
President Joe Biden just announced live on social media that he will not seek re-election. Of course, he didn't say that. What he said was like 4 paragraphs of complete fluff bullshit.
And
then said he wasn't seeking re-election.
Fluff bullshit.
Did it actually say why? No, not really. He just says he's not seeking re-election. It's just crazy to me because this guy is supposed to be our leader, our commander-in-chief. He's been saying all along, I'm in this till the end. I'm not going to quit. I'm going to run and I'm going to win this election.
I can't wait to see how much this guy is going to say and how little he's going to say with all the words he's going to say. That's going to be fun.
He's been literally saying this for a year, you know, promising the American people, back me, depend on me. I'm there for you. We're going to win. And then he quits. He's supposed to be our leader. And he quit. He's a quitter.
This reminds me of someone.
Now, the thing is, there's a million factors.
Guys, we're going to do the documentary. 2024 is going to be a big year for DSP Gaming.
Involved. And one of the
2 months later.
factors that is, as I've told
He's a quitter. He quit. You quit the fucking documentary. Why'd you quit? You're a quitter.
you guys, for those of you who aren't involved in politics or maybe aren't American,
We should check if the quartering had the same opinion.
our politics are heavily weighed by money.
Yeah, probably.
All right? And what's
I don't
being
wanna watch
believed is
the
that basically
quartering, though.
after, number one, Biden massively lost the debate against Donald Trump because he looked like he was nearly dead. He could barely talk. And number two, after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump last week, completely invigorating the voter base towards Trump,
Oops, my bad.
this week has been hell for Joe Biden. Apparently, all of his donors contacted him and said, sorry, we're out. We don't believe you can win now, so we're not going to waste our money to give you money for this campaign for you to go against Trump. Not to say that you would think that the incumbent president doesn't need much of a campaign, considering the fact that he's the incumbent president. You know who he is. You should vote on him because of his own track record. But apparently that's not enough for President Biden.
You don't need
Just
a
think
campaign.
about that. He's been in office almost 4 years, and apparently what he's done in office isn't enough to convince the American people to reelect him. He
Hey,
needs
Morgana.
money for a campaign.
Nice to see
Is
you.
that not a red flag?
All
right?
dude.
So
Go scam Project 7 again, bitch.
this is just crazy to me.
Crazy,
Because
crazy.
number one,
Unprecedented?
I'm 42 years old. I don't
Okay.
remember anything like this happening in American history. Now, I'm sure it's happened before, but I feel like we're in the era of just like all the veil has been lifted. You know, you get to see who the Great Wizard of Oz is behind the curtain. There's no more
I thought he said Grand Wizard.
feeling that the people who are in charge are smart or any more fitting for the job than anyone else.
What?
Like, I'm
is
sorry,
he
but I just don't
saying?
think that Donald Trump or Joe Biden are good leaders, nor do I think that they're going to do a good job for our country. I think that it's a broken system that we have to vote for awful candidates, okay?
Okay.
And if anything, I mean, you may have had faith before, right? Faith before in Joe Biden, but how could you even have a single piece of faith in this guy who literally promised you the world and then just quit? I give up. Wow.
I mean, he's not like quitting. He's just not running again.
Exactly. Dabian says, don't worry, no one else
Do
in the
you
world
want him
thinks your
to?
leaders are smart. That's a good thing because they're not. I'm telling you, as an American,
Wait, what?
wow. Exactly. Dabian says, don't worry, no one else in the world thinks your leaders are smart. That's a good thing
That's a good thing. Why is that a good thing? Isn't that a pretty bad thing?
because they're not. I'm telling you, as an American, I sit here and I see this going on. I'm like, this
As
is
an
a
American.
joke, right?
I thought you were
Like,
Italian.
he literally has just been saying, I'm not giving up. Don't worry, we're going to win this election. We're going to beat Trump. And then he quits. How the fuck do you quit on your country? What on
He was
earth?
just reading the script, dude.
It's like I've always told you guys, all right?
The whole time.
You don't overpromise and underdeliver.
What the fuck?
If you're not sure if you're going to
Shut
run,
the
if you're not sure if you're going to beat Trump, then just keep your fucking mouth shut. Don't keep
What? Hold on. Let me hear this again.
promise and underdeliver. If you're not sure if you're going to run, if you're not sure if you're going to beat Trump, then just keep your fucking mouth shut.
If you're not sure you're gonna run or not sure if you're gonna beat Trump, keep your fucking mouth shut. What? So if I'm gonna run a campaign, I'm not supposed to run a campaign. What? What does that even mean? Just shut up. Just like show up. Show up on the day. Show up on the day people vote and just say you're a candidate. That's how it should be done. You heard it here first.
Don't keep saying the lie and then make everyone believe it and then
Wait
go
a minute.
back on
Wait a minute.
what you just said.
What? Project 7?
What the fuck?
What? The documentary?
Like, really?
Huh?
So in truth, like,
What?
who fucking would trust the Democrats at this point
What?
with anything? They have been pushing forward the narrative that, oh, Joe is fine. He's not in a cognitive decline. He's good at 82. Don't worry. He'll still be good as president for another 4 years. Vote for him. And now he's out. So it doesn't, I mean, this is my perspective as an American, okay?
I thought you were Italian, dude. What?
It doesn't matter who they pick as the replacement. They're not going to win. Trump has just won the election. And that's lame because for politics to work, you need
That's
to have
lame.
two choices in competition. And I feel like right now,
He's
we
such a
don't have it.
child.
Right? We don't. We just don't have a true working system. There's no way. Just think of it. If they pick Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, no one likes her now. And she's the vice president and no one likes her.
Okay,
All right?
nobody
so
likes
I don't think
anybody,
she has
though.
a chance in hell to win. If they pick someone new, someone invigorating, someone who's actually like a powerful speaker like Trump is, to actually go head to head with Trump. All right?
What?
I think that's the best thing they could do. But at the same time, who are they going to pick that they're going to build up in only 3 months? That's right. The election
should
is in
pick,
November.
Phil
They only have
Burnell.
August, September, and October to
Philip
build someone up
P.
as a
Burnell.
legit presidential candidate. How are they going to do that? It's wild.
It's wild.
Again, if
Is it
if they knew
unprecedented?
this, which they obviously did, they obviously knew that Biden wasn't going to be a fit president, right? Like they just didn't care. And I hate
They
to say
didn't
it.
care.
Here's the main difference between the two parties. The Republicans, when they get someone in charge like President Trump, he is President Trump. He is himself. And you take it for better or for worse. He's loud, he's braggadocious, he's outspoken, he's
It's incredibly annoying to hear him repeat tweet.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that parallelogram. Thank you for the two.
very, very coarse. And
Like, this is so juvenile.
How he
It's
speaks.
so
he
ridiculous.
makes mean tweets, but that's President Trump.
Makes
That
mean
is not
tweets.
This is just Twitter, the opinion.
tool of the
And then he tries to fence it.
Republican Party. That is actually President Trump. Okay? Joe Biden is
He has to
literally
talk about it, guys.
a tool of the Democrat Party. He doesn't have
Whoa.
an independent thought in his fucking head. He's 82 years old and he's decrepit. You know, he just does what he's told. I mean, they literally usher him around the stage. He doesn't even know where he is. So, you know that with Biden, all you ever got for 4 years was a joke, a tool to just push policies that the Democrats wanted through our government. So, who are they going to pick is my question. This is unprecedented. I don't remember this ever happening.
Unprecedented. There it
blowing my
is. That's like the fourth
mind
one.
that this has happened. That's why I have to speak about it. And that's why I want to get it out of the way first before we get to all of my usual
Get it
topics
out
here
of
on
the
show.
way.
But this just went from I don't know what's going to happen in November. It's kind of crazy to holy shit, we've got assassination attempts on candidates. This is wild and nuts.
Candidates.
To oh my God, the president is dropping out of the election.
That sounded like a sound clip. That sounded like inserted.
Wild and nuts. To oh my God, the president is dropping out of the election. This is insanity. Like, this is now bonkers.
Insanity?
100%.
Is it
nuts.
unprecedented, though? Tell me, please. Please do. What are you even trying to add to this? Like, this is what I don't understand. He's going to dedicate. It's going to be 20 minutes of this, by the way. What has he said so far? This is nuts. This is insane. This is bonkers. This is unprecedented times 4. Why did you have to talk about this? What are you adding to the discussion? What are you talking about?
Holy shit. There is no way that 2024 will not go down in history as the craziest year of American politics.
Crazy.
It will. I can't imagine anything popping this. So, again, not that I'm going to sit here and talk about it at length,
Okay.
but I wanted to just
He
discuss
talks about it for 20 minutes, by the way. Is that not at length? I don't know.
it now to get it out of the way so we can move on and just talk about the other stuff. So
This is the craziest year. Of course. Current year is crazy.
no, see, here we go. Here comes crazy conspiracy theories.
Crazy,
You
okay.
think that the assassination attempt had to do with this and that? Listen, of course, everything has to do with everything, right?
What?
And what happened last week with Trump?
What does that
right?
mean?
100% gave power to his backing, and now the Dems know Biden can't win.
The Dems.
Biden cannot beat Trump. They know that now. So it's either we dump Biden and we get someone else who at least can compete with Trump for 3 months, even though they may not win, at least they have a fighting chance. So, yikes.
Yikes. I was just... Okay. What a cool discussion. What a great
Yes, the
thing to talk
Dems.
about.
That's what they're called, the Dems, the Democrats, the Dems for sure. Correct.
The Dems. It just sounded very unnatural for you
I
saying
just,
that.
wow.
Wow, I just
What's hilarious
wow.
is people are like, oh no, it's just cognitive decline. That's what cognitive decline. Did his brain melt in the last 2 weeks? He's the same guy that he was before, and they said that he was fine. So again, you've been lied to. So why would you trust that party?
Uh-oh.
By the way, I'm not saying that the Republicans don't do the same thing. They
Project
absolutely
7?
do. Both parties are lying, swindling, cheating, scumbag parties who only care about themselves and their own self-interest.
Wait a minute. Who does that sound like?
They're not out to help you in any way, shape, or form.
DSP saw Hogan's speech at the RNC and said Trumpia.
He fell in love again. He rediscovered himself. He had an awakening. Thank you, Jay Westall, for the 2.
At all. I mean, seriously.
He loves
anything
Hogan.
that they do has to benefit
Come on,
themselves.
brother. We're hanging and banging, brother.
Trump
Trump 2024.
No, I'm not endorsing anyone for president. Absolutely not.
There you go.
Like I said, I don't like Trump. I don't. I really don't. I think that the guy's a scumbag. I know for a fact from my dealings that I had with him when I worked for a helicopter company.
Yo, what the Get
that garbage out of my face.
Really not. Like I said,
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
On my personal dealings I had with Trump.
The fuck?
Like Trump. I don't. I really don't. I think that the guy's a scumbag. I know for a fact from my dealings that I had with him when I worked for a helicopter company.
My dealings. Like, go fuck yourself. As if he, like, personally had a relationship with him. And he shook his hand and he would have a meeting with him every Monday. What?
He wouldn't pay his bills and he was just
what is this guy? What is this specimen? This specimen fucking of a creature. What is this guy? How does he twist something like this? This warped reality.
Sleazeball, you know? And why did we know that? We've seen from his actions and everything.
This is crazy.
That's what I mean. Like, is there really hope for our country right now? I don't know, man. Like I said this last week in my video about the Trump assassination attempt and everything. I said, when you're going to vote, no, actually I said this 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago during the debate.
Thank you.
Just say you like Trump, people might like you more.
No, dude, he has to fence it. He has to fence it and say everything sucks, everything's broken, but also his stream is about escapism and going away from reality and fun and chill. But also he's gonna like paranoia you
Debacle, right?
into saying the world sucks, current year sucks, everybody sucks
this November.
But please come chill on my fun stream.
All right. And I actually say if you're going to vote, you should vote. But if you're going to vote, because a lot of people probably now are so disenfranchised, they don't want to vote anymore. They're like, fuck this. This system is bullshit. I don't care. Right. But if you're going to vote in November, again, you've got to vote on what party's policies are probably going to benefit you.
Like, how old are your viewers? How old do you think your viewers are?
You and the country.
What are you doing right now?
Best. Don't vote on a
vote based on what you think is best.
What the fuck? Who are you? Are you my like 7th grade teacher? What the fuck?
Candidate, because
you
got
fucking
one
weird
candidate
person.
that you know is terrible, but at least is cognitively sound, and you're gonna have a phantom candidate who we don't even know who it is yet.
Thank you,
and
Phil.
good luck trying to build them up in 3 months.
Thanks, Mr. Burnell.
To be believable as president, you know.
Can you stop talking? I got history next period. I need to go now,
So
please.
man, I just. So vote for whatever, man. But this is in wild, and again, the funny part about all this is, you do realize
Trump got his idea to not tax tips from when he met Darkside Phil Burnell at the helicopter company back in 2013.
That these things going on will affect all of us in the United States, that is, and worldwide as well. Like whoever gets elected may very well impact so many things in my life. They may impact prices. They may impact interest rates. They could impact laws, law enforcement. They could impact taxes. They
This
could impact
is so fucking wheelchair symbol, dude. What is happening?
One party got voted in over the other.
Whoa, you're telling, like, what? I need to hear this again. I actually need to hear this again.
May very well impact so many things in my life. They may
A candidate may impact so many things on my life.
impact prices. They may impact interest rates. They could impact laws,
Whoa.
law enforcement. They
No
could impact
way.
taxes. They could impact a million things just simply because one party got voted in over the other.
Whoa,
But our
that's
government doesn't
crazy.
seem to take it that seriously. You
What?
know? To me, this feels like a soap opera. Does it not? It feels like an anime arc. It's a drama show. This isn't politics that it's for people trying to serve the American public, right? Because here's the truth. Public servant, right? If Joe Biden was a public servant, he would not have been doing what he's been doing for the last 4 years. He is in cognitive decline. We can all agree there. We've seen it, all right? He's older. He should not have been president. This should have never happened. He wasn't a public servant. He was a tool of the Democrat Party, all right? And that's the problem. Is
Okay.
Hey guys, government will affect the government.
The elected government will affect the country that they get elected in. Whoa, thank you, ES, for the 2. That's news to me.
we have two parties that are self-serving themselves instead of the country. So for 4 years, we've got a joke instead of
joke.
a president. And
Joke
so
Biden.
all we've gotten was, well, whatever comes down the line from Democrats, whatever comes down the line from Democrats, whatever comes down the line. We don't have a human as a president.
What?
When
He's an
Trump
alien.
was president, he was
He's
a
just
human
like
as
you,
president.
for.
And that's why people were like, oh shit, this is not good because he's not a level-headed guy, right? So now we got the nut job who goes crazy. And
Yeah, I don't know what
causes
he's trying to
controversy,
say.
he does.
Because all of them are like tools of their party, right? Literally in every election ever.
Or the complete empty-headed tool of the Democrat Party. What's worse? I don't even know. I don't know.
Whatever.
Yeesh.
Yeesh.
Well, anyway.
What a fun discussion.
This is wild.
This is
So,
wild.
Obviously, what's gonna
Unprecedented,
end up
right?
happening is, there's going to be a lot of discourse now for the next week or two of who's going to be the Democratic candidate, and then they're going to announce it, and then they're going to have to do it. It's going to be like starting up again, like starting over. Because again, the whole thing is, what was the point of that debate of Biden versus Trump? It was a waste of everyone's time. Gee,
You
thanks.
just said it's about the party, right?
Thanks, American government. We
They
really
were speaking for their party, right?
we care about. You really care about the people, public servants. You wasted our fucking time.
Okay.
Right?
I thought they were tools for their party. So aren't they speaking for their party? It's not necessarily the person,
Democrats
right?
are smart. They would just start.
I don't know.
It would just take everyone who's in the upper positions of that party, who's over the age of like 60, and just kick them out.
Okay,
Just kick
Twitter
them all out
opinion.
and get people who are smart and vibrant and have like ideas and shit.
Nice.
In there,
That's cool.
Instead of the old guard,
You know what you should do, guys? Just get like new people who are like super fun and chill and positive.
who obviously don't know what the fuck they're
They should be like Twitch
doing.
streamers.
Because look what they've just done. And again, it's supposed to be a two-party system, but in reality, it's not. It's supposed to be a bunch of parties. It's just a two-party system. So when one party fucks up, the other one always benefits. But what about everyone else? Oh, no, they never
What?
have a chance. Unreal. People are saying that they already announced the candidate, but just so you know, it's not on social media. So what you're saying is moot until it's an actual official announcement, which isn't anywhere. Okay?
Okay.
Oh, it's Michelle
Social
Obama.
media.
Michelle Obama is the new candidate. Here it is. No, it's not. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Is it supposed to be funny? What? I don't know.
No, there's no official candidate yet, so you can stop lying. It's on Biden's Twitter. He just put it up. Okay, let me check. If he literally just did it moments ago.
Burnell? Mr. Burnell, you there?
No, no. You guys got it wrong. Biden is endorsing Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. That
Yeah.
doesn't mean she's going to be the Democratic nominee. He's endorsing her. So he's backing her. That doesn't mean that she's going to be the candidate. You guys don't know how to read.
What?
That's not how it works. He's saying his vote for the next president is Kamala, but that doesn't mean that she's going to be the candidate. It's the Democratic Party will decide.
What?
Okay.
Okay, dude. Whatever. I'll let that. I won't even comment on that.
So anyway, this is just insanity. Wow.
Hello, leader
But
of
you
the
understand,
party.
again, what a year.
You're
Why I don't
choosing
wanna
your
do a
replacement?
DSP politics
Wow.
channel or anything.
That's not how that works,
Yeah,
idiot.
I want the dust to settle. Let's let this dust settle this year. Let's let this election go by. Let's let all the nonsense happen. And then once it settles in and we're set in for 4 years, maybe then I'll consider it. But this is just It's too
This is so fucking stupid,
volatile.
man.
It's too.
He just spent 20 minutes saying nothing. Nothing. Why?
drama. It's too much garbage.
Too much garbage. Look how juvenile this fucking weirdo is, man. He brings up his age. I'm 42. Like, fuck off, dude.
To be frank, again, this doesn't feel like reality to me.
It's crazy. It's not reality. It's unprecedented. It's wild. It's bonkers. It's crazy.
It doesn't. I feel like we're
Like,
living in a
fuck
drama show.
off,
We're living
dude.
in a
Shut
soap opera.
up.
We're living in an anime arc. We're living in some weird Truman Show. There you go. This is the Truman Show, right? This isn't
Okay.
real.
Shut the
We're all
fuck
just
up,
sitting here.
please.
Everyone, wherever you are right now watching my stream, you're actually, it's not real. It's all set. At any moment, someone's going to accidentally open the door and you're going to see the whole set behind there exposed. Because this is all, they're pranking us.
In case you didn't, like, okay, I'm going to nitpick this. I'm really going to go into this
I
artistically.
feel like we're living in a drama show. We're living in a soap opera. We're living in an anime arc. We're living in some weird Truman Show. There you go.
Okay. So he settles on Truman Show. After saying a bunch of stuff, he settles on Truman Show. And then, just in case you don't get it, he needs to say it like 6 more times. And then also explain what he
Phil's
means.
cognitive decline is worse than Biden's at 42.
That's a great point, dude.
Based.
Big up Scarito.
This is the Truman Show, right?
This is the Truman Show,
This isn't
right?
real.
This isn't real. Okay, that's like the third. That's the
We're
third
all
one.
just sitting here. Everyone,
Here's the fourth mention.
wherever you are right now watching my stream, you're actually, it's not real. It's all set.
Here, it's not real. Okay, in case you didn't get it, that's the fifth one.
At any moment, someone's going to accidentally open the door and you're going to see the whole set behind there exposed.
There's the 6th explanation. There it is again.
This is all, they're pranking us, right?
They're pranking us. That's the 7th.
Hey, this is some fucking
punking. 8th.
To the next level. There's no way this could be real.
9th mention of the joke. You get it? Do you understand the joke? Then he laughs, just so you would get it further.
I mean, this is nuts.
This is nuts. Nice. You fucking see this weirdo? This weird guy.
I don't know, man.
I hate that. I'm glad I autistically fucking detailed that
So
for
anyway,
you.
that's all I really have to
He's so annoying. That's how annoying he
say.
is.
Okay. That's all.
9 mentions of the joke. He needs to explain it like 9 times back to
I
back.
really have to say.
Kind of like I'm doing right now.
For now, if more crazy
Jesus
stuff happens,
Louises,
I'll talk
man.
about it. But I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think that America's future is very bright right now, at all. I don't see how things could go worse at this point. I guess we're gonna see what happens. But I have no clue who will actually be the candidate. Obviously, the president wants Kamala Harris, but I'm gonna be honest, people don't like Kamala Harris. The polling and everything is people do not like that woman.
I don't
They
like
find
you,
her
bro.
obnoxious.
Shut
They
up.
Find her like most people don't even think she's intelligent, which is funny.
Nice.
But
You're not
that's
either.
just the portrayal that they say in the media and everything.
Who's
It's like,
they?
oh my
What do you
God.
think?
So,
What do you think, asshole? What the fuck? I don't
there you
care
go.
what
Rich
people
88
think.
Just said the last president who did not run for re-election was Lyndon B. Johnson. Everyone remember Lyndon B?
Lyndon B.
Good Lord.
Good Lord.
Anyway. All right. So that's
Anyway,
it. I'm
what
done.
a
That's
worthless
politics for
segment.
today. I just had to speak. So now you know my opinion.
My opinion. What the fuck is your opinion? Do I know his opinion? I don't even know his opinion. What was he even talking about?
If anyone asks me about it, I'll say watch the Level 1 podcast from this morning. I did 20 minutes on.
And then he does this bullshit. If anyone asks me, I'll say watch the level 1 where I didn't say anything.
On it.
I did 20 minutes on it. On what? What did you say? You didn't say anything.
We're moving.
You just told me that people are in disbelief. It's unprecedented because this hasn't happened for a long
Past
time.
it now.
And some people are happy and some people are mad.
Now, and we can focus on what we're doing today.
What the fuck, dude?
Today's React Day.
This is stupid.
And
I
today
don't
we're
care.
going to
Moving
react to a
on.
variety of clips. Yes, some of them are actually political. Others
can't
are not.
believe he
It
outlasted
should be a
him.
good day. And we're going to get through it somehow. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to get through it. Here, let's briefly talk about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Punished.
DSP's opinion, everyone is bad, please tip.
Yeah, and then if you ask him his opinion, well, I already spoke about it for 20 minutes in the podcast. So go look at my video. And then you go watch the video and you get this, where he doesn't say anything. That's really fun. Thank you, Punished Lasagna.
The schedule for the week. Today's React Day. It's the clip show, DSP versus the Internet on DSP Reacts right after the show. And then tonight on the late stream, which is going to be very fun.
Okay, schedule. Oh, wait.
Conclusion of Retro React to Dark Souls 1. When I
Whoa.
rage quit Dark Souls 1
Dark
back
Souls
in
1.
2011. That's going to be epic.
I like this little shrug
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you, ES.
Phil bites his nails thinking of President Harris.
Souls 1 back in 2011.
Thank you, ES.
That's going to be epic to see me explode and quit the game, and then I review it. So we're going to watch all that back tonight on the late stream. I hope you will join me, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time on DSP. He walks his daughter to school. This is actually a nice story, and the soundtrack's outstanding. Thank you.
He's thinking money, how many sukas he can get.
Exactly, parallelogram.
La la la. La la la. Look out, there's a black woman coming. Ah!
That's his opinion.
Throwback. That's going to be a special one because I don't think I've ever watched back to one of my live rage quits like that before. That'll be neat. Okay. Excuse me. Tomorrow we're back to gameplay. Tomorrow is Fallout 4 returning with Nuka-Cola World continuing.
Okay, schedule. Don't care.
And
Next.
tomorrow night will be Stardew Valley Chill. Tuesday's up in the air. I don't know what I'm playing on Tuesday because yesterday we beat both the Elden Ring DLC and Riven Remake, which we're about
All
to
right,
talk about.
Evo. Let's see him talk about Evo. What the fuck? Hello? What is happening? What is actually happening?
Street Fighter 6, okay?
What
All right,
the
now,
fuck just
there's
happened?
one
Okay, 2348.
show, but
What was that, dude? YouTube? Hello?
tomorrow night will be Stardew Valley Chill. Tuesday's up in the air. I don't know what I'm playing on Tuesday because yesterday we beat both the Elden Ring DLC and Riven Remake, which we're about to talk about in a moment. So we got to do something on Tuesday, but I'm not sure what to do. Simply because we have to pick something new. And I don't know if that means that we pick a brand new game or whatever.
Or whatever.
You know.
You know. Do I know? I don't know. Renell? What are you laughing at?
All right. Anyway,
What?
so yeah, I don't know what we're doing Tuesday. We got to think about it. We have like a day or 2 days to figure it out. I
What
actually
was
have no
that?
clue what I want to do on Tuesday. I'm just
He's zoned out.
completely. My mind is like, I don't know. Now it's even worse because now I have to try to think straight with all this crazy shit going on in
Oh,
American
shut up.
politics. It's like, how am I
Yeah,
going to
shut
think about
up.
what to do on Tuesday? I don't know. So we got to think about it. We'll talk about it. Let me know your suggestions of what to start on Tuesday. And then Tuesday night will be Street Fighter 6. Okay? All right. Now, completely, my mind is like, so yeah, I don't know what we're doing Tuesday. We got to think about it. We have like a day or 2 days to figure it out. I actually have no clue what I want to do on Tuesday. I'm just completely, my mind is like, I don't know. Now it's even worse because now I have to try to think straight with all this crazy shit going on in American politics. It's like, how am I going to think about what to do on Tuesday? I don't know.
Look how annoying he is. Look how annoying that is. Specifically annoying. It's like he knows how to annoy me.
So we got to think
I don't know what to do on Tuesday because current events.
about it.
Fuck you, dude. You don't care. Like, this is so annoying because he does this all the time. Oh, what are we going to do on Tuesday? You know, we need to discuss. We need to come together and discuss on tomorrow's podcast what we are going to do.
Talk about
You do this all the time. Like, he's so fake. This is how much of a fake asshole he is.
it. Let me
The current events are happening. My mind is so flustered. I'm like freaking out right now.
know your suggestions
Shut
of
up,
what
man.
to start on Tuesday. And then Tuesday
You
night
fake
will
bitch,
be
man.
Street Fighter 6. Okay?
Okay, Evo.
Evo is going on right now. And FYI, Evo this year is pretty crazy. They did the world's biggest Third Strike tournament and some of the most epic gameplay moments in Third Strike I've ever seen. Some insane parries and stuff. I was like, wow, even just glancing at a few moments last night that were posted up on like social media, I was like, wow, that tournament was wild and insane. So at Evo, they have a fully working 100% ready to sell version of the Marvel vs. Capcom collection. It also got rated by the ESRB earlier this week. All signs point to the game will be announced today. The question is, when will it be released? Will it be a shadow drop where they say, oh, by the way, if it comes out, buy it now? If that's the case, I'm all over it.
I'm muted.
We will play it
Shit.
right away. Okay?
Social media.
That's awesome. And I wish that they would do that.
Great.
But we don't know if that's going to happen. They might be like, oh, it's releasing, but it releases in 2 weeks. And like, wait, what? I don't know why they would do that, because the game literally is done. Like, they have it at Evo.
It's
they ran
done.
tournaments
Maybe they're
on it. It
unionized
runs
again.
fine.
Call back to the other video. Haha.
So there's no reason for them to
They're
not
delaying
just
it because
release the
they're
game.
unionized. Maybe I don't know. With your logic, that's how it works.
But I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if they're gonna do it or not. If they do it, that changes the whole schedule.
Okay, shut the fuck up, please. We already heard you say this. Let's move on. Let's go to Marvel versus Capcom.
If what gets announced, the Marvel vs. Capcom collection. Basically, here's the deal. Yesterday, or was it the day before, they announced SVC Chaos, SNK versus Capcom Chaos, is now going to be released this week. And the reason everyone's suspecting why did they announce it so early in EVO is because the MVC collection announcement was coming, and they wanted that to be the big announcement. So they had that game announced earlier so that the MVC collection could be the big announcement for today, Finals Day. So.
I like how he just, like, he fabricated that they're going to announce the game.
All right, so that's what.
So he's expecting them to announce it.
What's going
And
on?
when they don't announce it, he's just going to be disappointed.
Now, let's talk about yesterday.
Maybe.
Yesterday, folks.
If he cares.
I finished the Elden Ring DLC. Yes, it's official. I beat it.
Yes.
And
let's go.
The thing that gets me is, I guess some people just love to root against me.
Oh my god.
And I guess some people were like, they didn't think I was going to do it, or it was going to take me like longer than anything I've ever done before, which it didn't. I actually beat the final boss. But I guess we could start saying the name of the final boss now. I beat Radahn faster than I actually beat Melania back in the original Elden Ring. And I think there's a couple reasons why. I mean, number one, I've been playing Soulsborne games for another 2 years, so I'm better at them than I was 2 years ago during Elden Ring. I just am. Like, I've gotten better at them. I mean, I've played so many different games. Like Lies
I'll always point this out, man. There's 12-year-olds that beat Elden Ring. There's 12-year-olds that play Dark Souls, man.
of P.
As if this matters, dude. Oh, I played Lies of P. I've improved.
Another Crab's Treasure.
I
did
don't
second
care.
run in Elden Ring, so I've been playing them all along. It's not shocking
He loves to say how he's mastered Elden Ring.
that
Why did it take you this long to beat it if you mastered it?
I'd be playing better, right?
Man, shut
and
up,
if you look at my fight against Radahn, I learned all his boss patterns. The only reason I beat him is because I'm dodging everything, right? It's not like I use some cheese.
Oh yeah, good point, Wilson. Yeah, Justin Wong won some like achievement reward, like a lifetime achievement or something, or like being a positive influence or something.
Strategy.
So this whole rant, keep that in mind, that Justin Wong, someone he knew and has played against and knew growing up,
I was
won an award and is more relevant than him.
dodging. Okay, now is my time to hit. Dodge. Now time to hit. That's how I beat him. So it wasn't like me abusing some crazy overpowered nonsense or anything like that. Not at all. But the other thing is, Melania, when she hits you, she heals herself, right? So I feel that
Unprecedented.
that is like a harder thing to overcome when you're first trying to kill a boss for the first time, because at any moment, if you make a mistake, basically your run is shot. You know, oh, I was doing so well. Oops, I made a mistake. She got all her health back. Well, what a waste of time, right? And not to say that with Radahn, it's not similar. Like Radahn, depending on how you're fighting him, can take forever. Like that, when I first started fighting Radahn, I had the shield and the counter guard build, right? The
my
counterattack, guard counter.
This is so annoying.
It works. The guard counter build actually does work. Okay. But the problem is it takes forever. Like, you got to block a zillion times just to get the one guard counter in at the end of the string of attacks. You've got to be blocking really well because you can't just hold it. You have to, like, tap it so that you can be getting your stamina back between the hits, or else you run out of stamina and you get staggered. Like, there's a lot to it. But what I was getting to his second form with the guard counter build, the problem was it was just taking way too long. Do I really want to play 5 to 10 minutes each time just to see the second form?
Not
but
5
then
to
get
10
demolished
minutes.
and learn nothing? No. I want to be getting consistently to that second form as much as I can. So that's why after trying the guard counter build, I said, oh, then I tried the sword. I said, nah, forget this. And then I finally went to dual hammers, and with the dual hammers, at least I was doing big damage. And I was like, all right, now at least I can realistically get to a point where I can get to the second form, you know, relatively quickly. But then I realized the dual hammers weren't doing that well for second form. I needed something better than that. I needed something that was going to stagger him. The dual hammers, if you can believe it, weren't staggering him. And so that's when someone recommended do a bleed build with this club that is a new weapon that was for the DLC. That apparently that club originally, it's called Blood Fiend Arm, I think. I think originally it actually was overpowered, and Fromsoft nerfed it like weeks ago. They patched the game and made it way less of an overpowered deal.
This is so annoying.
So,
because again, it's not like he's talking about it like it's fucking Destiny 2 competitive or some bullshit, man. It's Elden Ring. There's 12-year-olds beating this game.
Now
play it on your own time and just go have fun.
It's quite a fair weapon.
I don't care that you beat it, dude.
You know, I listened to your advice. I built the build properly, respected Arcane, and took about 2.5 hours of playing with this bleed build. And basically what I did is I learned the first phase enough that I didn't have to just constantly
people have beaten Elden Ring on a dance
I was
pad.
bullying Radon. I was running up and pound him again.
Wow.
Just take a hit. I don't care if I take a hit.
I'm pounding him. I'm pounding his
I don't
ass.
care that I'm losing health and everything.
I walk up and I pound him in the ass.
When you get him down to about half life, that's when you get to the second phase. That's all I'm looking for. And I only needed to hit him 3 heavy R2s because his attack with this blood arm, he goes, ooh, ooh. It's like a 2-hit bump, like boom, boom. And when it does that, it does big build, bleed up and everything, and stagger. And if you hit him with 3 of those in a row, he staggers.
Thank you.
Thank you, J-Dog.
Justin thinks about DSP maybe once a year, topped.
Yeah, tops. Tops of the very tops, J-Dog, with the 20 Norwegian krone. That's even if he does at all. But DSP gets this whole cope segment about succeeding in Elden Ring because of Justin Wong.
Do it without dying. So I basically found ways.
Isn't that great, J-Dog? That's
fighting
great.
pattern to hit him at least once or twice right away, and then just look for the third one. And after that, it's pretty much academic just to get to phase 2.
I'm going,
which then allowed me.
And Radon has me by the waist, and he's pounding my ass.
To start learning phase 2 better. And man, I still think phase 2, some of those attacks in Radon's phase 2 are quite ridiculous. Like, I still don't know when he does the vacuum, the gravity vacuum, right? Unless you dodge
okay, I don't care. I really don't. I'm sorry, guys. I want to hear him just cope and say that nobody loves him.
Most of his attacks are
I don't care about the attacks and shit.
You won. You did it. Like, what do we do? I said, well, we'll look at the remembrance at the 2 fingers and just see what it is, which we did. We saw you get Radon's armor set, his younger armor set. You also get the Elden Beast
care.
Fight. It makes the fight fun. Like, the original Elden Beast fight is just stupid.
All right, you're awesome. I love it. You're so cool. You're right. You're the prettiest girl in school, man.
Second attempt was about 3 hours, and then yesterday it was about 2.5 hours.
I don't care, dude. How long does he talk about this?
Which is
auto healing,
super duper annoying.
Build with
the
magic.
Build, I beat her in 2 hours because I learned her first pattern. Zoned her with magic.
Okay, I need to lock in here and fucking skip this. Final thoughts. Let's see. He's gonna review it now.
What are my final thoughts on Shadow of the Erd Tree? Let's be honest, okay? Are there good things about it? Absolutely. First of all,
great. He's gonna pull the classic. It's like not the best thing ever
for $40 DLC,
but you know it's not the worst thing ever.
I got 40 hours of content.
He's gonna fence it.
Could I've gotten a little bit more content? Yeah, but not that much. I actually did every single optional dungeon, every notable dungeon. I did all the optional bosses except for the Deathrite birds.
I did all of them except for the ones I didn't do.
Those are exactly the same as the main game. Much like the Drakes, I was like, I don't see the point of going through this over and over and fighting these guys. They don't add anything. And then there was the one optional dragon boss that's standing in a pool of water, so it's stupid lightning damage. And I didn't go back to fight. I've already beat those a million times in the main game. It wouldn't be a big deal now to go back and beat it at the end. I probably would beat it easily now. Now that I got so many more levels and everything. Remember, I went to Bale relatively early on in the
I love this. I didn't fight these things, but I probably would beat them pretty easy. Okay, sure
DLC.
You would, man. I don't care.
Elden Ring, the original was $70. This was $40. So is it really equivalent in scale? Honestly, no. If you actually do apples to apples, a dollar an hour for the DLC.
Nice.
While
I love dollar an hour
like 50
games.
cents an hour for the original game. So there's definitely more content to the original game. All right. But if you're a fan of Elden Ring, you're probably happy to get more Elden Ring, and you don't care
to do it to them, snipe.
Thank you, Morano GC, for the 5.
He goes on about legit beating it, but he cheesed still and was overleveled. Like, who cares?
Yep.
I beat it in 5 tries.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that he was most likely using guides. There was multiple moments during this Elden Ring thing where he came back like on the next day, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I just remembered we have to go do this." Fuck you mean you just remembered? What?
You're paying a little bit more of a premium of price for the
like a thing he never did before, and he's like, "I just remembered I have to go do this."
content.
What?
Okay.
Why'd you do that?
I
don't know.
There's
Multiple guides,
like about
chat hand holding,
DLC and things I did.
over leveled by like 100 levels or whatever. He was like level 220 or something.
Whenever you got to a unique area of the map that had like something really cool level
Whatever,
design,
dude.
The beautiful blue and red flowered fields, right? Or when first time I got to the Finger Hills. Now they suck because they're empty, but man, they look cool the first time you arrive there, right? And you're like blown away. And the verticality of this map where everywhere you are, there's essentially multiple levels that you can explore. That's really cool. All right, I really liked that about it. But let's be honest, it's a lot of open world exploration that's kind of boring. There was a lot of areas I went to. There's literally nothing there but like one item I don't need. So why am I here for? Right? The entire first area is super boring. It's a bunch of open area with stupid phantom gravestones and she.
Okay, just a reminder, when this DLC was announced and they announced the price and you could pre-order it and everything, this dude was complaining that the map better be big or else it's not worth it. Because for the dollar value, that must mean the map is very big and they need to add a lot of stuff to explore. That's something that he was saying and arguing for. Now it's a bad thing.
Why does this even exist? Like, why is this here? You don't need it. It's like 3 hours of the first part of the game is this boring area. They didn't need to put it there, but they wanted to have like a slow starter area or whatever. It was kind of stupid, actually.
Okay, it was
I still
stupid.
feel like the open world is kind of hit or miss. Sometimes you're having a lot of fun if it's something unique and different, and sometimes it's like, wow, this really stinks. It's boring. Why is this even here? I'm searching. There's nothing here. Why am I here? Dungeons, legacy dungeons, they were quite good. I like one of my favorites in this one. I would say the tower, which is the first legacy dungeon, is really good. I would say the hidden dungeon.
Okay.
There's
oh my fucking god, he's going through every dungeon.
He was good, but he's definitely better than Elden Beast. Don't get me wrong. Like Elden Beast sucks.
Okay, the final boss.
I don't know if I like them that much. I think there could have been a better choice for a final boss. I think a lot of people wanted to see Godwin or Mikola himself instead of Radon. It was kind of like a weird shock. I think what it is they wanted a bait and switch.
Bait and switch.
So no one would have expected that Radon would have been the boss because he's already dead, right? Which I agree. Like that, it's shocking when you first see like what the hell. Like I never thought that he would have been the boss. The optional dungeons. All right, there's 3 kinds. The mausoleums.
Oh my
the
fucking.
jail.
Okay, guys, I'm making an executive decision here. I don't give a fuck. I'm skipping this. I really don't care.
Things you can do.
Weapons. No. Let's see. I'm looking through the transcript in case you don't know what I'm doing. Okay, here he's complaining about people cheesing the game. Let's see.
No matter what. Okay. Oh, every single build is a cheese build. You cheated the game. Obviously, you looked up every single build online and copied somebody else. I literally have not seen a single person play this DLC besides one. And I only.
You like that? You like that? Not seen a single person except the person that I saw. Except the person that I saw. I had never seen anybody except the person.
Literally have not seen a single person play this DLC besides one.
Nice.
And I only did that like the day it came out and never watched it again. So literally I've only seen myself play the game. There's no way I can even copy someone else's build. But again, people just make stuff up because they're idiotic losers who want to believe drama for drama's sake. No, everything there was based on me doing it on the fly during the playthrough or on feedback from chat, which people helped me quite a bit during this playthrough. And I appreciate that because
So you did get help. What if your chat looked up a guide to help you? Is the chat not a guide?
Allowed for the variety that we had.
Nice. Oh, but the chat hand-holding was good because it's variety. Okay.
And
Whatever.
that's right. It's like Jason just said in chat. It's like you're saying you just want to gatekeep anyone who uses in-game mechanics and just call them casuals. Exactly right. The game has all these weapons. The game has all these builds. It doesn't matter. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Now, some things did get patched out, right? And that's then you understand, okay, even FromSoft recognized, man, that was overpowered. I didn't use any of those. Wasn't using any of the overpowered shit at all. Nothing that I was using got nerfed or anything. You know, I only used the bleed.
Imagine caring this much about what people's opinion on you beating Elden Ring is. He just finished saying, the things that are in the game, therefore it's okay to use it. And the very next sentence is him saying, well, I didn't use any of those overpowered things to beat it. So, you know, I did it legit, is pretty much what he's trying to argue. How can you be saying both? I thought you don't care. If it's in the game, it's in the game, right? So why are you like defending your honor, your video game fucking badge of honor? Why do you care this much?
Build for the final boss, it had already been nerfed. So it's all fair game. It is, you know. Hell, if I had summoned the entire DLC, that would have been okay too. But I understand that wouldn't have been entertaining. Can you imagine if I only beat Radon because I summoned? Then it would have been boring. Everyone would have complained. I wanted to give you the honest shot. And let's be honest, the 5.5 hours of beating him legit was fun. It was grueling.
No, it wasn't.
Was very stressful.
No, it
but
wasn't
it was
fun.
Right?
No, it wasn't.
So
it was fun.
There you go.
Sure.
So yeah, I hope that you enjoyed the playthrough. I liked it. So Shadow of the Erdtree, it's a fine DLC, especially if you're someone who really, really likes Elden Ring and you just want more of the same. But the one thing I'll say is don't expect too much innovation.
Here you
The
go.
biggest innovation is in the amount of weapons they give
The
you and how they
fence
do
sit.
play differently from builds in the original game. And they go all out with that. But outside of that, it's just more dungeons,
Yeah,
more
Declan.
overworld exploration, more bosses, and a lot of repetition. Yes, there's a million drakes. It's like, oh my god, why the fuck are there so many drakes in this DLC? Didn't we fight enough of them in the main game? Apparently not. Okay. All right, so
back.
I had a good time with it. I hope that you guys
Like
enjoyed
drakes?
it. And it's done. Now, another game, I beat 2 games yesterday. I actually beat Rivet Remake last night. And let me tell you guys something. Like, I don't think Phil of today,
Oh my god.
2024, versus Phil of 2008 when I started this, I don't think I could be more of a different person. The reason I say that is because last night I'm doing Riven Remake, right? And the final puzzle of the game requires you to crack a codex. You have to figure out basically a numerical code that includes not only regular numbers that we know, but a symbol system and a second symbol system. One symbol system is just based on like add this to this and it becomes this. But then there's another symbol system that's actually you have to count going around in a circle the amount of symbols that are there, and sometimes there's 2, sometimes there's 1, sometimes there's double. It's a really complex system. And I actually figured it out on the fly, live on stream. The Phil of 16 years ago would have never done that. The Phil of 16 years ago would have sat here and raged and said, this is stupid. What a dumb game. Who the fuck would want to figure this out? How is this fun? Instead,
Wait a minute. Guys, I watched him play Resident Evil 0, and he did that exact same thing for some of the puzzles. He sat there and crossed his arms, leaned back, and said, I need someone to tell me how to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to figure this out. Someone needs to tell me. And he stopped playing the game for someone to tell him what to do.
Actually
during puzzles.
Sat there and I applied myself to it. And on the fly, I talked it out publicly with the
What
audience.
the fuck?
And figured it out. And I was like, wow, I actually impressed myself because that's the kind of stuff, that's the kind of thing that would be on an IQ test. Well,
That was like,
here's a
what,
pattern,
4 months ago? What the fuck?
a series of symbols. What's the next
Shut
symbol?
up, you bitch.
So you have to, on the fly, figure out the symbol system, right? And then figure out what would be the next symbol in the sequence. And that stuff, I'm going to be honest, that's stuff that I wasn't good at. And I actually did it legit last night to beat Riven. And I was like, wow, I've impressed myself. It's kind of like right now, me playing Street Fighter in Street Fighter 6 is the best I feel I've played competitive Street Fighter. All right? And I want to repeat that. I actually feel like me playing Street Fighter 6 now, this is the best I've been at Street Fighter. You could argue, well, what about your days in Super Turbo back in the day? Well, yeah, I was playing at a high tournament level back then. But modern Street Fighter has more to it. Modern Street Fighter has a ridiculous amount of mechanics and muscle memory and things you need. You know, Super Turbo is very simple. Yes, I have an incredible amount of knowledge of Super Turbo, and I have great execution and timing from...
Could you imagine, by the way, if I had said this, or someone in his chat, Super Turbo is too simple, man. That's why you were good at it. It's way too simple. You know how this guy would fucking freak out at you? But now, just to prop himself up, he's putting his past self down.
Playing it so
It's okay because he's doing it.
much, but it takes more to play Street Fighter 6 at a competitive level than it does Super Turbo. That's just a fact, okay? And so I feel like right now, in 42 years old, my brain is kind of at the best it's ever been. I'm solving complex codex puzzles live on a stream for the finale of the game. I'm playing Street Fighter at a high competitive level. I'm beating the toughest boss in FromSoft history legit without summoning. It's pretty nuts what I'm pulling off here in the modern day. It's wild. Of course, now nobody cares. And of course, that's a gross over exaggeration. I don't want to downplay those of you who like me and watch my content and support it. Okay,
Nobody cares. Look at this. He's so fake.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Now, what do I mean by this? I mean, you know, the people, besides the people that care, nobody cares.
Sadly, it's just a feeling that I have. It's not resentment. It's more like sadness.
Sadness.
Back in the day when I was an asshole, when I was a fool, right? I wasn't good at games. I was just sitting there ranting, raving, swearing, saying controversial, dumb shit constantly, right? All that stuff. That's when I was at the height of my popularity. If only what I was doing today is what I was doing 12 years ago, you know, 2011, 2012, when I was getting insane views on YouTube, I think things could have been a lot different. Because what ended up happening was I got known as that clown who sucked at games, who didn't appreciate his audience, who didn't do the right stuff, and squandered all of that, right? Yeah, I mean, to some extent, I do look back and I have to agree with that. Now, the thing is, I have no aspirations to be some giant celebrity or...
Oh my, okay. You see how quickly his not even opinion, his thought process flips. This is what happens when you don't really know what to think, or you're lost in like what you actually think, or you're lying or talking out of both sides of your mouth. I don't know. Because on one hand, he says he's sad. I have sadness that no one cares. But then 2 sentences later, he says he doesn't want anyone to care. He's not looking to be a celebrity or for a lot of people to watch him. So are you sad or are you not sad? Do you not care about having a lot of eyes on you and people caring, or do you care about that? I don't know.
To
it's
be rich
both.
or anything like that.
And
I'm
neither.
very happy with where I am.
I'm happy, except I'm sad. Bitch! Hold on. We're going back. We're going back. Where does he say sadness? Please. Where does he say sadness? Here it is.
Sadness that backers and watch my content and support it. Okay, I appreciate that. When I say nobody cares, sadly, it's just a feeling that I have. It's not resentment. It's more like sadness that back in the day when I was an asshole, when I was a fool, right? I wasn't good at games. I was just sitting there ranting, raving, swearing, saying controversial, dumb shit constantly, right?
Sadness. Sadness,
We
by the
give
way.
him to Canada to deal with bagged milk.
Please, no, I will not accept him. I will deflect him back to Italy. We'll let the Italians take him back. And the Polish.
All that stuff.
Split him in 2.
That's when I was at the height of my popularity.
So sadness. Keep that in mind.
Right?
Sadness.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, I do look back and I have to agree with that. Now, the thing is, I have no aspirations to be some giant celebrity or to be rich or anything like that. I'm very happy with where I am.
Now he's happy.
But,
I
mean, it stands to reason. Let's be honest. Take a look at where I am in Street Fighter. Take a look at where I am in Elden Ring. Take a look at what I just did in Riven last night. Can you name one other content creator who just did that in 2 days?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Take a look at what I just did in Riven last night. Can you name one other content creator who just did that in 2 days?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Did all that shit, a variety of challenging content in 2 fucking days back to back? If someone else who was notable did it, it would be like the talk of the town. Oh my god, this guy's like one of the best gamers. What? You believe that he fucking got, this crazy streak of high-end gameplay in Street Fighter 6? Then he beat Radon legit in Elden Ring. Then he fucking did this crazy codex thing in Riven. And it's all on stream live, so it's all legit. It's not like he faked it. That's the kind of shit you hear someone fake.
Dude, my jaw is wide open. Pause. Because I'm in shock. I cannot believe he just said that. Actually.
The talk of the town. Oh my god.
Talk of the town?
This guy's like one of the best gamers.
The best gamers?
You believe that he fucking got, this crazy streak of high-end gameplay in Street Fighter 6? Then he beat Radon legit in Elden Ring. Then he fucking did this crazy codex thing.
Thank you, Jay Wesso.
Too late, the trade has been approved. Plus, you'll get the WNBA.
Oh, no.
Sound good. Thumbs
No,
up.
please. The fucking... the association will ban this trade.
In Riven.
No, get this shit out of here.
And it's all on stream
Gary
live, so it's all
Bettman,
legit.
please,
It's not
help.
faked it. That's the kind of shit you hear someone
Adam
fake
Silver.
it, right?
Please.
Is
that his name? Yeah.
But because it's Darkside Phil, nobody cares.
Nobody cares. I thought you don't want anyone to care.
And again, it's not that...
Imagine, bro, this is so pathetic, man. This is insanely pathetic. What a pathetic, miserable human being. What a fucking pathetic person, dude. Oh, alert, alert, alert. DSP has beaten Riven and Elden Ring at the same time on the same day. The internet must pause. You know when the internet got all like not the internet, the Microsoft shit shut down for businesses? Dude, that's because Elden Ring was beaten.
Nobody cares. That's a gross over...
Holy shit, dude. DSP beat 2 games. That's crazy.
Exaggeration. Because it's Darkside Phil who did it, it doesn't mean anything, right? It's a throwaway. It's throwaway. It's disposable. It means nothing at all, right? And that's sad, because again, 12 years ago, everyone would have been talking...
do it to them, snipe.
Thank you, King B. Cruel, for the 5.
There's the truth, there's reality, and then there's that poor unicorn world that you live in.
Yeah, his little bubble. His bubble world. I'm surprised he doesn't like VR more.
About it on
and create his own little Second Life. This dude should play Second Life.
YouTube. They would have been like, wow,
thank you, King
this guy's
Control.
crazy. Look at all this...
Also, wait, 12
Nothing
years
at
ago,
all,
everyone
right?
would care? Are you
and
crazy?
that's sad, 'cause again, 12 years ago, everyone would have been talking about it on YouTube.
Like, could you, dude, there's people, okay, speaking of Elden Ring, there's people that beat Elden Ring with a dance pad. That girl who beat it with a dance pad. People play like Call of Duty with a recorder, like a little flute. That stuff gets attention because it's weird and funny and cool and interesting to watch. Some fucking fat idiot sitting here playing Elden Ring normally, trying to brag that he didn't use summons, and then playing a puzzle game that's a remake of an old game. Like, oh, I beat the game. What? Are we supposed to care?
You think I care about this shit?
What?
It would have been like, wow, this guy's crazy. Look at all this crazy stuff he's doing.
Crazy
right?
stuff. I beat Elden Ring normally with a controller and a puzzle game from like 1997.
Yes, hundreds of streamers have beaten Radon Crema de Coco, and how many of them did it legit?
Legit. What the fuck does
How many of them
legit?
did it legit without summoning or broken build stuff?
Probably a lot of them, right? I would imagine like most of them. What?
Right? I'm not saying it's not a lot. Probably still hundreds.
Okay. Still hundreds.
I'm one of them.
I'm one of them. What? Hundreds, by the way.
Right? I'm literally one of them that did it legit.
What is legit though? Because you say something, I could say, well, Ninja did it like this.
Well, Ninja's a big streamer, you see, so he had more chat to like help him, so he doesn't actually follow my criteria.
What the fuck does legit mean? Legit could mean anything. Legit is what he calls legit. What he thinks is
Actual
legit.
schizophrenics are more in touch with reality.
Yeah, for real, Black Mage. Thank you for the 2, dude. He's in his own bubble, his own fucking world.
That's an accomplishment in itself.
I don't know.
And then how many of them were playing at master level and doing well in Street Fighter 6? And how many of them did a crazy... That's what I'm saying.
No stakes, by the way. Street Fighter doesn't matter.
Like, it's just like back to back to back.
Like Drake.
Cool, high-level stuff I've been doing in games recently.
Nice.
But no one will ever talk about it. Oh, it's not a big deal.
It
All right,
isn't,
well, fair
though.
enough. Right? Fair enough.
Who cares?
Yes, you're saying Kai Sennett did it. That's right. Yeah, Kai Sennett.
I sent it. Skibbity,
People
Ohio.
said he did it in 99 hours.
Dude,
I did it
Kai
in five
sent
and
it?
a half.
Wait, what?
I did it in 5.5 seconds. People said he did it in 99 hours. I did it in 5.5.
Yeah, but you've also played all of the... Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't even need to talk about it. But dude, you've been saying... How long have you been playing this shit? How long have you been playing this fucking Dark Souls bullshit? Since it came out, right? How long has Kai Sennett been doing it? Kai Sennett.
And by the way, I had
This was like his first time, right?
like 400 people on stream,
I don't know.
of which were all talking shit constantly. People screaming,
Aw.
just change your build,
Aw.
change your build, change your build. What the fuck? Shut up. No, I'm gonna beat him like this. I'm learning. I'm getting better. Why are you screaming at me to change my build? It's not like, Kai's on a stream. He probably has 40,000 people all cheering for him, right? Everyone's excited.
Oh
Everyone's
my
all
God.
pumped for it and shit.
Whoa,
And for
people
me, it's
like
kinda
him?
like-
What are you, jealous?
Like, I always feel like I'm fighting a battle, but it's just for myself.
Look at this victim. Look at this fucking
Because let's be
crybaby
honest,
bitch. Look at this asshole.
Everyone's
Fuck
excited.
you.
Everyone's all pumped
You
for
get the
it and
white
shit.
run. Q white.
And for
white
me,
run,
it's
dude.
kind of like, I always feel like I'm fighting a battle, but it's just for myself. Because let's be honest, if I didn't beat Radon, who would have cared? No one.
No one
But
cares
it's
anyways.
fine.
Dude, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He just told us no one cares that he did beat him. No one cares that he did beat him. But now he's saying if he didn't beat him, no one would care. Bitch, no one cares now. That's what started this whole rant.
Like, I'm fighting a battle, but it's just for myself. Because let's be honest, if I didn't beat Radon, who would have cared? No one.
No one cared.
But it's
No-
fine.
What-
I understand.
We're moving on.
I'm not who I used to be, that's for sure. It's just kind of like, you got to accept it. It's resignation. It's like, yeah,
It's resignation, except I'm complaining about it and
it is
bitching.
what it is. If this happened 12 years ago, things would have been very different. But it's just, 12 years ago, I was an idiot.
Sure. Whatever.
Right? I was a complete moron. And I acted like a fool. And I didn't take a look at industry changes coming.
Yeah,
and
he's
I didn't want to
42.
listen to feedback to improve.
He's
and I didn't want to
56.
listen to what my fans were telling me. I did basically
He's
I did
75.
a bunch of stuff that was wrong if I wanted to grow or at least stay where I was, right? And then I just had a big string of bad luck
Nice twitching on your face.
when it came to becoming kind of a negative meme on the internet.
What?
And it's all history now. You know what I mean?
Okay,
It's all history.
Nice. I like the way he describes this.
So I'm kind of like, I've accepted all of it. At 42, I'm happy
At 42.
where we are.
He's happy, except he feels sadness. He's happy where he is, but except he feels sadness.
I like the fact that we have a good time together no matter what I play. But
What?
it does, I mean, like
Oh
to
my
give you some
god,
perspective.
dude. One more time.
Time together no matter what I like the fact that we have a good time together no matter what I play.
No matter what I play. Earlier in this video, he complained about Final Fantasy VII.
Thank you. You are Phil fighting a battle with yourself.
Thank you, Derek Hill, for the 2.
But it does, I mean, like to give you some
Yeah, anyways, I love that no matter what I play, it means we can have a fun time together. Bitch, you were just saying earlier in this same fucking video that Final Fantasy VII is something you can't play because nobody will have fun if you play it. Stardew Valley is played out because no one is having fun when you play it.
some perspective here.
What?
Even in the last 10 years, you know, when I was playing
Explain
Bloodborne, when I was playing Dark Souls 2 and 3, when I was playing those games,
Bloodborne.
even in the last 10 years, you know, when I was playing Bloodborne, when I was playing Dark Souls 2 and 3,
A la Bloodborne.
when I was playing those games, it had a
Sorry, guys.
big fight feel. I guess that's the best way to describe it. It had a big those events had a big fight feel.
What
to
is
them.
a big fight?
Now
feel?
I don't really get that anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's like nah. Like when I was fighting the epic bosses in those games, it was like, oh, everyone's gonna be on stream, everyone wants to see it. Then it's like, I beat him, it's no big deal. And that kind of sucks. I wish that there was a better feeling of hype and a better feeling of excitement behind this stuff, but I don't really get it anymore.
Reminder, he's happy with where he is and who he is. He's happy.
I think it's because number one, I've been doing this for 16 years, and number two, because let's be honest, I just don't get that level of positivity behind me anymore. I don't, yes, there are people rooting for me, and I'm happy that I have the small positive fan base that I have.
Nice.
But
You sound really happy and grateful when you're just kind of obsessively, weirdly shitting on them and saying you wish there were more people, but also you don't wish there were more people.
it does kind of suck. If I had quit on Radon and said I'm not doing it, that would have been news. But because I beat him legit in 5.5 hours, that will never be news, right? So I think you understand where I'm coming from now, right?
News?
If I rage quit Street Fighter 6 and have a bad day, that's news. If I play the best
What do
stream
you mean news?
I've ever done in Street Fighter 6, getting crazy wins, getting to over 6.
Like, he's acting as if anyone cares. Like, the craziest thing, the icing on this fucking shit cake right here is that nobody cares. Actually, nobody cares. This is the guy that jerked off on stream. That's who he's known as. That's all he'll ever be known as, and all that anyone ever, when they see his face, that's who they think of. Oh, isn't that the guy? Go to any post mentioning this dude or a photo of this guy or anything. Isn't that the guy? That's what they say. That's all you're known for. As if you playing Street Fighter and Elden Ring and Riven is... like, he's expecting that that's what people are talking about. That's what's making the news.
1,600 rank.
It becomes news. What?
Points. That's not news. Nobody cares. You see? Everyone just wants the toxic and the negative. No one cares about the positive. That is disheartening. I wish we could have more people who cared about the positive. I like that crowd. I want more of that crowd. And sadly, it's rare that we really get that.
Wait, what?
That crowd. I want more of that crowd.
I want more of that crowd. You just told us you didn't want more crowd and to gain followers and subscribers and gain viewers. I don't know.
And sadly, it's rare that we really get that these days because we have people who root against me rather than for me. And that is,
I'm scared and confused.
You know? But I guess that's life.
I'm so
right?
confused as to what just happened.
That's life.
What's the same?
That's life. Also, I like that's life. That's life. Everyone just hates you because you're a victim in life. That's life. That's life. I'm a victim. Nobody likes me.
Saying?
Yes, that's life.
You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become a villain. So I used to be the hero. Everyone.
Oh my god. I know I keep rewinding. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm in an artistic mood today, I guess. What's the scene? What's the saying?
You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become a villain. So I used to be the hero everyone rooted for. And now I'm still around. I'm still resilient. I'm still making content. I'm literally doing more difficult accomplishments than I've ever done before. But now everyone just sees me as the guy to root against, right? So it's changed. It is what it is, I guess. People want me to be the heel. They want me to be the villain. I don't necessarily want to be the villain. But it seems like that's the role that life has given me. And so, what do you do?
I'm not
I guess you roll with it. But the thing is, I'm not going to be, I'm definitely not going to be playing up that. I'm not going to be Mr. Drama. I'm not going to be some guy who becomes a heinous person on the internet saying awful things. And, I'm not going to do that. I could.
Dwight Race, dude. I see you in chat. Welcome.
I wanted to do that ages ago. And I was like, nah.
It's the white race.
I am who I am. I'm not gonna.
I am who I am.
One of these people who's just a toxic jerk. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna stick to where I am. Again, I'm happy where I am. You know, it's just crazy to me because this really have been a couple intense days.
You see this guy? You see this rambling of a miserable guy? How many times has he said, I'm happy where I am, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy? And then he instantly went back to complaining about how sad he is. Who's he trying to convince? Me or himself? Are you happy? I don't know. Keep telling yourself you're happy. Maybe someday it'll work.
Days. Super intense day of Street Fighter, intense day of Elden Ring, and then at the same time, one of the craziest puzzles I've ever solved in a video game. Probably the hardest. Like, that codex was seriously tough to figure out. And then it's like, that, no one cares. No one's even saying a word about it. No one gives a shit. Okay. What are people talking about? That a pro wrestler, Mansoor, tagged me on Twitter.
Mansoor.
Ooh, wow. What an amazing accomplishment, right? Like, what?
How does he not understand that that's something fun and unique and interesting? And he was fucking dunking on you. He was roasting you. He literally said, thanks for paying for my family. You're paying my bills. Whatever he said. Like, dude.
Well, it's real news, huh? Is it really?
How is you beating Elden Ring real news? How many people beat Elden Ring? It's like I said, there's 12-year-olds who beat Elden Ring. That's not news, the fact that you beat it. How many people have a wrestler fucking dunk them? Not only a wrestler, punished Jesus. Like, that's not something that happens to everybody. That seems more newsworthy and funny, that this guy fucking roasted you. Like, how do you not see that? I love this dude, man.
But you're so supreme. I give my life.
Anyways.
Thank you.
I love that saga.
Give this man a participation trophy.
Yeah, for real, dude. For real. This guy's insane. Thank you, Lyrical Thesis, for the 2, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. Oh, no, I know. And I'm not shit-talking Mansoor. He's a great guy. He was actually...
Oh, I'm not shit-talking him. I'm not shit-talking him, but it's not news.
He said that he could be toxic.
Oh, did he? I'm sorry that I missed it, Lord Kane. Thank you for the 2.
I just beat Commander Keen and Grim Fandango Giz.
Holy shit, dude. ES. Alert, alert, alert. Wait, oh, my members are still fucked? No way. It gives, like, each one a shout-out. Hold on. Hold on, dude. Grazing Poro.
Gifted member bomb.
With a gifted member bomb, dude. Thank you so much, legend.
I'm him.
You are Gothic.
I am Gothic. I am World of Warcraft. I am Tekken 3.
You are those, Grazing Poro. Thank you so much for the bomb. Enjoy, guys, in chat. But, dude, alert, alert, ES, alert, alert. Fuck, I can't find the sound clip. Shit. Give me a sec. There it is. Alert. ES has beat 2 games, Commander Keen and Grim Fandango. We all need this to be news.
Actually, very nice. He actually quoted a whole bunch of stuff. Like I said, he quoted the crouch jump.
The unthinkable. It's unprecedented.
Guys, I just finished the book Go Dog Go, but no one cares about that. No one wants to talk about that. SIOL.
Oh, dude, Snood. I'm so sorry. It's just not news. You don't have, like, a positive, chill, fun community. But, you know, you should be happy. Just tell me how happy you are, and then complain to me that nobody cares. And I think that'll, like, make up for it. Okay, Snood? You are happy, right? Yes, you are. Of course you are. Right?
Used to play through.
Correct.
He quoted the song "Do You Call My Name" by Rob.
Big up, Snood. Thank you so much.
The song I used to use in my Hateful Truth reviews. So he's actually a legit.
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again. He's doing it again. On Hell Rel. Thank you so much for the 4 months, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Black
I
Mage
beat
for
Kingdom
the 2.
Hearts final mix and nobody cared.
Nobody cared, man. It's just not news. It's not news, dude. only people care about is when, you know, you jerk off on stream. Wow, what a news story.
Black Mesa playthrough.
Thank
He
you,
quoted
Black
the song
Mage.
"Do You Call My Name" by from Raw.
I
who
care.
was the song I used to use in my Hateful Truth reviews. So he's actually a legit fan.
Dude,
Which
he's
is
a fan.
nice to know that I actually have legit fans out there who probably are the silent majority. People who are my fans don't speak up because they don't want to be harassed by the insane people.
Dude, Punished Jesus, aka Mansoor, is the silent majority. He's doubling down on this just to make himself feel better.
The silent majority, people who are my fans, don't speak up because they don't want to be harassed by the insane people who stalk me and everyone else around me who's positive. So I get that. I really do.
Are you kidding me, man?
You know. All right. Well, guys.
Like, how does he turn that down? I still don't get it. Just to make himself feel better. He needs to ego stroke and get all sad boy. Get all fucking sad boy. Puppy dog. Like,
everyone hates me. But you know, Mansoor is a big fan. He's a silent majority.
That's that. I think we covered the topics. We talked about the schedule. We talked about politics, and we talked about Elden Ring and Riven. Ending of Riven was great. I hope that you'll check it out if you like old school stuff. I hope that they remake the other games because there were 4 of them, I think, in that series. I'd like to play the future ones too.
Ghost Hunter.
So, okay, I'm gonna go put this pen back on my desk. I noticed it here, and then we're gonna do shoutouts. Okay?
Thank you.
I pulled a hose and no one cared. Disappointed face.
Hose before bros, am I right? Lyrical? I care. I care.
Based.
I care, dude.
I am gothic.
That's you. Big ups, dude. Thank you for the 2. I'm glad you did. Get those hoes, dude. Hose with an X, obviously, is what I'm referring to. YouTube. What? What's happening?
For now.
I am care. What is happening? This stream's going off the rails, dude.
Whew. Okay, so.
Phew, okay.
Let's do some shout-outs now, guys. As you know, today's React Day.
Now, guys.
All right, and
he hit us with a now,
I
guys.
aim for a
Here we
certain
go.
level of support each stream. 50.
What is with that? What is actually with that? Like, when he's going to beg, he has these catchphrases, these like words that he uses. Now, guys, being one of them. It's like he's just embarrassed to beg, so he has to hit you with a pre-stream. Now, guys.
Let's do some shout-outs now, guys. As you know, today's React Day. All right, and
did I play World of Warcraft?
You know, I aim for a certain level of support each stream. $50.
I wish I
tips.
did.
You know, we're gonna after this podcast ends, we're gonna head over to the React show. Right? I hope that you guys will support the show. Last week, sadly, was very low support on the React show. I don't know why. Because usually we do get good support on it, so I don't know if anything caused it or not. But if you like the content, please support it. Anything you contribute right now during the podcast counts towards that.
It's a Pavlovian effect he's trying to program into them. That's what it is.
So it'd be great if you could. All right, please support if you can. All right, shout outs. We start off today with Avarice. 9 months as a member, says thank you for never quitting and always leading us. There you go. Yes, I will never quit on you like Joe Biden. Never. Wow. What a thing. What a thing to be saying. But it's literally true. That's the thing. It's actually true. Wow. Anyway, Farch did a couple of super chats. His first super chat says, I support DSPolitics. It's good content. Well,
I don't know, dude. Okay. Like, going back to the Joe Biden thing, what if, like, I know this is probably whatever. Let's just imagine this is DSP's reality, okay? What if Joe Biden just wants to take care of his family? He has a cat, he has his wife, and he wants to go spend time with them. Kind of like you did with the documentary, right? It's a kind of similar thing. A thing that you announced that you were 100% gonna do over the course of the year. And then a month later, 2 months later, you backed out and you blamed your family for it. Why are you unable to think that that could be a possibility with anybody else? I know the president thing is like an extreme example, but why is he unable to do that? To have any sort of consideration that that could be a possibility? Because he quit over something that dumb. Oh, my family can't do it. We can't handle doing a documentary where I don't do anything and I sit there and answer questions. Maybe that's what he was doing. I don't know.
I don't have DSPolitics.
Maybe he has a Jasper.
Maybe one day I will. But as of now, I do not. And then Fart did a second super chat. He says, Biden has announced Kamala will be running. Wrong. He said, he endorsed Kamala as the candidate. That doesn't mean she's going to be the official candidate of the Democratic Party. It just means that's his personal choice.
Nice.
Rich88, 11 months as a member.
You and I
last
spread
president did not run for re-election with
misinformation.
Lyndon B. Johnson. I do feel like that's crazy, right? It's true. I mean, do you know how long ago that was? Pretty insane.
I don't know.
This
tell
is
me.
definitely a huge moment in American history. And then Abdullah did a super chat. Will React Day ever go away? I feel like it takes an entire day away from gaming. I wonder if it will become a gaming day or a second day off for you during the week. That's the point. The point of React Day is to break up the gaming. If I just do gaming every day, it starts to feel a little stale. Doing the React stuff breaks it up, gives us variety. Now I have people who come to my different channels for different things. There's a steady audience for React stuff on both channels now, actually, both on the React channel and on the Throwback channel, and it's working. That's why I do it.
I don't know.
If I noticed that there was going to be a big drop off or whatever, I would stop. But no, it's consistent. It's consistent. And by the way, next
Every time I see LBJ in chat,
month there will be
I read it as LeBron James.
more reacting because there will be more reacting because next month I'm going to react to the Review Tech USA documentary by June the King, and then I'm going to be reacting to my own documentary by June the King. So there's going to be a lot more reacting next month, notably because there's no new games until the 20th. So I'll try to, hopefully I'll get all that in before then, but we don't know exactly when those documentaries are releasing. Hopefully sooner rather than later.
Okay, DSP. Next. What's next?
Okay, so Abdullah, thank you for that
Keep the
super
show
chat. And
going,
Abdullah re-upped his
please.
membership for 20 months. It says, we need Street Fighter 6 today. No, we certainly do not. I was so beat on Friday from playing
Okay, I'm skipping. Let's go to him talking about the president. Let's go.
And Bloom continues to the super chat. Filled for president 2024. Absolutely not. Maybe someday. Maybe I will run for president someday. What do you think?
Shut up.
I mean, let's be honest. If Donald Trump can become president with all the controversy he's been through, which is way more serious than anything I've ever been through, and if Joe Biden can be president and he's not even like mentally sound to be a human, I'm pretty sure I could get elected too. Now, all I need is about, I don't know, a few $100 million in campaign funding to run an actual campaign because no one will actually know who I am or see the campaign unless I become rich. So I just need to become rich. Does anyone know how to do that? Anyone know how to,
Look at this asshole. See, this is what makes this guy such a slimy piece of shit. Because he's doing this weird joke thing. Haha, look at me, I'm being chummy. I am being a cool, fun, like ironic, ha 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 ha. But he's actually not. He's actually not. He's doing this thing where he's actually begging. This is what's gross about him. Stuff like this. This is disgusting.
will actually know who I am or see the campaign unless I become rich. So I just need to become rich. Does anyone know how to do that? Anyone
Yeah, imagine I get lots of money. Ha 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 ha.
How to, anyone actually know what I could do to become rich so I could run for president?
Nice. You're so funny, dude.
I'd have to leave the house more than once a week. Actually, that's not true. That's not true at all. I could do it all from right here. I would be the first president in American history to run the country from his office. I would live stream myself everywhere. I would just get a more patriotic background. We get some flags and shit back here, but it would be perfect. Live over the internet, President Burnell.
Right.
There you go.
You're the prettiest girl in school, man. You're hilarious.
Oh, you don't want me and Trump debating would be great because we would get into a giant insult match. He would hit low and he would say all the horrible things that everyone knows about me, and then I would bring up all the horrible shit about him. It would just be the biggest crazy bluster match
You
ever.
totally wouldn't turtle and
That'd be great.
You know, not say anything and nervously laugh and pretend you never said anything
So anyway,
mean.
thank you all there for your shout outs.
Right.
I received no tips whatsoever today. None. Zero. I have nothing to shout out there. Sadly, but I hope that I will hit the $50.
No way, dude. We get so many white runs today. I've hit no tips. Alert, alert, no tips. No tips, alert. Uh-oh. Alert. Burnell, what is happening actually?
I'm just trying to see if there's any official
Word about MVC? There's not.
About MVC? There's not.
Okay, I don't care about MVC. Let's see. He's going to play it on PC. Okay, more president talk. Let's see.
Yeah, but tomorrow would change immediately. We would be playing it tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
React Day is intolerable even while stoned.
Yeah, I refuse to watch that. I did it once, like when I first started doing this. I'm never doing it again. Black Mage. I'm right with you, dude. I hate it.
I'm just a small guy and Trump is punching down.
Yeah. He would turtle and say he's a victim.
Immediately. That's right.
Great. Thank you,
As
ES, for the two.
Your
And
future
Black Mage.
presidential candidate. I demand, I don't request, I demand that they drop the MVC collection right now, this very moment. And then we could all have epic versus gameplay all day, week long, right? I demand it. Hold on.
Shit, he's kind of loud. I'm sorry.
As your evil Psycho Power, dictator of Shadaloo, I demand that Capcom drop the MVC collection right now. Do it now. Or else you're going to make me upset. You wouldn't like me when I'm upset. Because I'm very whiny and annoying when I'm upset.
What?
Okay? I demand it. For God's sakes, drop that game now. Stop holding off. No one needs you to hold off.
Okay, really?
Stop edging us. Okay, anyway.
What?
Hold off. Stop edging us. Okay.
Stop edging us. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Does anyone have any topics they'd like to talk about today? Anything interesting?
I'm so glad we're almost done.
Oh, do they really? Abdullah says they now have limited editions of the Victrix Pro FS.
Okay.
Finality.
Wait. I want to see this actually.
Like Terry and Iori, and they have a new version with Akuma. That's cool. Although, honestly, I like this one. I like that it's white because it's generic and it kind of applies to anything.
Show it. What does that even mean?
I also like the color change feature because I used to have joysticks that were character branded.
I like it because it's generic.
Nice, but then what happens when you don't care about that character anymore, or that game's not prominent anymore? Now your stick is like outdated.
What?
So I actually prefer
He's
the more
so
generic.
weird.
I really like this one.
This dude is fake. This is how you know he's fake. What a fake asshole.
But then what
man.
happens when you don't care about that character anymore, or that game's not prominent anymore?
The game's not prominent anymore. As if you can't like something when it's not like super popular or relevant. He's afraid. This dude is afraid. He's like, I can't imagine how this dude was in high school. In any sort of social setting. This dude is afraid to give any opinions. He cannot like anything that's not like the mainstream. Or else he'll be ostracized in his own head. You can't like things.
Now your stick is...
What happens when I like King from Tekken, and then in the new Tekken, King is not in it? You know, I'm going to be made fun of. What?
Like outdated. So I actually prefer the more generic. I really like this one. I'm happy. Thank you.
What a weirdo.
All Trump has to say is that he begs for money, LOL.
And then DSP would also say he begs for money.
So much, again, to the person who
You raise campaign donations?
donated this. This week with this stick has been amazing. As you see, I've
What's wrong with this picture?
done the best Street Fighter 6 gameplay I've ever done. I did on this stick this week. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so very much. And he burped.
Spawn Killer did a super chat. He says, what was worse, the PlayStation Move or the Xbox Kinect? Well, see, it depends. If you're talking functionality, it was the Kinect. The Kinect barely worked at any form or function. Like, you would try to use it, half the time it wouldn't track you properly. So actually trying to play games on that thing was a nightmare.
Thank you.
The important thing is he wasn't bullied enough.
Yeah, honestly, like actually, that's probably true.
But at the same time, even though the PS Move
And he was an only child and coddled and spoiled.
better, excuse me, even though the PS Move controlled much better, when you use the Move controllers, you actually could do more and it would work better with games. It did look like you were holding two giant swollen testicles. So would you rather actually waggle around with motion controls that don't work, or would you rather look like you're giving two hands?
I don't know, dude.
at the same
He
time?
asked you,
So,
not me. He asked you.
I just pick your poison.
No, he
But
asked
definitely
you.
The PS Move worked better. All right.
Okay. No opinion. He can't even answer that. He asked you,
Okay.
brother, not me. Whatever. Moving on. I don't care. Next.
I played a bunch of them, but I couldn't tell you. You have to go back and look at my PS Move catalog of playthroughs, and nothing really comes to mind. Like some of the games I know, for example, was it Mag? I think used it.
Mag?
And it wasn't very good, so I didn't like using it. Because there were some games you would actually have the whole rifle, and you would put the PS Move controller in the rifle, and so you would use the rifle to play. But even then, it didn't necessarily control any better than the controller, you know?
Okay.
No, I have not heard that song, Generation Z. I don't listen to modern music. Derek, happy Sunday to you.
I don't listen
Was it
to
SOCOM?
modern music.
4, is that what used the gun? Because I had the giant gun. I bought it and everything. I don't remember.
Wait, I want to use this as a thumbnail.
SOCOM 4, is that what used the gun?
I need a good one here. Why does he always check the data? Look at the fucking
Because I had
gun.
the giant gun. I bought it and everything.
Here we go.
I had to do it to them snipe.
Speaking of sniping, look at DSP Go.
Scopely stock would suddenly rise significantly if Phil was given money to run for president.
Anonymous donations. Anonymous polls. Thank you, Lyrical Thesis.
Bought it and
Shit, I'm trying to get a good fucking... I can't find a good one. Whatever. I'll come back.
everything. I don't remember what the games were that I used it on.
BBC pick. Brunel.
How's the weather? Much cooler today.
Don't care. Okay, we don't care. We're skipping. He's talking about SNK versus Capcom tournaments. Let's see him complain about tournaments.
SNK versus Capcom Chaos. That game is not good. It was released and it flopped. No one liked it. Tournaments really weren't even held for it. The reason they're doing it is to build on hype. Like I said, I really feel strongly that today they're going to announce the MVC Collection's release date, and it might even be this week. And because of that,
Spoilers,
they wanted to
they
announce
didn't.
MVC Chaos a couple days early, so that way people got hyped for it first and maybe bought the PC version first to play it before. Because when MVC Collection comes out, that's all anyone's going to play. Okay, so yeah, SVC Chaos is not a good game. It's fun because it actually you see Capcom characters drawn in the SNK style.
Okay, he's talking about SNK, PlayStation Move. Let's see, PlayStation Move.
I got $1.25 tip from Mr. Puffy Nipples. I remember when the PS Move came out, you played PlayStation Champions and you were drunk. It was hilarious. I don't remember that at all. Maybe we should watch that someday.
Oh my god.
You guys remember that? I don't remember that. PlayStation Champions? What? And I was drunk?
He uses this innocent, like, super chat to beg, to try and hype and beg his dead channel. Wow. This dude sucks. More MVC talk.
I totally don't remember that.
Wolverine. Oh, man. He is not talking about anything.
All right, guys, any last minute stuff to talk about? Because we do have to switch over the React show. Mark, you just heard the news about Biden? Yeah. It happened right at the beginning of my show. Like, literally, as I was starting up the podcast, it happened.
Literally. Wait, he's complaining about Derek. Hold on. There's a Derek, like...
Derek, I have no idea what you're talking about. Derek, you literally said, I did want to let you know that just to let you know. You didn't say what you're letting me know. So I have no idea what you're letting me know because you didn't tell me what you're letting me know.
Probably the music thing. When you said you didn't listen to modern
was
music?
owned by Tango
Okay.
Gameworks. That was
Whatever.
the Shinji Mikami company, and they went out of business. They were let go. Remember? This just happened.
Hello?
Oh my lord. Okay, we're skipping ahead.
Do the $2 tip. It's Debo. I would love to be your running mate. No. I've already
No.
chosen my running mate. It's too late. It's too late for you, Debo. But thank you for the $2 tip.
This sucks. What time does he go
Okay.
live? 2
All
o'clock?
right, guys, we got to adjourn so I can get the React show
Eastern?
going. Thank you for watching. What a wild
Hold on,
podcast.
let me check.
Let's hope that the announcement comes through today, and tomorrow we'll be playing the Marvel vs.
2:15.
Capcom collection. I would be super stoked if that's the case. I'd be so excited. So I hope that it comes true. We will see. But in the meantime, please be safe. Have a
Yeah, I'm not staying for 2 more hours.
happy Sunday. Hopefully,
We got one more video.
I'll see you for the
Happy
React stuff. If
Sunday.
not, I will see you tomorrow. Peace out.
Peace out. Okay, one more video. It's the daily wrap from the same day. So this is also yesterday. Wild podcast, fun clips show, and reacting to Dark Souls 1 concludes. July 21st.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Sunday, the 21st of July, 2024. Full React Day today, which was great. Although we did have some unexpected stuff that happened right before my show started this morning, and I had to talk about it in politics, okay? Let's talk. Pretty good day. We started
Sorry,
off today
Greedy Piggy.
with a level 1 podcast. Oddly enough, that started just moments after our current president, Joe Biden in the United States, announced he is no longer running for re-election and stepping down when it comes to November, and he wants someone else to run in his place, and he endorsed our vice president, Kamala Harris. So, obviously, I wanted to talk about that. That was breaking
Again, obviously. Why obviously?
world news.
Like, this is DSP Gaming. Why is it obvious that you're going to talk about it? I thought this was about escapism and getting away from your problems in real life.
That happened just moments before my podcast started. So I
Clout
talked about it
chasing.
right away. If you
Clout
want my full opinion
chasing.
on that, it's literally like the first 20 minutes of my podcast from this morning. So go give it a look. Then we talked about various other topics of things going on, including my finishing the Elden Ring
Yeah,
Shadow
true,
of the
MG, good point.
DLC and my overall opinion and review of it, among other things, like also talking about me finishing Riven Remastered last night, or Riven Remake last night, actually. Then we jumped into DSP versus the internet over on DSP Reacts, and it was a great show with a good variety of topics discussed. You know, always a good variety of videos and things there. 2 parts are live, 4 more coming over the course of the week. So I certainly hope that you'll go give it a watch and enjoy. Tonight was very special to me because tonight we finished the retro react to Dark Souls 1, my original playthrough from 2011. And we actually got to see the rage quit. Because the funny part about it is I always remembered everyone gave me shit saying I rage quit the game. We watched it live tonight, and literally it wasn't me. It was the audience who said it. They said, you didn't rage quit that game.
Oh
There's no
my
rage
God.
to be had. It's more of like a resignation quit. And so what we did is we
What?
watched
Okay, dude. One more
it
time.
live tonight, and literally it wasn't me. It was the audience who said it. They said, you didn't rage quit that game. There's no rage to be had. It's more of like a resignation quit. And so what we did is we watched my review of Dark Souls that I did right after I had stopped
Whatever,
playing it,
dude.
where I literally say, the reason I'm quitting the game is because I feel like it's too difficult and
Like Biden. He stepped down. He wasn't running. He wasn't in the running to continue playing Dark Souls tomorrow.
too much work.
So he kind of stepped
The
down.
investment I would have to put into it to beat it, I'd want to play more games. You know, as a variety YouTuber, I had Batman Arkham City,
Biden just like
Skyrim,
him.
and
For
many other games
for.
coming out around that time period that I wanted to focus on. I didn't want to be locked up endlessly playing Dark Souls to beat it because I really wasn't getting as much enjoyment out of it as I had hoped. You know, having to replay so many lengthy parts between bonfires and stuff.
Like, look at this. Because this thing could apply to Biden. This dude was complaining that he didn't understand Biden was quitting on all of us. Biden is quitting. But dude, what if he just didn't want to have to repeat the same gameplay for 4 more years?
He's gonna have to go through the whole thing again, go through the campaign, rerun his campaign.
That's like fucking 27 million hours of gameplay that he's going to have to repeat, right?
Locked up endlessly playing Dark Souls to beat
He didn't
it,
want to
'cause I really wasn't
endlessly
getting as
run
much
for
enjoyment
president.
out of it as I had hoped. You know, having to replay so many lengthy parts between bonfires and stuff just was kind of annoying to me.
I don't know.
And I thought that I had explained it pretty matter of fact and pretty fairly. In fact, in that review, I review Dark Souls very positively and give it an 8 out of 10. Yet I remember distinctly in my head, that was one of the pieces of content that I put out that people over the years gave me a lot of crap
Reviewed
for
game,
and started to hate me for. I
didn't
actually
even beat
said,
it.
There's 3 things that people hated me for over the years. The Dark Souls
Look at
rage
this.
quit
Look at
and
this. Look at
review,
this. Look at this.
me playing Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 HD and making fun of the games constantly, including Kojima, and basically my ex-girlfriend.
That's why people hated him. Those 3 reasons are why people disliked him. Dark Souls, Metal Gear Solid, and his girlfriend. Is that what he said?
And I thought that I had explained it pretty matter of fact and pretty fairly. In fact, in that review, I review Dark Souls very positively and give it an 8 out of 10.
Let me make sure
Yet
that's what he
I remember
said.
distinctly in my head, that was one of the pieces of content that I put out that people over the years gave me a lot of crap for
Yep.
and started to hate me for.
Yep. People hated him because Dark Souls, Metal Gear Solid, and his girlfriend. Wow. 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 Wow.
Review.
Wow.
Me playing Metal Gear
I can't
Solid 2
believe
and
it.
3 HD and making fun of the games constantly, including Kojima. And
That's great.
basically
That's
my
awesome.
ex-girlfriend, who they all hated, right?
They
And
all
because of
hated
that, like,
her.
those are the 3 things that people used. Oh, that's the catalyst. Of
You
why
hate me because of my girlfriend.
I don't like Darkside Phil, and that's what started popular opinion to turn against me during that time period, and people started doing "This is how you don't play" and a lot of hateful content towards me. That was the catalyst of it. And it's weird because we watched it back, and I'm scratching my head. I'm like, I don't understand it. It's not like I slammed the game and insulted it. It's not like I actually rage quit it. I didn't really. It doesn't seem like it seems like it's a
resignation
misconception
quit.
that's formulated over the years from something that literally didn't happen. And it's funny because you actually read the video comments, right? And some of the highest voted comments are from people saying, he's a casual, he's a casual, he's a casual, he's a casual. But then in the review itself, I outright say, if I'm the kind of guy that if I want to invest time into something, it's because it's competitive. Like if I'm competing for Street Fighter or I'm going to play Call of Duty, right, and enter a tournament, then that's why I want to invest so much time into it, to learning it, because it's competitive. Dark Souls isn't competitive. So I don't care to spend all that time to invest in it to get good at it and beat it. I want to play other games. And people literally say, whoa, casual, casual, casual. Like, yeah, but that's not a bad thing. I literally said that in the video. I'm just not that kind of person. So it just seems to me like, again, there's certain games that have polarizing communities. And this one was like, if you're not a fanboy of Dark Souls, you're just a filthy casual piece of crap, and we hate you. And that was one of the turning points for me. Dark Souls, Metal Gear Solid.
Wait, but you're like that with Street Fighter, though. How often does this dude complain about modern controls and people being able to pick up fighting games easier now? Because they're so brain dead. You're brain dead if you play this. You're a mouth drooler if you use this combo or this character. That's what you do.
Series and by X.
That sounds pretty toxic. Look, he says it again. He doubles down. Doubles down. Hell!
Dark Souls, Metal Gear Solid, series, and by X. Those are like the 3 big things that turned everyone against me. And it's crazy to think about it now, because now we're doing things like these retro replays, or excuse me, retro reacts, and we're kind of seeing it from a different perspective 13 years later. Like, oh, that's really what happened. Thank you.
Bets on the JTK doc ruining Phil.
Oh, I'm muted. Thank you. Blame your ISP for the 2. Nothing's going to happen. I don't think anything's going to ruin DSP. He does enough of that on his own, and nothing ever really happens. He's just constantly in decline. It's just expected. Everything this guy does is kind of expected. DSP said something stupid again. What's new today? That kind of thing. It's not going to ruin him. June the King doc. But it'll be hopefully a good one. I don't know. We'll see. He's been a little bit weird on Twitter about the whole thing. But I don't know. We'll see.
Like,
I don't think it'll ruin him, though. I'm not willing to bet anything.
Fan base, and that fan base turned against him. Then it happened again, and that fan base turned against him. And then eventually...
What if he interviewed Liana for it? I don't think he'll do that.
He just
But what if? I mean, what if we can play the what if game? It would be pretty cool. I would be interested in seeing what she has to say and what kind of questions he would ask her. And what she would be willing to even say. But honestly, it's probably for the best if she never does anything related to this dude again.
becomes the laughing stock.
Just move on. You got out, lady.
Yeah.
You got out, honey.
So anyway, it was great. We had a great time together. The Dark Souls 1 Retro React is now done. Really enjoyed doing that. Thank you to everyone who joined me over the last 5 months, because if you remember, we actually started like back in like, what was it, February? And we've been going back to it every once in a while, and now we finally finished it because I was doing the Elden Ring DLC. So what perfect timing to finish the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC yesterday and now finish the Retro React to Dark Souls 1 today. It was like absolutely perfect timing. So FYI, next week we start a new Retro React, and that will be the continuation.
Yeah, Snort Exchange, that's a good point. It's kind of scary to see him go from I was a toxic asshole to it's Panda Lee's fault. Yeah, I know. The narrative shifts. It always changes. He always admits how much of a piece of shit he used to be. I've changed. I'm a better person. I don't do that shit anymore. But then now, for some reason, yesterday, I'm assuming today he thinks the same thing, but we'll see because it changes on the hour, on his mood. Today, it's, well, Panda Lee, Dark Souls, and Metal Gear Solid are why people hate me. What?
Mario and Sonic at the 2012 London
I thought you were
Olympics co-op, which we
obstinate
did a couple times
character.
about a month ago. We're going back to it because guess what starts this week?
I guess not.
The actual real life Olympics. So now we can continue to watch that playthrough while the real Olympics are going on. I think it's 2 sessions and we'll finish it.
Yes, Sergeant.
Perfect timing for that. Okay, cool. So great stuff. I hope you enjoy all the content. The only one bummer here, Evo is over, and they did not announce the release date of the Marvel vs. Capcom collection. It's not shadow dropped, and they didn't give it a release date. So now everyone's left scratching their head.
Everyone.
Why did the ESRB rate it this week? Why did they have it at Evo in full working condition? People ran tournaments on it, but they're not selling it yet. So it's driving people nuts because we don't know. And like, I wish I knew when it was coming out. I want to plan content around it. But now what we're stuck is with the dilemma. I'm done with so many games and projects. We have to have a new one this week, and I don't know what to do. So tomorrow, FYI, here on DSP Gaming, we're going to do a few things. Number one, on tomorrow's podcast, it's our time to discuss what's next. Should it be a brand new game, a remake, bringing back a game? What's it going to be? We have to discuss.
My thoughts on his editor censoring his old playthroughs to be more PG friendly. It could be just to monetize them, but I think it's just more that they don't want... I keep saying they. I know who it is. It's one guy. I assume I know who it is. I don't know. I don't want to give out false information. But it's probably also just DSP or the editor himself trying to make DSP look like he wasn't as bad as people think he was. That has to be it also. I think that's mostly what it is.
Discuss this tomorrow and figure it out. Then we're going to resume Fallout 4 on that first stream. We're in Nuka World DLC. We're actually
Who do I think it is? I think it's Das Bullshit.
Part of it, we passed the earlier part that's kind of boring with the gangs.
The guy who has edited stuff for him in the past and who did that like Rambo and Howard stream video for him that was like 3 hours long.
Now we can actually explore Nuka World, take out a bunch of enemies, solve puzzles, take it over and you know, finish it up. So probably 1 to 2 streams of that to wrap that up, and then we get to the end of the game, which is good because I want to wrap that up. I don't want to leave that as a lingering playthrough. Tomorrow night, Stardew Valley. Now, being completely transparent here, I love Stardew Valley. I love the chill times we have with it.
Do you?
I love the fact that every time I play it, there's something new going on. We had literally next to no support last time I played. It was one of the lowest supported streams I've literally ever done. I can't have that be a pattern. So I hope tomorrow night, if you weren't able to make that last stream, now you can make this new one and you can hang out and you can support it. Please do. I'm nervous because I like the game. I want to keep it in the rotation.
Oh, pick
but
your ear.
Play it all the time.
Whoa. If you're not looking at the screen, please, actually, maybe don't look. But if you want to, look.
I'm nervous because I like
look
the game.
At this. Ear dig.
I want to keep it
deep in there. He goes even deeper.
But I can't play it.
And then wipes it on his pants. He's saving it for later.
If it's going to have those kind of really bad streams. So let's see what happens tomorrow night. Okay? And then we'll play it by ear and we'll go from there. So tomorrow, podcast to determine the next new game, Fallout 4, Stardew Valley.
Bedtime
hey guys,
snack.
Thank you so very much. Great streaming day. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Peace out.
Oh, Lord. Is this where he resignation quits Dark Souls? Let's check this out.
And
Let's
I wonder
peep
if
this
that's
out.
where I need to go for the plot or what? Like, is that where I go to advance the story? Or is that just an optional fucking giant, disgusting, infected dick? You notice how afraid I am? Because I've died already so many times in this. I'm like, dude, I just don't even trust that I could do this reasonably. Well, I ain't gonna go find out. I ain't gonna talk to that guy, but let's go this way.
What are you laughing at?
You could drop down, there's an item, but I'm afraid if I drop down, I'll get stuck. Oh, it's one of these big motherfuckers again, huh? This is a really high ladder.
This is awful.
Another thing that sucks about this Blight Town, keep in mind, this is Dark Souls 1. So bonfires are...
I know it's a nitpick, but him saying keep in mind it's Dark Souls 1 kind of bothers me. Low key, high key actually. Fuck him. I hate him.
Another thing that sucks...
Keep in mind. As if I forgot.
Blight Town, keep in mind, this is Dark Souls 1.
Yeah.
So bonfires...
I love Blight Town from Dark Souls 2.
Are not usually close
and
to
Elden
each
Ring.
other. You got
I mean, I guess the swamp areas, but fuck you.
A huge part of Blight Town before you get to the first bonfire. So if I die, I'm literally starting over. And that's what's so frustrating.
Whoa. Crazy. Keep in mind, guys, this is a restream of me doing DSP restream like I'm watching him. Keep in mind.
Person saying I'm hitting the wall. What's in here?
I had to do it to them snipe.
The Deep Fryer, thank you for the 5, dude.
Phil, no games to play. Also Phil, turns down an offer for a gift of SMT5, Vengeance.
Yeah, he also has that Final Fantasy Crisis Core, Ever Crisis, one of those. I don't know. The Switch, it came out on Switch first, I think. Someone gifted him that, like a long time ago, and he still never played it.
More enemies.
He showed it off, and then...
It's about time to split the part.
Oh,
wait, one more minute?
He's splitting
no
the part.
Here. Further Reno, yes, I have done Resident Evil Village. Full playthrough is available over on my DSP Gaming channel. All right, let's split the part here. We come back, we'll continue on. Likely we'll be getting through around 2 parts.
Damn it.
2 parts of the playthrough per part tonight, which means we still have around 6 parts to go in the playthrough. So around 3 more videos for tonight, I guess. We'll see. But anyway, good stuff so far.
Okay, I want to see his resignation quit. Big ups, Raw Phil. Let's see him resignation quit Dark Souls.
Poisoned again, it's over.
Why am I poisoned?
It's too hard, man. This part is absolutely fucking ridiculously hard. Look, I can't even get out. They don't even let you get out of the water. Look, I can't. I couldn't get out of the water. Wow.
Wow, dude.
This is fucking nonsense.
What's worse, DSP versus the internet or this? I would have to say this. Because at least with versus the internet, you can get a video to watch.
I'm dead.
With this, you have to watch this.
Yeah, you need to cross the water, but I don't know what you're supposed to do in this water. Okay, I just died for no reason. You know what's funny? I died for absolutely no reason. I'm not even kidding you. See that concrete structure ahead of me? That's the bonfire. If you go in there and you run up, there's a bonfire right there. And I didn't know it. It's literally just a few feet in front of me. I'm almost positive.
I mean, you sound pretty mad.
Oh, man.
You do sound pretty mad in the video.
So there's no way for me to survive this without 100 poison healing items, which I don't have, without poison resistant armor, which I don't have. I would have to actually leave this area to go get those things in order to survive. I think it's over, and my sword's gonna break. So I'm ridiculously boned. I don't see any way I can beat this area. With the whole sword thing, does the sword auto repair itself after you die, or do you still have to repair it? That I don't remember the whole weapon breaking mechanic of this game. It's been so long since they had one, so I actually don't remember if that's something that fixes itself or not.
Okay, does it matter?
Without going back and backtracking for hours, leveling up other weapons, finding our poison-resistant armor, finding poison healing items.
You don't really have to do any of this.
I don't think I can progress any further in the game without spending countless hours to do it, which I just don't want to do.
I didn't do that when I played it.
Again, well, other games coming out, especially this next week coming up, Batman Arkham City coming out.
Dude, he does the same shit to this day. Holy fuck. The same little, like, with other games coming out, the weird justifications.
Oh my god, Batman Arkham City was coming up. No wonder I wanted to drop this game. I just don't think I want to play this game anymore. I think I've reached a point where it's not a bad game. It's just, it's too much of a time investment. It's too much of a difficulty curve for me. When I know I'm not going to only invest time in this game, there's other games I want to play.
Get good, bro.
It's frustrating, absolutely. It's frustrating.
It's frustrating.
Because the game isn't bad. It's just too fucking hard. It's just really too fucking hard. For the average person, you are not going to want to invest this kind of time and effort into this game. It's not impossible to me.
Wait a minute. He tells us that he doesn't want to invest time because it's not a competitive game. He only likes investing time in competitive games. But that's not the average person, though. The average person isn't a competitive Street Fighter player. So what do you mean it's not for the average person?
It's really fucking hard to be. So I don't know. I think I'm going to regroup here.
Also, he's not even the average person. This is like his thing.
I mean, at this point, I'm already going to be busy anyway. For those watching this when it's new, I'm going to New York Comic Con on Saturday, so I'll be busy all day then. Sunday, I'm actually
you hear him swaying.
Games I want
what
to
did
play,
I do?
And it's just frustrating, absolutely.
What happened? Why did it?
You are not going to want to invest.
Okay.
I'm going to New York Comic Con on Saturday, so I'll be busy all day then. Sunday, I've actually got some personal stuff to do. So really, I only have about one more day to play this until I moved on to new games anyway. And maybe I'll just do something else. I don't know. There are other games that came out that I didn't play that maybe I should jump on now. I don't know. So, all right. So unfortunately, that's pretty much it for now for Dead Souls. Dark Souls, I don't know what else to do in the game without backtracking for hours, which I just don't have any desire to do. When I'm playing a game, I have to.
You can hear him swaying.
I don't like. It's not that I don't like this game, but if there's a game that I don't like and I tough through it, it's because I'm, usually like, okay, if I tough through it, it'll be over in a couple hours. This game, if I tough through this one part and I go back and I get, poison-resistant armor, and I grind and I get better weapons or whatever, and I come back, there's just going to be another part even fucking harder after this.
Yep,
remember?
That's what I just said.
More time.
Agreeing with yourself.
And for me, this just doesn't lend itself to that kind of playthrough. You know what I mean? You don't want to see me grinding for 700 hours. This playthrough would probably be hundreds of parts. And,
would have been.
This is only Blighttown, so after this, you got to go fight Quelaag. You ring the second bell.
Okay, dude, really? You're going to summarize the game? Thank you.
Catacombs. So, that would have taken, just think about that. All those four together, it's probably twice as long as what I've done so far. So, probably, no lie, this playthrough would have been like 200 parts for me.
Does that matter?
If I had done it back in the day. Like I said, I just don't want to put that kind of a time investment into this particular game. So, for now, this is probably the last part. But I may or may not come back to it. I guess we'll have to see. But that's it for now.
Nice.
So what's funny is I left it at that. I left it at, oh, let's wait and see. I didn't outright say, oh, I'm quitting. I'm canceling it. Right?
I mean, you did, though.
I actually just
like,
said,
dude, he's playing the semantics game right now because, guys, I'm going to stop playing. This game is too hard. I am going to stop playing.
Well, you see, I never said I was going to stop playing forever. I never said that.
What the fuck? Why are you so annoying?
oh, let's wait and see. And then I never went back to it. And if I remember correctly, right? So hold on a second here. So that video.
Yeah, I know, Snood.
Okay, so
Like the things that he was saying you need to do,
out.
I never did when I played it. I
October
have to go grind and get poisons. I never did that.
14th,
I just made it through.
2011, and then my review.
View counting? Is he view
was
counting?
Also, wow, I did the review the same day.
Oh, no.
I
he's not.
literally just sat right down, and the same day I reviewed it. And by the way, look, how can you rate a game when you rage quit it? 2,300 comments on the video.
Okay.
Step back, casual, get good. One of the most controversial and polarizing games in human history. No, get good, you casual.
Thank you.
Wait, he called it a
This
controversial
is Goaty's scam
game?
response for board quits.
Yeah, I know. It's like what he said with Divinity.
I didn't rage quit it. I kind of like resignation quit it.
All right, let's do a final video of this. This will be
Joe
fun.
Biden
Here
quit
we
it.
go. All right, guys, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. Let's
do what?
do this.
This
will
is
be
a
fun.
half an hour.
All right.
I think I already watched this one too.
We probably won't watch the whole thing.
Okay, good.
Have a good night, Derek. We probably won't watch the whole thing. We'll skim through it, but I think the comments are more interesting. All right, here we go. Okay, everyone, welcome to the final part of the Retro React to Dark Souls 1. Now,
Hey,
technically,
of
we
course he watches the whole thing. Oh no, he skips ahead.
reacted to all the gameplay. That same night when I quit the game, I reviewed it. The Hateful Truth review. Now, keep in mind, this is me reviewing a game I haven't beaten yet. All right? So, let's see what I have to say quickly, and then I want to look at the comments. We're not going to watch the whole video simply because this video is 30 minutes long, but I'm just curious. Let's see here. What's going on, everyone, and welcome to another edition of the Hateful Truth game review series. My air conditioner is getting fucking loud as hell, and I'm about to go punch it. Shut up. Okay. Sorry about that.
All right. Grug smash.
Today, why not start a unique review with a unique beginning, right? Today we are going to talk about an extremely unique game. Today we are going to talk about an extremely controversial game. A game that is probably one of the most polarizing games in human history, okay?
What?
So this review is done right away, so this is still about 13 years ago.
Yeah, Dark
right?
Souls, that
I mean, look how different I look
polarizing
now.
game.
Now my face is a lot skinnier than this. But of course,
What?
my whole beard is now gray. Back then it was like super dark hair, right?
You are not like incredibly skinnier than this, dude. What are you talking
I did
about?
not beat it. And the reason I did not beat it is because the game requires such a massive investment of time in order to beat it that I actually just, number one, didn't want to invest that much time into this particular game. And number two, I actually stopped having fun with the game. Now, not to say that that isn't going to be the case for everyone who
He
plays
bored
this game.
quit it.
Just like every Hateful Truth review, we're going to be
He didn't
fair.
rage quit.
We're going to talk about the pros, the cons. We're going to discuss all the aspects of the game. And then I'm going to give you my final opinion on it and how I think it should really be scored when you are comparing it to all the other games out there and when you are comparing it to what the average gamer is going to be looking for, because that... Are there segments? It said there were Oh, look. There are segments, but this doesn't make sense. How could there be segments? Oh, it's done a little differently. Difficulty, the Soul system. Dark Souls is not a bad game. Let's see difficulty. Let's skip to that.
Okay.
The difficulty. Okay?
The difficulty.
It's grueling. It's difficult.
Grueling.
There's two different kinds of difficulty. There's difficulty because there's a sharp learning curve, and then there's a difficulty because the game makers were fucking malicious. This
What?
game has both, okay?
Oh.
Yes, there's a very strong learning curve. In
Stop
learning the
laughing at your
controls,
own
in
fucking
learning
joke.
the way the
It's not even a
world
joke.
works. And by the way, this is back when I used to put hair product in my hair, like hair gel, to keep it. So basically, my hair here is hard because I have hair gel in it. You'll
I
notice
hate
if I turn
this
my head, there's like
shit, man.
spikes sticking out. Because what would happen is my hair would be pushed back, and then it would curl out as it dried. It would go whoop and curl out at the back of my head. I stopped using it because I started getting really bad skin rashes from it.
So this is so weird too, because why is he talking about this? Because when he looks at himself, when he watches his own stuff, he's constantly thinking of his image and how he looks and the way he's saying things and what he's saying. He needs to be always right and always have an excuse for everything. He always needs to get in front of anything that you could possibly ever say about him in the comments. So that way, if you make fun of him, he has like an excuse for it. So actually, you can't make fun of him.
The whole back of my neck and the top of my ears would get
Because look, I am mentioning my own hair gel.
hard.
Therefore,
dried
you
out
cannot make
skin.
fun
I
of
was
me.
like, oh, it's disgusting. So I stopped. I just started using water. And today I used nothing. Today I just basically brushed my hair in the morning. That's it. And that kind of stuff. But well, for the most part, here's how you succeed in the game. I can't bring back the hair gel. I literally explained why. I have sensitive skin. It makes my skin be really disgusting.
Sensitive
that's why I stopped
skin.
using it. You play apprehensive.
This guy has weak lungs, sensitive
You gotta
skin,
think, like, if I were in real life, would I want to fight 5 guys
bad
at once or one
metabolism,
guy?
bad hairline,
And you play
bad eyesight.
carefully, and most of the time, if you play with common sense, you will succeed. The
Just
things
give
that
up,
piss me
man.
off about the
Just
game
give
are things
up.
that have nothing to do with common sense.
Gout.
Things that are traps, things that are meant to intentionally fuck you and make you have to replay multiple times things that you've already sped through and already beaten, but you have to beat them over and over and over to get to the next part. And there will be times when you will instantly die.
Flat head,
and you're like,
flat
well, now
feet.
I know that I instantly die that way. There was no way for me to know that before, but now I have to replay 15 minutes of gameplay to get back to where I was, okay? And that's fucking frustrating as hell, dying just for the sake of dying, for the sake of trial and error, until you figure out, should I have done X or should I have done Y here? And you say, and quite frankly,
Yes.
the more you play FromSoft games, what you actually realize, that's what they are. It's not like, oh, I instantly reacted. I had a great reaction to something I saw. It's memorization. Once you fail,
I don't know
then
what
you
he's
see how
talking
you
about,
failed, you
man.
remember how you failed, so you don't fail the same way twice. In fact, that's how
I
you
hate when he tries to act like an authority. Like, this is how FromSoft games are, because that's not my experience. His experience with these games is not my experience at all with these games.
bosses. You have to memorize their
Like, you can beat bosses on your first try. It's possible. It's doable. I've done it multiple times.
patterns.
It's not like you need a guide or a stream chat.
DSP I was born with kitten bones and paper skin.
Glass bones and paper skin. Thank you, Murano GC, for the 2. He should just give up. It's nature itself.
It's very rare you're going to run into a tough boss fight and just react to everything magically perfectly. You got to see the boss pattern, memorize the pattern, then you'll be able to dodge or get around it, right? Instant death trap, know it's there, find a way to get around it. That's how the games are. At that time,
whatever.
again,
I
I
had
was
to
playing
do it
mostly
to them, snipe.
Thank you, Black Mage, for the 5, dude.
Phil is the modern day equivalent of the mutant from 300 who should have been put underwater at birth.
Hypothetically speaking, of course. YouTube.
AAA mainstream games. No games were like that for me. So this was the first
Thank you, Black
experience I
Mage.
had with like an ultra frustrating game of expecting.
Dude, you're the king of
Another thing that
retro.
they-
Like, he's the self-proclaimed king of retro. He loves to call himself that. But then he's complaining about Dark Souls and saying it's the first game he ever played that's this way.
replay,
What?
and memorize.
King of
I
retro?
should have done Y, but there was no way for
Have you
me
played
to learn
retro
that without dying
games?
and having to replay stuff. Okay. Now, another thing that
In
pisses me
Sparta.
off about the game, the saving system and the soul system. The way the game works is the more things you kill, you earn souls, and the souls are used for multiple things. You can buy things from vendors. That's a really nice looking box, is it not? I got a steel box tin there. It looks like. That's a nice looking game box.
Mention the
It's pretty
giveaway.
sweet. Weapons and items.
Mention the empty box
can
giveaway.
level up your weapons and armor at
Please.
blacksmiths. You can level up your character at bonfires. Bonfires are fires that you find, that allow you to save your game. And I like aspects of it, and I don't like aspects of it. What I like is every time you find a bonfire, you automatically replenish all your healing items. That's cool. I like that. What I don't like is you automatically respawn every enemy in the game except for the uniques and the bosses. Okay? So you just spent 40 minutes to find this fucking bonfire. Yes, I finally did it. And now every enemy you just killed has reappeared. And it could really be frustrating because the problem is the game doesn't have a lot of bonfires. The bonfires aren't very frequent. The ones that you... Way less bonfires in Dark Souls 1 than in future Dark Souls games. In fact, I'd almost argue the FromSoft games just kept increasing the amount of those checkpoints every new game, right? Now take a look at Elden Ring. Elden Ring has shitloads of those points of grace, right? Fine are few and far between, and a lot of the times what the game ends up doing is giving you paths back to previous bonfires,
right?
So that if you die, you can respawn from that bonfire and then come back. The problem being, a lot of the times you have to grind through dozens of enemies to get back to where you were when you die. And you might say, well, why do you need to get back to that exact place where you died? And the answer is, like I said, you gain souls as you kill things, and that's the currency of the game. It's necessary to get souls to succeed in this game and do anything in this game. But when you die, you lose them all, okay? You lose every soul that is on your body. And what happens is a green mist appears where you died. So now you have to go back to whatever previous bonfire you touched, and from there, fight your way back to where you were and touch the green mist. And I could understand that if there was a checkpoint system, meaning,
checkpoints.
Okay,
he wants
you die
checkpoints.
halfway through the dungeon.
Okay, so I was like trying to listen there. A lot of his complaints, though, even look at any of his reviews. A lot of his complaints about any game that he plays are just him not being able to, like, I don't want to say meet the game halfway, but he's unable to, like, engage with the mechanics of the game. He's very stubborn, and he refuses to play the game in the way it's kind of designed. Like, he never wants to accept the way you're supposed to do stuff, or the way stuff is intended, and maybe find ways to around it, or to use it to his advantage, or to flip it on its head. He doesn't enjoy doing any of that. He doesn't actually like playing games.
And so the checkpoint is at the beginning.
It's just him complaining that he wants checkpoints.
The dungeon.
Why would they put checkpoints? They have bonfires.
Get to the center of the dungeon again.
That's not how it's designed. It isn't designed around checkpoints.
Bonfire, which could literally be 10 minutes away from the beginning of the dungeon, and then you have to get from the beginning of the dungeon to where you were, and it's so frustrating to have to repeatedly do this over and over. Because as I said, the game. I don't know. I think my review is pretty level-headed, don't you?
Level-headed.
Like, a lot of people hated
It's
this
pretty
review just
regarded.
in the comments, but I think this review is quite level-headed. No? Am I wrong?
He thinks it's level-headed because he's not
Maseo
yelling.
says, I remember waiting for you to finish games so I could hear your game reviews, and many of these helped me to decide if I wanted to buy said game. There you go. Unforgiving, and when you
This is a pretty cool review. I think my review is pretty good.
In certain obstacles, you will die repeatedly. And, you know, dying repeatedly is going to piss you off because you have to keep going back and grinding back through shit you've already beaten. By the way, look. Does it look familiar? Look what's behind me right now, and look what's right here.
Oh my god.
Same picture. Yep, there's the tire. It's blue. There's the checkerboard. Yep, it's right there. It was on my wall, and here it is behind me right now. 13 years later. Pretty cool. To get to where you were. And it really is frustrating, that repetition aspect, especially for people who think, you know, their time is precious. My time is precious. I don't want to replay the same part of the game 42 times just because there's another obstacle that I need to learn how to beat, and then I die the first time, go back, pass that one, then die at another one, go back. And you just keep replaying that same part of the game over and over and over.
Thank you. If you think my review was good, please tip.
That's right, ES. You get the memo.
The next bonfire. It's extremely time-consuming.
You understand the cult.
For me,
that's how it
boring.
Works.
And that's really where
my old video. Please give me money for it.
This review is the difference between what I feel is challenge in a game and actually becoming hard work, something considered actual
hard
work. And the difference between having fun and putting in time and feeling accomplished, okay? Dark Souls, for me, is a kind of game that it's work, meaning it's so hard, okay? And keep in mind, I'm not a hardcore gamer, like I said. I don't usually play games like this, you know? I play everything, but I don't usually play games that are this hard. I didn't. Right, I always played the big AAA games.
This is like 2012, by the way.
Let's be honest, the big AAA game.
This is 2012. This was his job. He was literally, in the right sense of the word, literally, a hardcore gamer. That's all he did.
Were always watered down, dumbed down, not very tough. So this was literally the hardest game I had played as a YouTuber at this time. Play Demon Souls. So maybe it is actually even harder for me because I didn't have a background in what kind of a game this was going to be.
A background. You need a PhD in fucking
for me,
Dark Souls likes.
You died, go back to a bonfire, grind
to play
for
one
10
of them.
To get back to where you were. That's work. That's repetitive, boring, not fun to have to repetitively do this kind of stuff over and over and over because they decided to make this game so hard, okay? For some people, they would actually probably feel accomplished and say, wow, I got past this part that I was stuck on for 2 hours. That feels great. For me, having to replay the same thing for 2 fucking hours straight isn't my idea of fun.
I mean,
And when
if you
I
were
play a
better,
video game,
you wouldn't have to do that.
I expect a video game, unless it is a competitive video game and I am participating in an actual tournament or competition, a video game is something that's supposed to be sat down, learned, sure, there has to be some kind of a period of learning, but then played and enjoyed, okay? And repetition to the point of how much Dark Souls makes you repeat certain things, unless, of course, you're using a strategy guide, so you know
Who
exactly
do you
what you're
outlast?
supposed to do,
Biden.
or you found some exploits, so you have godlike
That was the
armor
thing
now,
we
you
did a
don't
while
die
ago.
and stuff like that.
Rewind the stream, man.
The repetition makes the game boring, and it actually makes... Can you imagine 2011 Phil knowing that 13 years later, I would be spending 5 hours on bosses in, like, Elden Ring, right? Melania and Radon. Like, you imagine you talk to young Phil about this 13 years ago and say, hey, 31-year-old Phil, just so you know, or excuse me, not 31, 27, 28-year-old Phil? I would have been 28
Okay.
years. Hey, 28-year-old Phil, just so you know, when you're
28
42 years old, you'll be fighting bosses in the latest Fromsoft game for 5 to 6 hours. I would have been like, are you out of your fucking mind? I probably would have taken that game and said, no, never. I would have thrown it out of my window and banished it outside of my condo. I want nothing to do with this if I had known this, right? How things change. Then again, if you told, 28-year-old Phil that when I was 42, I was going to be way better at Street Fighter, and I was actually going to be like, doing really good stuff in games that's like, you know what I mean? I probably wouldn't have believed you then either, because at this point, I didn't even care about Street Fighter. I was just dicking around with fighting games, so. The game become what I consider
12 years
work.
ago.
You're putting in so much time,
28.
so much dedication to beat this game and to be good at it.
What would young Phil think of
that
old Phil?
It's not proportionate.
He would
to the
deny
amount of
that
fun
that's
you
him.
get out
He
of
would
the
think
game.
you're trolling
That's
him.
my opinion. There may be people that like this kind of thing. They maybe actually think that the common game is too easy. They like challenging things.
There you
For
go.
Me,
This is the most
I
level-headed
had to
review.
do it to them snipe.
Grazing Poro, thank you for the 5, man.
Linda really loved this guy up bad and released him to the world. Ha.
The word loved works there too. She really loved this guy up bad and released him into the
Dude,
world.
I don't know why people
She
freaked out
truly
at it
did,
and were
yeah,
angry at me
indeed.
for doing this review. This sounds so fair to me. I have no problem. And this is 13 years later. This still sounds very fair to me. With challenge, but I think Dark Souls is challenging to the point where if I'm going to put in this much time and effort and repetition,
Thank you, man.
I'd rather go do something else. I would. Maybe I'd like to go fucking learn something that...
I'm usually not a fan of the whole like get good mentality. I think there is place for criticism, at least for certain aspects of the game. But DSP talking about it, the way he's talking about it, he doesn't really give any solid examples.
It actually helped me.
And he doesn't really break down games enough to make it interesting, kind of like a video essay.
Real world, you know what I mean? If I'm gonna
So there's nowhere to really go. It's just him kind of complaining that he's not good enough at the game, which is kind of shitty. And kind of doesn't come off as a real review, but he wants you to treat it as it's like as if it's as good as a video essay that you would watch going deep into the
this many
game.
hours of time and dedication.
He just really
into
wants to be
something,
taken seriously, but he doesn't really try to be taken seriously. He doesn't really put in the effort to be taken seriously. He just kind of rambles like a guy on his
I wanna
couch
get something
because that's exactly what the video is.
out of it.
But then if you treat it like it's a guy rambling on his couch, he gets angry at you. He wants you to take it seriously.
And hate to say it, but 99.9% of the people that play Dark Souls don't get paid for it like I am, because I get paid by when people watch my videos. Most people are going to say, no, this game, it requires too much fucking effort to beat it. And I don't know. I mean, I really think... What's funny is I was getting paid. Look at the views on the videos. Part 1 probably maybe a couple $100.
I was
that
getting
final part when I quit
paid.
probably maybe $150. All that entire playthrough together probably made me like $1,000. Seriously, if not more. And yet,
Wow.
even that wasn't enough to convince me to keep playing it. I was like, I want to do other games. I find other games
What?
more fun. So most people were not making no money at all playing that game, yet they
What?
tough through it. It's like, wow, people really were dedicated back then.
What?
You know, today, now you have so many guides. The wiki is available that explains everything to you on how to play it. There's 5 zillion walkthroughs of this game on YouTube. Now, if you want to get
Why did he even bring that up?
into From
Other people weren't making money like me.
Soft games, you absolutely positively can do it in a way where you can educate yourself and learn. Back then, this didn't exist, so it was like you're just
Okay.
trying to figure it out for yourself on the fly. It's like torture in some cases. You know what I mean? I really think that in different people will like this game. There is an audience for this game. People who like these extremely hard, challenging games. They don't mind buying one game for $60 and playing it for 2 months. You know what I mean? They'll play it for 2 months and say, wow, that was a great game. For me, I want to play all the cool games. I have to get onto other games. I don't have the time to spend to dedicate to one fucking game just because the game makers felt that this game had to be as difficult as it is. And that's another thing that I do want to say.
Whatever, dude.
I really... And there you go, too. Like, that was different. Most people, when they buy a game or two, they only play 1 or 2 games. They're not playing juggling a million games like I was. That's another reason, being a YouTuber trying to get through so many playthroughs, how was I going to have enough time to dedicate to
your life was so difficult. You were being paid to play Dark
Today's
Souls?
a lot different the way I do stuff. But back then, I was always constantly trying to rush through every new release. So my situation was very unique. Many people out there, including many of you here right now watching, maybe like, yeah, I only usually play 1 game at a time. I would dedicate a ton of time to beating Dark Souls. There you go. So that was why it was so different for me. I feel that Fromsoft, the designers of this game, really made the selling point of the game that it is so hard and unforgiving. Honestly, outside of that, what is very unique about Dark Souls? I mean,
what?
It's a dungeon crawler. You fight
It's
bosses,
not a dungeon crawler.
You use magic. You use healing items. You've played games like this before.
What?
Honestly,
No,
the
you...
only
Okay.
thing about the game is that it's so fucking difficult.
You see, this is where he loses all credibility and just goes off the rails. And he wants you to take him seriously, but then he says dumb shit like this just to try and support his own point of view. Like, it's not even his opinion. It's him just trying to justify his own, like, why he doesn't like it as much.
I don't like it because I've played other games like this.
What?
That you will spend a ridiculous amount of time. And you know what? The truth is, if you think about all FromSoft games, because you can argue, well, that's not true because Demon Souls, Dark Souls, they're gothic horror plus difficulty.
I am gothic.
But what about Bloodborne? Oh, well, that's like British horror. What's the other thing?
British horror. So just British.
Right? Like Lovecraftian horror plus difficulty. Okay. What about Sekiro? Like Japanese
I'm trolling. I love
horror
British.
plus difficulty. Okay, you can keep arguing that. But it's like, no, what's the common factor between all of the franchises? The difficulty and the mechanics of the difficulty. The bonfire save point. The difficulty of the combat being slightly delayed no matter what. The dodge doesn't exactly come out when you press it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they all have that commonality. But really, it is the difficulty that ties them all together. For sure. Learning it and having to play it.
I don't even know what that was. A lot of words to not say anything. I have no idea what the fuck he was just saying.
Is that enough to sell a game? You know what
I mean?
Yes,
you bought it.
It is. And we
you
all
bought
know
it
that
though.
now, but this was my first experience with it. Now you can be like, oh yeah, that'll sell games for sure. That's FromSoft's shtick. And now look at all the different Souls-likes that have come out. Other companies riding the coattails of FromSoft to make popular franchises like Lies of P, Another Crab's Treasure, Lords of the Fallen,
Ocean style
yeah, there's
horror.
tons of other companies doing it too. Neo. I mean, you just
Neo.
spend $60 to spend 80 hours playing a difficult game, but is that enough? For me,
I don't understand
I
this
get the
logic.
game off of everything: innovation, gameplay, but fun factor is also a major part. And for me, unless I'm, winning at a game, I'm not necessarily having fun.
Hey, there's the explanation. That's why he loves Heavy Rain and games like that. He just constantly needs to be winning. Charlie Sheen.
Game, I'm not necessarily having fun. See, so there you go. So people are like, see, you're a noob, get good, because you only have fun when you're winning, instant win. You want a game that it's easy to beat.
Instant gratification.
In reality, what I was really saying is I want a game that's quick to beat. That's actually what I was saying. I
What?
want a game that I know I can get through it within, say, a week to 2 weeks tops, because I need to get onto all the next games. Most people don't have that problem. I did, because that was my job, you see? Now, again, some people would like to spend 80 hours to beat this game, and then they get the fun out of it. For me, 80-hour investment into one game just to beat it is too much. It's work. It's considered work. And so
Work.
for me, for a person
It's
like
work.
me, you're probably going to think this game is not
Nobody's
investment.
like you,
You're gonna
dude.
say, well, it's
That's
okay,
not
it's
true.
good to a point, but then when you finally get to the most difficult parts, like for me, when I got to Blight
For
Town,
me, for me, for
there's
me.
a part of the game where it's so hard, okay? You're fighting completely unique enemies. You never fought anything like them before. They're killing you with only a couple hits. You get poisoned every time you get hit.
He got filtered, dude. So pretty much this whole review, this whole rage quit segment is just he got filtered. The game filtered him. Blighttown filtered him.
Then later on,
And he's complaining and trying to cope with the fact, wait a minute, I didn't get filtered. I just kind of bored quit it.
walking into a bog, which is unavoidable.
What was the word he
While
used?
you're in there, and it's just like, it's enough. It's enough.
I've
had enough to the point where
Resigned, resignation quit.
this game because I know it's going to take me another 4
Yeah,
hours
resignation
to get
quit.
to this part of the game, and I'm just not getting enough reward out of this game. I'm not getting enough fun factor that it's worth it for me to grind through this fucking bull. And I think that everyone, if you're not having fun with a game, you should have the ability to say, I don't want to play it anymore. For me, this was my first experience quitting a game like this, and people gave me such shit. They were like, dude, you rage quit, you're a piece of shit.
As if any of this matters, though. Because, dude, you're still talking about it 12, 13 years later. Phil, you are able to quit whatever you want to quit and play whatever you want to play and think what you want to think about video games. But for you to sit here and take it all to heart and really care 13 years later about what people said about you, that kind of seems like a Phil issue. That's your own fault. Because truly, it doesn't matter what people would say, because people can say anything. It's the internet. It shouldn't affect you this much. You're not built for it if it affects you this much.
Like this, and people gave me such shit. They were like, dude, you rage.
And that too, Tractor Goose. His little reviews and explanations for why he doesn't like it, a lot of the times are just him looking for excuses to justify why he doesn't like it, instead of just saying he doesn't like it and maybe explaining why it doesn't vibe with him, why he didn't like a certain aspect of it. He just kind of just tries to say the game is bad. Like he's implying that the game is difficult and therefore it being difficult makes it not worth the money. And the average person is not going to want to beat it or play it because it's difficult.
Quit, you're a piece of shit. You suck. This was some people.
And I mean, sure, some of that could be true, but he's kind of just, and he also skipped half the review. So I've actually seen this before, but a lot of it is also just him complaining about certain aspects and not being able to play it without a guide, and that it's impossible to know what to do and where to go.
Some people, this was the turning point.
But that a lot of that's just not true.
Where they started,
but that's what he says,
to not like me. For some people, it was the Metal Gear Solid HD playthroughs, like Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3.
He's tripling down
that
on
was
this.
When they started to not
He's
like
tripling
me.
down.
For a lot of people, it was when I got with my ex, and
There
my
you
ex
go.
became a part of my content.
Triple down.
That was the turning point. But basically, this was like one of the 3 things that got common opinion against me. Before this, people actually just outright liked everything I did. They're like, yeah, this is fine. This is good. You know? But this was kind of the turning point where people started to say, oh, you see, he just wants easy mode games so he can get
People disliked him because of his girlfriend.
views and make money.
Right. Remember when he said that if you don't like his girlfriend, you're a misogynist? You're being sexist and you're a misogynist.
Doesn't deserve any of his popularity.
Because she was playing Assassin's Creed 3 with him.
And it was a weird, this big kind of toxic turn against me that happened starting, this was the starting point, and then 2012 was a pivotal year.
Yeah, what's her name?
And then basically when I moved out here in 2014, that was the big turning point, where like all of the internet started to turn against me.
What?
And get to the next part of the game, and that next bonfire.
Whatever.
But the funny part is, do I sound like I'm being unfair to Dark Souls in this review? This sounds pretty level-headed and fair to me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Especially, I'm explaining my situation, how it's different from most other people's, but people really didn't like it. They were angry with me. And keep playing. So, it's a unique style of game. I understand the people who would like it, but the common person probably isn't going to want to put up with the amount of difficulty that this game requires, the amount of repetition and work that this game requires to beat it. So and that's the truth, because if you look,
like, see, he's partially right there. The average person probably doesn't want to do that. Like, the guy who plays NBA 2K and FIFA is probably going to not want to play Dark Souls. But then he has to shit on it right after saying that.
Isn't going to want to put up
Because it's work. He's calling the game work. Why do you feel the need to say that?
with the amount of difficulty that this game
It's
requires,
work.
the amount of repetition and work
You could just say
this
it's
game
hard, man.
requires to beat it. So and that's the truth, because if you look, Dark Souls 1 originally was not an insanely huge seller. The games grew in popularity over time
What?
and built up a fan base. And then when Elden Ring came out, that was the one that absolutely exploded in popularity and made these games become mainstream. But before then, it was kind of like, it's more...
Dark Souls, 3 million copies sold, and then the PC was another 3.5 million copies sold. That's a lot of copies sold.
Or niche audience, and then it grew a little more, and then it grew a little more. Each new iteration, like Bloodborne, that got a little bit more people.
So that's like 6.5 million copies.
Sekiro,
what a niche game.
That got a little bit more people. I mean, Sekiro won Game of the Year, right? And that's really where they got their mainstream attention. And then Elden Ring, oh my God. So at this point in 2011, I think what I'm saying rung true. But then over time, the games became way more and more mainstream popular. And let's also be honest, they got easier. Every one gets progressively easier. Everyone could argue Dark Souls 1 is probably the hardest one, right?
Honestly, for me, in comparison to all the other games that I've played, and especially the games recently, Dark Souls is not a bad game. In fact, it's a good game. In fact, in some parts, it's a great game. When you figure out how to do something
only
that's
in
difficult,
some parts,
or when you kill a really big cool boss, you actually say, yes, this is great. But then you kind of get disappointed because, like, fuck, now I gotta spend another couple hours figuring out where to go. Now I gotta spend another couple hours grinding through a new dungeon till I get to another place where I can say, ah, that felt good. And for me, those spots are too few and far between. So, for me, in comparison to
okay,
all
I get it's for you. You're speaking for yourself right now. Stop showing me the case.
I'm gonna give Dark Souls an 8 out of 10. And I know
I gave a game I didn't even finish and had strong criticisms of an 8 out of 10.
Like, could you imagine back then if someone told him, Phil, this reviewer didn't even beat the game, and he gave it an 8 out of 10. He would have complained. He's done that before, where he's complained that a reviewer needs to beat the game so that they can see all the content in the game. This dude didn't even beat the game and gave it an 8.
And people disliked me for that. Figured that one out. PS3
Shut
says,
up, man.
I can't lie, I didn't like that you were so critical of the Metal Gear Solid series. I was a fanboy at the time, but I didn't hate you for that. I still watched your playthrough. There you go.
You were all expecting me to probably slam the game and say that it's a bad game. It's
Mixed
not
bag,
a bad
8 out of
game
10.
by any means. It's just a fucking hard-ass game to play. For me, it's not Game of the Year. And I know a lot of people might disagree. It's going to be those people who love this style of difficult game.
For me, there were 2 Game of the Year candidates,
For me.
Skyrim and Batman Arkham City, and I gave it to Skyrim. Yep.
And you need gameplay in that, you know, it is so difficult. But for me, the fact that the game is difficult
Yeah, Stephen Hawking, exactly.
doesn't make it a game that makes it so amazingly good. I think that's good to appeal to that niche audience, and some people are going to love it for that, but definitely the common person is not going to love it for that. So for me, judging it off of fun factor, the fact that the common person won't want to invest the amount of repetition and work that it takes to beat this game, I can't give it any higher than an 8, okay? So that's Dark Souls in a nutshell.
For me?
I hope that you now have a more fair and balanced understanding of what this game is. And if it is for your forte to go out there and spend $60 to spend, you know, 80 hours on a game and repetitively die and you're okay with that, as long as you can eventually overcome it, this is your game. But if you're the kind of person like me who doesn't want to put ridiculous amounts of work into a video game, something you're supposed to be doing, that you're not competing, you're not trying to win money doing this, you're just playing a single player game, a campaign, and you don't want to put that kind of investment into it, this isn't going to be your game. And I get the feeling that probably it's like an 80-20 split. 20% of people will love it, 80% of the people will not want to play this game. So
Okay.
It's an 8 out of 10. Could be.
And you know what? It is a testament that the ones that became uber popular, like Elden Ring, had the most tools to overcome that level of challenge, right? There's Ash summons. You can summon co-op partners. There's a million different builds. There's a million different ways to level. If you can't beat something, you could go do something else. In this case, I had to beat Blighttown. If you don't, the game's over. But in Elden Ring, oh, I can't beat this. Go off and do 10 more things, right? Exactly. So yeah, and the funny part again is I didn't hate on the game. I liked it. I just thought it was too hard for me.
I don't know,
But
dude. For me?
people hated this review and were very upset with me that I would, well, how dare you review a game you didn't beat?
Better,
right?
but
Like, take a look here.
that
Hold
it's
on.
difficult.
Oh, yeah, let's go
Take a
through the
look at
comments. Come on.
How can you, here you go. How can you,
Why are you still alive? Damn.
I had to do it to them snipe?
Thank you, Deep Fryer, for the 5.
With DS Remastered, the game has sold over 12 million copies.
Yep.
Apparently, it sold the most on Nintendo Switch.
Did it really? That's interesting. Dark Souls on the go does sound kind of cool, though. But there's a Steam Deck now. So.
How can you rate a game you
That's
didn't
cool,
beat?
though.
Get
Thank you,
good
Deep Fryer, for the 5.
casual.
Why are you still alive? Incompetence is an extremely annoying thing to watch.
If you didn't learn the plunging attack from earlier, you mean the tutorial messages on the other side of that door? Yeah, I missed it because I didn't even understand what those were. Why are you still alive? 2014, someone left that comment on the video. Incompetence is an extremely annoying thing to watch.
He probably quit too early to notice since he said it was 3 days, but the unique aspects is the way they integrate.
The time-consuming bit is a lack of skill, his failure to realize he isn't as good as he thinks he is. You know, one of the things, I totally remember one of the points I made that everyone made fun of me for was this. I said, I don't like the fact that this game expects that you're supposed to research. Like, there's literal things in the
that's
game
a bad
that aren't
take.
explained.
That's a really bad take. Like, shit like that is why he can't be taken seriously, even though he wants to be taken seriously. Like, you need to do research. He's acting like you need a degree in Fromsoft to play a game when you don't at all.
That you need to research to understand.
You don't.
Like, you don't actually know the leveling system, how it works. You don't know how a
How do you
build
not
works.
know?
You have to kind of basically research to figure that out.
No, you
So need
don't.
a strategy guide, you got to go online to a video or a wiki, and then you'll get it. And once
That's
you get
so
it, then
stupid.
it's better, but you don't understand it at first. And
Like,
people were
you're
like,
so dumb,
oh, how
dude."
dare you? You should be researching all the games you play and stuff. I'm like, but that's not me. I like to play games cold. I want to go in without any preconceived notion of what that game is and experience it for the first time as I play it, not because I've looked into it for hours earlier than that.
You need to look into it hours earlier to know that you sit at a bonfire and click the level up button and then level up. That's something you don't understand.
You know, and that I think to this day, now what's happened 13 years later is everyone does this. Everyone knows every piece of every game before they even buy it.
What?
So by the time you buy it, there's like no surprises anymore, right?
What?
There's like no.
Wait a minute. I thought you don't do that.
Nothing special anymore.
Okay. He's just confirming
and that's
that.
sad.
That he does.
You know
do
what
it.
I'm saying? That's sad that right back then I want to play a game cold and understand it. And this game, Dark Souls, was very hard to do that and enjoy. You had to go out of your comfort zone to go research or whatever.
You
And
don't
I
have
didn't
to.
like that, but people give me shit for it for saying.
You really don't have to.
Look, casual. I'm casual. DSP gaming. Yeah. Did this guy not even hear what I just said?
Well, let's read some of these
DSP gaming.
comments. If you get ganged up upon and don't know how to manage space, you're basically dead. Looks at shirt. I've played a lot of turn-based RPGs, and my buddy told me I should get this game. It's a challenge. I said to him, sure, why not?
Yeah. Did this guy not even hear what I just said? In the
What?
review, I outright say yes, because this is a game that I'm not competing. I'm not looking to be better than you at it. I'm not in a competition. This isn't Street Fighter or Call of Duty where you're competing. It's a single-player game. And this guy goes, casual. Yeah, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. For me, gaming is a casual thing you do to have enjoyment. I'm not trying to challenge myself with games that are uber difficult. What's the point of that? Today, people like to see this. They like to see me challenge myself at FromSoft because they get some enjoyment out of seeing me fail, rage, but then persevere, right? How many people right now are enjoying my fight with Radon at the end of the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC? Because that's exactly what it was, correct? But back then, that's not what it was, you know?
I don't know what you're saying. Can this stop? Wait. Hold on.
Back then, that's
Hold
not
on.
what it was. You
Let
know?
me read that. If you'd look inside a bull's ass, it would be empty because all the bullshit is right here. And this fat pig can't stop burping in his videos. What I found wrong with the review. 1. What did you think Demon Souls... what? Did you think Demon Souls was hard on accident? It isn't Call of Duty or Skyrim. It doesn't hold your hand, etc. There's more, but I can't see it. How can you subscribe this
Look at
moron?
this fat pig can't stop burping in his videos. 33 thumbs up.
Yeah, that hasn't
But you
changed.
see, this is 9 years ago, so this would have been...
That hasn't changed.
2015. So see what I said? This video is 2011. You notice most of the negative comments here that are getting voted up.
Bro, you are one pitiful gamer. What a whiny bitch.
Oh.
First bit of the video. There's a lot of unique things about this game. Towards the end, the only unique thing is that it's difficult.
Are more
Okay, cool. Contradiction.
recent than that. See that? Yeah. Most of them are more recent. Most of the negative comments are from
I'm assuming you played games on very easy difficulty until Dark Souls. Close. He plays on normal.
Like 2014, 2015.
So pretty much very
See?
easy.
Because this is when people started turning against me and hated my guts.
Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one.
See? Because this is when people started turning against me and hated my guts.
You have to invest so much time that it becomes work. Well, isn't gaming your work? Isn't that exactly what you do for a living? And if you don't like your work, etc., there's more. I can't see it. I like the way he uses unavoidable just because you use incredibly heavy armor and can't time a roll to save your life. It doesn't mean it's unavoidable. What are you, fucking casual? He's actually
Steve,
reading
why are you
them.
a casual?
The game makers were malicious. I sucked at this game, therefore it sucks. One word, casual. DSP doesn't have the skill necessary to play Dark Souls with style and finesse. Being a total idiot helps to figure stuff out. That is how I learned.
DSP does not have the skill necessary to play Dark Souls with style and finesse. He lacks concentration, basic skill solving skills, and patience.
Yeah? Where's the lie?
Look, amen, here's my thumbs up. I quit after 2 hours trying to beat the Capra Demon, which consisted of approximately 150 seconds inside his room. That one only got 2 thumbs up. Right? That one only got 2 thumbs up because it was actually a
Bought this game, really loved it.
positive.
I had fans telling me how to do certain things.
Whoa.
Oh, he
right?
said that?
Anything that disagrees with me got upvoted.
What?
Anything that agrees with me, basically no one voted on, right?
Right.
There you go.
Kind of like
All
how
right, so-
everyone who disagrees with you gets banned and everyone who agrees doesn't.
Folks,
Okay.
look at that. Look at that face to end it. That is it for my retro react to my original Dark Souls 1 run in 2011. That is epic. I'm glad we did it. Like, that's the kind of content I really enjoyed putting out for this channel because I had never gone back and watched that playthrough ever. You know, I remembered certain moments of it and stuff that I put in other series like Project 7, but I had never
We're
gone
counting
back
thumbs.
and watched that ever. And that was super fun to be able to interact with this live audience 13 years later, to re-experience it. And boy, I timed it with a DLC for Elden Ring. This worked really well. So
Did it?
this is a good one. I hope you enjoyed. I hope if you really did enjoy this
Oh, the
series,
tips.
please
Right.
consider
He has
liking
his
the
hat
videos,
on.
leaving comments, and tell people. Say, hey, Phil reacted to his original playthrough. You might really like that if you liked his old stuff. It's really fun to see him today in the
Romance
modern
Lazel
day
from
react
Baldur's
to the
Gate.
classics, right? And thank you all. You guys are awesome. Thank you for supporting the streams. This has been an awesome one. You know, we've been doing this for 5 months.
Dude, I
on and
still
off.
think it's hilarious that Baldur's Gate, he treated the women so weird in that game. So specifically awkward that the game thought he was gay.
And now we finally finished it, and it was really cool.
Isn't that fucking hilarious?
So
That's
thank you all so
insane.
much. And
The
it was a
game
great
thinks
time.
you're
I hope
gay
that we can
because you treat the women a specific weird
do
way.
this with more of the classic playthroughs. Let me know what you feel are the classic playthroughs from back in the day that I was using a camera to record that you would like to see me do a reaction to. All right? But in the meantime, thank you for Retro React of Dark Souls 1. It was a great time. I will see you soon for more.
All right.
Okay.
Peace out.
So, guys, that is it for tonight. People are asking, okay, what's next?
Young
let
Gout.
me answer that for you.
What?
Starting next week, we are returning to Mario and Sonic at the 2012 London Olympics because guess what? The real World Olympics start this week. So we're going to be doing it for
Yeah,
a couple of
Beavis.
weeks while it coincides with the real Olympics. That's going to be really neat, okay?
Dude, yeah, he's avoiding all of the relationship stuff in Stardew Valley because of course he is.
After that,
Pixels are too raunchy for him. He's married. He can't get caught looking at pixels.
I have some ideas, but one of the ideas people said is, can we go back and watch me do my PS Home
Arkham.
exploration
Welcome, by the way.
sessions?
Nice to
PS
see
Home
you.
used to be this social network experiment, almost like a second lifestyle clone that they put on PlayStation 3 for a while. And I would go every
Yeah,
once in a
Morgana.
while, like once a year, I would go and explore that and see what it was. And it's
Like, instead of doing that, he should just play the project that's reviving it. Like, that would be more fun, in my opinion. PlayStation Home Revival. him playing that in
Funny 'cause
current
it's all
day,
different time
seeing people follow him around saying gout
periods of
and
Sony history.
Tevin,
We can see their games
that
that were
would be
popular
great.
and stuff that's going on in there. That could be pretty fun to do, I think.
Like, I don't
So
care
I
about
think
you trying to remonetize old
for the
shit.
next 2 weeks,
This
we'll do
boring
Mario
ass
and Sonic at the
watch through.
London Olympics and finish that. And then after that, we'll do maybe some of the PS Home stuff. And then we'll go from there. I'm sure you guys are going to come up with some good stuff. When we hit the fall, FYI, we could do horror stuff. Like, we can
Can't
actually
play PS Home anymore. Yeah, but there's like a PC project where people are trying
pick some of
to
my classic
revive it. You can actually play it right now.
horror playthroughs. Like maybe Resident Evil 5.
It's called PS Home Revival.
Or maybe my first run ever in Resident Evil 1. All that stuff was done with a camera. So how cool would it be to see me
No,
do
yeah, they
those
took it
original
down.
runs and react to them together live?
In
That would
Speculary.
be pretty neat, would it not? So I
But
think
the
we should
PC
start
thing
doing
is still
horror
there.
stuff September, October. Okay? All right, guys. Well, thank you so very much. I had a great time with all of you. You guys are an awesome audience. Thank you for the support, those who supported.
Nice.
Tomorrow,
Those
remember,
who
over on
supported.
DSP Gaming, we're going to have a full day of gameplay. We're going to have a podcast, the return of Fallout
Yes,
4
Nocturnal.
on the first stream, to try to wrap up the playthrough and finish the Nuka World DLC, and Stardew Valley on the late stream.
I'll show you.
And now we have to figure out what it is that we want to do on Tuesday, because we have to start something new.
We have to
I don't know what
figure
it's
it
gonna be,
out.
so we have to talk about this and figure it out tomorrow. Okay? And so same time, same place next week here. Mario and Sonic at the 2012 Olympics co-op continuing. All right, guys? Thank you so very much. This is a great, epic,
There it is.
hangout. I really enjoyed doing this over the last 5 months, and I hope that you'll join me next week, okay?
That too.
Everyone have a good night. Peace out. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Young Gout.
Young out.
Alert, guys. Alert. Alert. DSP finished Elden Ring. And Riven. Alert. He deserves your money. Please give him money for that. Of course.
That's right.
That's right. Okay. I'm not staying for like 15 minutes. Is anyone else streaming? I'm going to redirect you. Someone doing it live. Let's see. Real quick. Give me a sec. I assume bingo, right? Is bingo happening? Well, that was the stream for me, guys. Hey, I had a lot of fun. I missed doing this. DSP is insufferable, and I'm glad we got another meltdown. He outlasted Joe Biden and his campaign. He's quitting. He resignation quit the presidency. Kind of like DSP. He just like him. Yeah, but that's the stream for me. Thank you guys for the likes and everything. And the chats, the super chats, everything. That was a lot of fun. I'm going to redirect you to King Jad. I know he's not live yet. I'm sorry, Jad. Why am I toxic? Indeed. Anyways, that's the stream. Thank you guys. Big ups. Shout outs in chat. Hero 7. Teeling. Hero. Again, you're cool. Movie Sign. Alexandra. Grey Lobster. Aaron. ES. Nino. Nocturnal. Unidentified PK. Jay What's Out. Phil Nemba. Shin Hideo. Tractor Goose. Vikes. Morgana. Psychotic Assault. Jose TV. Just joined. Aw, we're ending. It'll be timestamped. Stream will be timestamped. Don't worry, guys. Come back later if you want. Roxas. Anyways, I'll send you guys there. I'm redirecting you. Have fun, guys. See ya.
I am Gothic. I am World of Warcraft. I am Tekken 3.
I'm him. I've been him. I will continue to be him.
Young out.
Fall gout.
Devour.